Hello, everyone. Welcome to Ordinals Asia. We're going to get started in just a few minutes. Feel free to go ahead and come into the main stage area and take your seat.
各位来宾，早上好！欢迎大家来到 Ordinals ASIA 这个展会现场啊。然后我们再过5分钟左右就会开始今天的议程，所以如果你还在后面社交聊天或者在楼下同朋友的话，请让他现在到3楼楼上来，我们可以开始入座，然後準備進行今天的議程。尊敬各位嚟賓，歡迎嚟到 Ordinals ASIA 今日活動現場。我哋再過5分鐘就要開始今日嘅全部議程啦。如果你而家仲係食緊嘢或者飲緊嘢咧，歡迎請你移步到最前面坐低，我哋開始5分鐘之後開始今日嘅全部議程。多謝。
welcome to Ordinals Asia. We're about to get started. Feel free to make your way onto the main stage. And just before, we're going to hear from the organizer of Ordinals Asia, Jan Smejkal. He's going to make his way to the stage, and Zeth will be translating Chinese and Cantonese.
各位来宾，大家早上好，欢迎来到这个 Ordinals Asia 的主会现场。然后我们现在就会开始今天整个议程。那首先上台的呢是 Express 的Yang 这个先生，中文名跟大家说一下。
楊洪哲，
楊洪哲先生然後各位嚟賓歡迎嚟到 Ordinals Asia 活動現場。今日咧，我哋第一位上台嘅咧係今個活動嘅全部 coordinator， 佢係 Express 嘅 CSO， 咁佢嘅名叫楊洪洋。OK， welcome Jan on stage.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. I don't want to take too much time. I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to everybody who obviously showed up on Saturday after so many parties, you know, this week already in Hong Kong. So I really, really appreciate it. You guys are here. Obviously, thank you to all our sponsors, speakers, VIPs, and everybody who helped us to make this event happen. Just a couple things. This is the main stage on the 3rd floor. We have the 2nd floor as well. There is going to be lunch later on. There is coffee, water. You can grab whatever you want. You can hang out with the, with the companies that are presenting there. We have some giveaways going on there as well. And then there is also the 1st floor, which is Ordinals Gallery. So that one is all about Ordinals communities, art. We're going to do some giveaways there too. And we have a bunch of refreshments over there. So feel free to flow around, but I'm excited. Let's get this started. Thank you so much, guys. Let's go.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Jan. Good morning, everyone, and welcome again to Ordinals Asia. We're so excited and thrilled to have you here. We're bringing together both the East and the West to host what is the biggest Ordinals event yet. I'm joined here, my name is Elizabeth Olsen. I'm head of growth at Xverse and also an organizer of Ordinals Asia. And I'm joined here by Zeth, who's also a host and an organizer, and he's going to be translating in Chinese and Cantonese for us.
大家早上好。然后今天的活动议程其实安排的非常满，非常欢迎今天能够来到现场的朋友这么早，因为昨天晚上是一个周五啊。其实我们知道很多可能嘉宾都在外面活动完，然后今天好不容易起了一个早，非常感谢你们的到来。然后我自我介绍一下，我是 Zeth， 是 Ordinals Games 和 Bitcoin 的创始人。然后今天的话呢，串场和主持会是由我来负责中文和这个粤语的这个主持工作然后今天的这个希望大家的这个。如果有任何的疑问如果对英文翻译有不懂地方，也随時可以來找我。接下來用粵語跟大家也講一下啊。歡迎嚟到 Ordinals Asia 大會現場。咁今次嘅活動咧係全個 Ordinals 生態至今為止最大嘅一場活動。今日應該會到場差唔多600幾人我哋都係成個亞洲至今最大嘅生態活動咯。咁今日嘅嘉賓咧都係好多飛機來自全球各個國家飛咗十幾個鐘到呢度嘅，咁都係超級難得嘅機會咯，係所以如果你有咩問題咧想英文嗰啲 panel 如果有咩唔明嘅，隨時可以揾翻我。我嘅名叫 Zeth， 我係 Ordinals Games 同埋 Bitboy 嘅founder咁我哋嘅 booth 係 second floor， 咁呢度係 third floor，所以歡迎 enjoy 今日嘅活動。Thank you very much.
Yes, be sure to make your way down to the 2nd floor to explore all the various booths, including Ordinals Games. They have some really fun activities set up. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to each and every one of you for flying out here. I know you've made your way from all around the world, and we're just thrilled to have you here. And we're all gathered here because Ordinals is the most exciting thing to happen potentially in Bitcoin's history, currently accounting for over 435 million fees paid to miners, and we're still so early. So if you're not already involved in the space, we hope that these next discussions and panels and meeting with everybody around you will really inspire the desire to get involved in this space, and we're here to welcome you. So we do have a fully packed schedule, and without further ado, I will be introducing our first panel, which is from inscription number 652 to BIP 420 and why it matters with the legendary Taproot Wizards team. They are on a mission to make Bitcoin more magical with Taproot Wizards and also Quantum Cats on a mission to bring back OpCat, memeing their way through the ecosystem to offer covenants on Bitcoin. So with here today, we have Udi Wertheimer, co-founder of Taproot Wizards, Tyler Whittle, head of product at Taproot Wizards, Eric Wall, also co-founder of Taproot Wizards, moderated by Dan Held, GP of Asymmetric. Please give them a warm welcome for our first panel.
All right, thanks everybody. Really excited to have this panel up here. I've known these guys for a long time. The Wizards are such an iconic brand in the Ordinals world. I actually wanted to start with a very basic question. Why did you start Taproot Wizards?
I ask myself this question every morning. It's a great question. First of all, I'm really happy to be here. This place feels like home because like this is our people and we understand each other, and that's awesome. So thank you all for coming here. You know, the Taproot Wizards started because we thought Bitcoin had the branding problem like a year and a half ago. We thought it seemed like too serious and too like, you know, taking itself too seriously. No one is allowed to have fun. And we thought that a lot of people who otherwise really would care about Bitcoin feel like they're kind of pushed away because of that. So, you know, it's great to have a lot of people talking about the financialization of Bitcoin and it being digital gold and how it adds freedom to the world. And I think all those things are true. But also, I think it's important to have some people who just have fun, and I think that's the main reason we're here. But through having fun, we can push Bitcoin forward too, and we'll talk about that too in a minute.
I would like to apologize to anyone that met me after 3 a.m. last night. Especially Casey. I have like faint memories of putting you in a headlock and trying to choke you out. I just want to say that was nothing personal. I'm trying to get better.
Eric, that was like midnight. That wasn't 3 a.m.
All right.
And so it wasn't Casey.
That's all I had to say. I'm sorry, people.
So, you know, back to Ordinals, why we're all here. Tyler, can you give a little bit of color on, you know, the importance of Ordinals and how big of a change this was in the Bitcoin protocol?
Yeah, I think it can't be stated enough how big of a change it was to Bitcoin. I think, as Udi said, it completely changed the culture. I think last year we saw Taproot Wizards set out on a mission to kind of eradicate the laser eyes, for lack of a better term. And quite honestly, like we're most of the way there. Like I don't see them in my feed much anymore. And I think like that was amazing and very successful, and it's just been really cool. I think my favorite part about Ordinals is everyone here is very Bitcoin native. Whenever I see anyone in Ordinals, all of the top Ordinals projects, they care deeply about Bitcoin, like as a technology, as a financial instrument, as where it's going. And I think that's really what separates the Ordinals community from the communities on other chains, where it's like, okay, you're there for the culture, that's fine. But here on Bitcoin, we have this amazing opportunity to really marry the culture of Bitcoin with the culture of art and what Ordinals brings. And so I think like that change was really unique and something that we hadn't really seen before.
Yeah, I think it's such an organic movement, you know, versus other chains which might have a foundation to go incentivize demand or they pay folks. But those are paid soldiers. They're not freedom fighters. And so that's where I feel like Ordinals were so pure, because everyone who came into it, it was just incentivized by their own work, their own proof of work of creating art, inscribing it, or creating creating videos or audio. And that expressive creativity, I think, is very different than the ethos of what Bitcoin was before. And it was so cool to see this new type of enthusiasm get poured back into it. And, you know, I think it's, you know, Casey really developed something brilliant with this that was there in front of us this whole time, which was, I think, really cool and I think very underappreciated of like what other really cool things exist that we haven't discovered yet. Like when I think about those possibilities, there's so many cool things. And, you know, I actually want to bring us to the Quantum Cats collection. You guys used a very special technique to unveil the Quantum Cats could evolve. Do you guys want to describe exactly how that was done?
So the Quantum Cats, kind of like the Taproot Wizards. The Taproot Wizards had this goal or this mission to change the culture of Bitcoin. And I think as we talked about, it kind of worked, right? Thanks to all of the Ordinals community, not just the Taproot Wizards. But that kind of part of the mission worked. And Quantum Cats have this new mission, which is to advance Bitcoin technically and to add OpCat back to Bitcoin so that the capabilities of Bitcoin expand. And as we thought through that and, kind of thinking about our journey with the Taproot Wizard community that took a while to achieve its goal too, we realized that achieving that goal of OpCat is also going to take a little while. So it makes sense for the collection, for the art itself, to evolve as the mission evolves. And as we get closer to, activating OpCat on Bitcoin, which we have got much closer than before, the collection itself changes too. Now look, it's a lot like getting a cat, like adopting a cat, like a real legacy physical cat, and you bring it to your home, and that at that time it is still small and you don't know each other very well. But over the years, cats live a very long life, and over the years the cat changes. You change as the cat owner, and the cat changes with you, and you don't know when you get the cat what it's going to look like by 10 years later. And it's very similar with modern digital cats. Quantum Cats, they also, you get them, you don't know what they're going to look like in a year, what they're going to look like in 5 years. They evolve. Yeah, that's a really cool part of the collection, I think. The art is changing over time.
And I'd like to just ask a follow-up question to either Tyler or Eric, who's ever least hungover to answer it. So the question I have for you guys is, we've talked about how important OpCat is, but what exactly does it allow? Like, what can we do when we get OpCat enabled?
I just want to say I'm so grateful for all the people that are here in the audience. Fucking love you guys. When we started this last year, we tried to give a face to a community that we thought existed in Bitcoin, but didn't have a way to sort of show themselves in the way that, if you're a Laser Eye Maxi, you put on a Laser Eye profile picture. And we thought that there was a community in Bitcoin that appreciated Bitcoin in a different way. And we just wanted to allow those people to show themselves in the same way that the Laser Eyes do. And it's been like a year and a half. And there are so many of you here in the audience. Like, we can see you now. That community that we thought existed in Bitcoin is here. And that's you guys in the audience. And when I look out in my hungover state and I look across the audience, I'm just so fucking grateful, and I'm so happy that we're all here together. Sorry, Dan, I forgot what the question was.
Yeah, we'll just move on. So what I find incredibly thrilling about the Ordinals ecosystem is after just 1 year, very often we have more trading volume on Bitcoin NFTs versus Ethereum NFTs after 1 year, which is insane. I mean, this is huge. Like, we've got all these creatives coming back to Bitcoin, and a lot of Ethereum NFT projects are coming over to Bitcoin. I want to dive in a little bit more on OpCat because the title of this talk is around BIP 420. Tyler, could you give us a little bit of color as to the process of introducing, a new proposal to the Bitcoin protocol and getting that implemented?
Yeah, great question. I have a question for the audience, actually, before I answer that. Raise your hand if you own a Quantum Cat or have ever participated in a Taproot Wizards mission or quest. Like, that's awesome. That's amazing. Like, I don't even need to answer this question. I could just hand the mic to one of these people. But with the Quantum Cats, we put out this thing called BIPLAN that describes the process of introducing a soft fork into Bitcoin. And BIPLAN, if you go look at it on the Quantum Cats website, it's inspired by Candyland because it's a fantastical place where most likely you fail and you do not succeed and you get sent back to the start and you go again. But the process of getting a BIP through is long and winding, but one of the parts you have to do theoretically is you get a number. And we at the Taproot Wizards were a little frustrated with longtime Bitcoin developer Luke Jr., who had kind of taken the reins of power of the bit process and wasn't giving out numbers. And so we said, why are numbers something that one person is in charge of? Why do these numbers matter? Why don't we just have a community assigned number? And so we decided that the community would love a BIP number like BIP 420. It just kind of fit.
Tyler, I'm gonna let you finish, but opcat is the best opcode of all time. It's the best opcode of all time. I don't know if there's shitcoiners in the audience. We love you guys. Shitcoiners, you're fine, but none of the stuff that you work on would exist if Bitcoin had opcat. Opcat is such a fucking powerful opcode. You could do recursive covenants. You could do expressive two-way pegs. You could do smart contracts and second layers. Everything that you want is possible if you had opcat. The whole shitcoin industrial complex only exists because we do not have opcat on Bitcoin. That's why we're shilling the opcat opcode. That's why we're trying to make it happen. We're trying to bring Bitcoin to the place in, society that it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be more powerful than Ethereum. It's supposed to be more powerful than fucking Algorand. Bitcoin was meant to rule all and dominate all. And opcat allows that. And if you join us in our fucking mission, we're going to take over the world with Bitcoin and opcat.
Woo! Yeah. So in addition to the marketing strategy around building a candy land, Bipland, there was also a children's book created. Udi, do you want to give us a little bit?
It's an academic white paper.
Yeah, so
it happens to have cartoons in it.
I believe this is the first time a white paper has been expressed via a children's book.
Yes. So, I think a lot of people were very excited about opcat, like Eric here, but not everyone was sure why. And we wanted to explain to people what it is that's so great about it. And we started writing a white paper like one does, about CatVM, which is the system that is enabled by opcat in order to make Bitcoin, basically allow Bitcoin to make Ethereum and others obsolete. But as we finished writing the white paper, we realized that white papers are boring. So we threw that away. And we started again by doing essentially a children's book with pictures about our hero, Little Rindell, Young Rindell. Our hero, Young Rindell, who was going through the island of chain and trying to find a way off-chain to all of the magical things that people want to do with layer 2s and off-chain stuff. And he eventually realizes that the way to get to the promised land of off-chain is by getting opcat back, and he has a conversation with Satoshi, and he convinces Satoshi to bring opcat back, and it works. And it is actually a story about the future. It's a true story.
And so in the children's book, he's going on an exploration, right?
Yes.
And so what does he discover?
Opcat allows for recursive covenants and Merkle path authentication. Those are the two things that you need to create a two-way peg to an expressive environment trustlessly with unilateral withdrawals back to the main chain. That is possibly the most powerful thing that you can possibly introduce into Bitcoin. And we have people that are working with opcat and they're at the cusp. Like we have the most, some of the most sophisticated minds in applied cryptography that are working with the opcat opcode and are trying to create Stark verifiers natively on Bitcoin. We could get native ZK rollups on Bitcoin if opcat does what some of these people at Starkware think it's going to do. So what we've built with the opcat opcode is something called CatVM. CatVM is a way to do something similar to like optimistic rollup. Has anyone here heard about Arbitrum, optimism, those kind of second layers? That's what would be possible. That kind of construction would be possible on Bitcoin, and we wouldn't have to fuck around with something like BitVM. I don't know how much you know about BitVM, but it's like a very complicated way of doing like smart contracts on Bitcoin. We could get a straight path to the promised land with opcat. We wouldn't have to fuck around with these insanely complex protocols with the caveats. So we think that opcat unlocks the next stage for Bitcoin. And the beautiful thing about opcat is just 9 lines of code. All it does, it takes 2 elements from the stack, concatenates them, and put the elements back on the stack. That primitive is all you need to create Merkle trees. If you can concatenate and you can hash things, you can create Merkle trees. Apparently, it can also create recursive covenants. Those things together creates two-way pegs to expressive environments. That is fucking awesome. That is super interesting. That's what we want to do, and that's why we created this cat collection. Sorry, then I forget what your question was again.
All right, we're all fucking excited now. OpCat's the best thing ever to happen. Like moon landing, OpCat, you know, it's equivalent, like huge deal for humanity.
For now, it's equivalent. Once it's live, it's going to be bigger.
Yes. So where are we? How close are we to getting OpCat implemented? Tyler or Udi?
It's going to happen this year. You know, it's already happening. I think that some of the two amazing things that happened already was one, we got the BIP number BIP 420, and the other one is that it's now live on testnet on Signet. You can literally use it on Signet today, right now. So developers are already building on it, and I think, yeah, whenever we talk to anyone, and some of you guys have had conversations with me about this week, everyone wants OpCat. That is the nice thing about it, is that it gives something to everyone. I think that, you know, previous soft forks like Taproot or whatever, they have a great name. I really like the name Taproot, but beyond that, nobody really wanted it or needed it. The nice thing about OpCat is everyone, like, it's great for miners. It's great for people who are building L2s. It's great for people building apps like marketplaces and AMMs. It is great for miners. It is great for people who want Lightning and payment networks. It's great for everyone. So yeah, I think it's going to happen much faster than people think.
Tyler, what are your thoughts?
This year.
Have you guys heard? There was a conference, the Bitcoin ++ conference. I see you, Rob. You were there. So we have some like Bitcoin developer adjacent people in the audience. They went to a conference a couple of weeks ago, and I think like the results of that conference was that the most likely opcode to get activated in Bitcoin in terms of a soft fork in the next year or so is OpCat. And that was a ludicrous proposition.
You guys
3 months ago.
Yeah, you guys memed this into existence. Like OpCat was.
QuantumCon's community memed this into existence, really. You know, like if it was just me and Tyler and Eric and we were keep repeating it, that would mean nothing. But what happened was there's a really strong community of people who really want this and they understand why. So they memed this into existence, and that really makes a difference.
You don't need to meme OpCat. OpCat is a meme of itself.
And Tyler, you were there in Austin at Bitcoin ++. What did you see?
Yeah, I went there with Reindell thinking there was like a 50% chance someone was going to attempt to just, off us. And they were going to be like, no, we can't have these, wizards running around, coming into the dev space doing this. And there were really amazing conversations amongst a lot of really talented core devs. And I was very surprised that the ethos was OpCat and maybe some other things, The ethos had completely shifted from script is great the way it is to, you know what, OpCat's great and maybe we should do other things too. And that was incredibly exciting and invigorating to hear that the future of Bitcoin is bright. The people who are out there developing are excited about exactly what Eric was talking about that got us pumped up, that we can make Bitcoin the behemoth that it's supposed to be. And so I really think that after Austin, I left and I came here and I was like, wow, this is amazing. Everyone in Austin wants cat. Everyone in Hong Kong wants cat. Like, everyone just wants cat.
Bitcoin is coming back. People thought that we were out, that Bitcoin was out, that you couldn't count on Bitcoin, but Bitcoin is fucking coming back. And OpCat, I think, is like the flag bearer of that. It's like the spirit animal of this movement.
And guys, we're at time, but I want one last question for anyone to answer here. Where can people get involved? How do they get involved with Quantum Cats and Taproot Wizards to help change Bitcoin's culture and help OpCat get implemented?
So the best thing to do is to go to the Taproot Wizards Discord and the Taproot Wizards Twitter and join us on our Discord. We have like a lot of missions to help activate OpCat. But I think, really the important thing is a mindset shift. Like we, the people here in this room, we together, we are the people who are using Bitcoin. And don't let anyone tell you that like they know better what Bitcoin should be and how it should be. we are the ones who are actually using it every day, day in, day out. We're the one who are paying the miner fees. We're the one who are making the transactions. We're the one who are generating all the volume. So we know what we want, and we should be loud about it, and we should be, open about what we want Bitcoin to be, because that's how it's going to become what we want it to be.
Awesome. Well, Udi, appreciate that. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you so much. That was fantastic. Be sure to stick around later for the after party. I hope you have a ticket because it is sold out. So if you're not able to attend, be sure to chat with the Wizard team while they're here. Now we'll move on to our second panel with different approaches to achieving scalability on Bitcoin, exploring the layer 2 landscape on Bitcoin, and involving demands from the burgeoning ecosystem. On this panel, we have Jeff Yin, who's the founder of Merlin Chain, Kevin He, who is the co-founder of BitLayer Labs, Willem Scho, co-founder and CEO of Botanics Labs, Alexei Zamyatin, co-founder of Bob, and our moderator today is Benjamin Charbet, who's CEO of Darawise Animoca Brands and Special Counsel of Opal.
我们非常感谢刚才大巫师的两位创始人，还有他们的这个产品负责人上台的这个讲解。然后刚才主持人是 Dan Held， 他是一个比特币生态的 OG， 然后也是Asymmetric 这个基金的管理合伙人。然后我们接下来这个 panel 呢，会是在BTC 的这个 Layer 22层网络的一个 panel， 然后几位在台上的嘉宾包括梅林链的 Jeff。BitLayer 的 Kevin 和，然后 Botnex 的 William，Bob 链的 Alexei，然后我们的主持人是來自 Opal Darawise 的 CEO Benjamin， 歡迎大家上台。我哋今日下一個panel 咧係講緊 BTC 嘅Layer 2嘅一個方案嘅。咁幾位嘉賓咧包括 Merlin Chain、Bob、BitLayer、Botnex Lab 同埋主持人係 Darawise 嘅 Benjamin。OK， 歡迎 ，Thank you。
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Very excited to be here. Thank you and welcome you all. So we had a few changes on the attendance because apparently some people partied too hard yesterday. No, I'm joking. I don't know why, but very happy to have you guys with us today. So it's a good. I think it's very good that we were talking about Covenant and OPCat just before. Great transition to talk about scalability, about programmability, which are obviously the two limitations that we have experienced with Bitcoin. And before we go into a full PvP battle, asking you guys why your approach is better than the other, I'd like to maybe take the opportunity of this panel to grow a little bit the education of the audience to understand why Bitcoin has been limited, when it comes to L2s, why the past solutions haven't been really adopted so far, and why things are about to be different. So to begin with, and start with some basics, Dominic, maybe if you can help us here. So Bitcoin being, a stateless system with a limited block size, can you explain how this has prevented so far the development of scaling solutions on Bitcoin?
Yeah. Hi everyone. I'm Dom. Sorry, Alexei isn't here, so you got to make do with me. But to answer your question, right? We've been working on Bitcoin scaling for a long time. There've been so many conferences on Bitcoin scaling itself, and if you've been around for a while, you've probably seen block size wars, Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin SV, kind of all these different approaches, and obviously Lightning as the big one. Why hasn't it really taken off? And why now? Why Bitcoin L2s now? So I think the key problem is twofold. One is UX. Still, Lightning is quite hard to use, and most of the wallets are kind of custodial because the decentralized version is so hard to use. And it's not just the UX for the end user, but it's also the UX for developers, essentially. And when we started last year, Bitcoin L2s kind of a thing, nobody was really interested, but we were thinking that, with Ordinals and BRC20s and runes upcoming, that it's really worthwhile to innovate and build new stuff on Bitcoin, but it's still so hard. If any one of you have ever tried to do a UTXO selection algorithm, you will know that it is incredibly difficult, and you have 25 different strategies to do that. And I think we as a community, as a Bitcoin community, we're just losing so many people to other ecosystems just because developer experience isn't where it should be. And our mission at Bob is literally, I mean, we named the company Built on Bitcoin. Like, we want to make it just super easy for people to build something with Bitcoin and for users to use it. That's what we're here for.
Thank you very much. So you each have a very unique approach to the problem. I'm going to start with you, William. Can you? So Botanics is based on the spider chain, which is the core concept that you guys created. Can you present a little bit this kind of multi-sig, distributed multi-sig approach?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think what's important to keep in mind, and we all just heard it with the OpCat discussion. Actually, you cannot really build a lot on Bitcoin. It's not that expressive, and so your design space to actually build a layer 2 is actually very limited. And so when we started out 2 years ago, we basically wanted 3 different things. We want to build an EVM equivalent, so an equivalent EVM. Then we wanted to be decentralized, and we wanted it to be possible on Bitcoin Core today. Like 2 years ago, there was like almost 0 chance of ever covenants happening. Now that's becoming more and more likely. But basically, that was a design box that we designed in. And when you think about it, all layer 2s and rollups on Ethereum are actually very centralized. It's a centralized party running the whole thing. And I rather live in a world that's decentralized. I'm a big decentralization maxi. I think we should keep that in mind. And so what the spider chain is basically a layer 2 where anyone permissionally will be able to join in. And so it's this series of multi-sigs. Basically, you will create multi-sig after multi-sig after multi-sig after multi-sig, and anyone can join in that multi-sig set. So you can have 100,000 different nodes, 100,000 different people that will all participate in this multi-sig key set. It is then secured by a proof of stake. So building a proof of stake on top of a proof of work is vastly different. It's actually way more secure, and that secures the EVM. So that allows you to be fully EVM equivalent. And if you wonder where the name the spider chain comes from, actually, it's very funny. We were drawing these multi-sigs on a whiteboard. And so you have a multi-sig with like all the different keys, and we drew a second one and a third one. And we're actually, that was at the Harvard Innovation Lab. And some random people walked by and it's like, what are you drawing? Is that like a spider chain? And so it was someone random, not in the crypto space, that came up with the name. So yeah, that's a little bit, in very short, what the spider chain is. It's a novel layer 2 design that differentiates itself by capable of being actually decentralized.
Thank you. So at the risk of oversimplifying it, but so that our audience can also maybe get the grasp on the core. So Bob is hybrid. Botanics is the spider chain. Let's talk about Merlin a little bit with you, Sunny. So my understanding is that you guys do zero knowledge per verification with Polygon CDK. Can you tell us a little bit about this and why you guys decided to go with this architecture?
Yeah, definitely. It's a long story, but hi, my name is Sunny. I do ecosystem at Merlin Chain. Jeff is, as you see, not here. He probably ate too much seafood and got sick a bit. So please.
Seafood is a code name for the Wi-Fi.
Seafood is very nice here in Hong Kong. So he probably would drop by later in the day. So I think it's as William mentioned, there's not that much things to do on Bitcoin. That's also why we started Merlin Chain, because the team has been building with BRC20s, BRC420s and bitmaps since last year, like the full year. And then the team just found out like, hey, there's not much things we can do with it. If we want to, because the team came from like a metaverse background. The team has been building games and metaverses and always wanted to like explore this autonomous world kind of idea, but it's not possible to do that with the Bitcoin itself. It's limited, right? So we came to this approach of using Polygon CDK, the ZK EVM CDK. The reason why is it's ZK proof, but also it allows us to adopt to a lot of new technology happening on Bitcoin, including OPCat, BitVM, and all of these native DA solutions for Bitcoin. So we are able to adapt to these up and coming solutions and to have it into the Merlin structure with Polygon CDK, because it's very adaptable, and that's why we chose to do it. So right now we have a few hundred provers running to provide ZKP. Hopefully later this year we'll be able to inscribe it, like put it back onto Bitcoin Layer 1 to help secure the network. And but there's still a lot of work in progress. So right now we are settling with Polygon CDK to make sure that we have something running, we have the ecosystem like momentum starting, and can adapt to whatever innovation that we are coming with all these amazing builders later in the year.
Thank you, Kevin. So you guys are, I think, have a lot of hope in BitVM. That's kind of the core of your value proposition. In the meantime, how are you guys operating?
Hey everybody, I'm Kevin. 大家好啊，我叫 Kevin. 其实我会yeah, I can speak Cantonese and say hi to the local audience. I'm Kevin, co-founder of BigLayer. We just a project based on BigVM scheme. Yeah, we won't start this project without BigVM this idea, because we want to solve two major problems. First, we want to verify state transition on L1. Second, we want to build a trustless bridge. Based on these two goals, we won't start this project without the idea of BigVM. And after that, after the proposal of BigVM, we think that we just get a new light, a new door opened, and we start this project. And for now, I'd like to give some progress on our team. Actually, our team core developers have contribute several opcodes for BigVM projects, and we also, when the community are stuck on the OPCAT, we actually have a new idea, can build a ZK.stock verifier on Bitcoin without OPCAT. And we are working on a paper with Startware, which is our first round investor, to propose a paper to demonstrate this work. And the POC will release in several weeks. Yeah, it is a progress.
Very interesting, thank you. Dominic, you guys have a very different transaction verification method, right? Transaction settlement. You guys are using optimism. What can you? So that's a very differentiating approach. What's the rationale?
Yeah, I think there's quite a lot of misconception, I think, also flying around how the different kind of rollups and L2s work. So very roughly, just to give an introduction to that, there's basically optimistic rollups and there's ZK rollups. And the key difference is that with optimistic rollups, you optimistically produce blocks, and eventually, if something goes wrong, you need to do a fraud proof. If nothing ever goes wrong, you don't need to do any fraud proof. With ZK rollups, like Starkware, for example, you would submit validity proofs. So you would basically prove that all the blocks were produced correctly. And I think where I see a lot of kind of misconception around how BitVM essentially works is that with BitVM, you would use ZK inside of the BitVM to verify a ZK proof, but BitVM itself is still optimistic. So I think even projects that use ZK proofs are still optimistic if they use BitVM. And now for us, our kind of approach was, okay, what actually works on Ethereum right now and what has most traction are optimistic rollups. And going back to my initial statement around making building super easy is we didn't want developers to have to change their existing smart contracts. I think there is very little value in porting existing, say, a Uniswap version into a new programming language. That doesn't add that much value. So the way we approached it was, okay, what stack allows us to onboard projects quickly and let them innovate on their core products? And that's why we went with OP Stack under the hood. And our road to decentralization, and we very, very similar to Kevin. Like, we want to end up with BitVM at some point because we want to have proper Bitcoin security. But we also say, realistically, BitVM isn't ready right now. There's different competing implementations. And this progressive road to decentralization for us looks like we just launched last week as an optimistic rollup. It's OP stack, it's on Ethereum, so you get the same guarantees that you get for Base and Optimism. There's issues with that for sure, centralized sequencers. The thing though is it's a very well battle-tested code. So you know this kind of code already secures billions, and we use existing wrap BTC and TBTC on Ethereum. That's also quite well battle-tested. Has its issues with multi-sigs, absolutely. For us, then the next step is to add merged mining, so that Bitcoin miners verify the sequencer to offset the central, trust entity, and also align with miners. And then, once we're ready, get BitVM going, verify the rollup on Bitcoin, do it the proper way, but do it in a pragmatic way to launch the project, to get traction, to allow builders to actually do something right now because the market's hot, right?
Yeah, I guess if we end up having a vibrant ecosystem, there's a form of adoption already, and then hopefully the technology can catch up here. So, and actually, it's a good transition with my next question, and I'm going to start with you, William. When we consider the stateless nature of Bitcoin, covenants seem to be really the solution that we're all hoping for to finally improve the programmability on Bitcoin. Can you share a little bit your views about the different options that are currently in discussion, and obviously talking about OPCat, talking about BitVM? And maybe I start with you, and I'll ask a few of you guys also what you guys think about it, but would love to start with you.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing about, or an interesting discussion about governance. I was actually, we just heard the Wizards talk about Bitcoin++ last week. I was there as well, and I can absolutely say, like, governance are getting way more accepted, and OPCat is actually in the lead.
Can we maybe explain what covenants are for our audience very quickly?
Yes, so governance is a very, it's an interesting word, but basically it allows introspection into Bitcoin. For example, if you have different Bitcoin transactions, you cannot get information from like a previous transaction, or basically limit what you can do with certain UTXOs. Basically, maybe you want to say, oh, with this UTXO, I want to limit it to certain locations or like certain signatures, or basically, yeah, put some type of contract on there.
Because there's no finite state.
Exactly, exactly. Totally different model than the account model of Ethereum, of course. And so different governance allow for a lot of different things. For example, OPTX hash allows for ARC to be built. OPCat allows for a lot of different things because it's extremely powerful. And yeah, I mean there's a lot of different governance today. We are actually as a team very involved with governance, even though Botanics as a company has a neutral stance on governance. But yeah, the author of OPCat is actually our CTO, something that is rarely known. And then one of the authors of OPTX Hash is also part of the team. So in general, we're a big favor of governance because we know with a covenant, you can make the spider chain better. The spider chain is optimized to be possible today. But imagine if you have a covenant, then suddenly you can have a fully decentralized trustless layer 2. And so
I guess you guys all agree, right, that that we have to push for this today, that we have to push for this extra level of programmability that we could have on Bitcoin.
Let me actually give the counter argument, since that's probably more interesting, since if we all agree on governance, it wouldn't be very interesting for the audience, right? So the counter argument against governance, and we know there's some people like Michael Saylor and others against governance, is basically that Bitcoin has been around for so long. There's now $1 trillion asset, and there's a thing in cryptography and in software engineering. You never know when something can get hacked. And so we know Bitcoin today is absolutely secure. And so if you would introduce a covenant, there's a lot of unknowns. And from a cryptographic perspective, you had this algorithm called triple DES, for example, in the 80s. It got hacked in 2016. And so there can be a very long time period. And so the counter argument against governance is we don't know what we introduce. And should we play around with $1 trillion asset when we actually don't know if something is safe, what we can actually build with it? And so yeah, that's the counter argument. On the opposite, I think more and more it's becoming clear if there's massive market demand for a certain covenant, more people will be building things. I think we have OPCAT on Signet now. People will be building ZK rollups on Bitcoin Signet, and then you will actually see that market demand. And that's, I think, the best way to actually get a covenant in. I think memeing is probably very successful. We've seen that over the last few months. But then the next step is actually building products, building those layer 2s, using those covenants.
So it's a good message for all of you guys. You know, go to Signet, start building stuff, bring some on-chain data so that we can prove that there's proof of market, that there's a, product market fit, and that we can support this narrative. Kevin, do you want to add something? Do you have a different view, or do you want to compliment?
Yeah, about covenants, my view is the larger scale or mass adoption. First, we need to move to layer 2. This is my standing point. So adding specific features to Bitcoin for myself, I'm not a fan of it. So, but adding ability to verify state transition off-chain like a layer 2 will then benefit all of us, all of our teams building layer 2, and let the mass adoption happens on layer 2, and we let the layer 1 to be a pure transaction and the asset protocol and asset issuing platform. That's all. This is all my standing point.
Thank you. Maybe to finish, let's do a little bit of drama. Let's bring a little bit of tension here. What do you guys, and I'm going to ask you the question, all of you, but I'll start with you, Sunny. So what do you guys answer to the current critics that, of course, you've heard everywhere, and Eric is not here, but he delivered a beautiful beautiful performance on Bankless a few days ago. So when basically a lot of people are just saying that none of your value proposition today are true Bitcoin L2s, what do you guys reply to that?
Oh, he's right, actually. Eric, if you're out there, we are a Bitcoin sidechain right now, but we will be a Bitcoin.
He had too much seafood too.
He probably is, right? So, yeah, I think that we didn't hide from being a Bitcoin sidechain. We did publicly mention that plenty of times that everyone is on a racetrack, but on different positions to become a actual Bitcoin layer 2. Because right now it's not that possible. Like a lot of features are still in progress. It's still in development. We know there's a lot of builders here, but we are still building that out. There's a lot of key pieces, whether it's for us, I'm on the ecosystem side. If we want to give yield to Bitcoin or to have Bitcoin to secure the network, there's still a lot of key pieces that are in progress, that are still in development. And that's our take. We're still a Bitcoin sidechain. We're not denying that. But that's still a brand.
Thank you for your honesty.
It's still a branding thing. Everyone is a Bitcoin layer 2, and so.
What do you say to this, Dominic?
Well, we're a hybrid L2, right? Yeah, I agree. I mean, overall, there's no such, well, Lightning technically is a Bitcoin L2 because you can actually exit to Bitcoin and close the channels, right? But it's obviously it hasn't proven as a very, for payments, yes, cool, but for general programmability, it hasn't found the level of adoption that we actually want to. And I think, yeah, I'm quite excited about this time because, yes, we're a hybrid L2. We basically went around to say, if you want to do something with Ethereum and Bitcoin at the same time, then probably come to us. But we're on the same road to, actually getting Bitcoin security, step 1, merged mining, step 2, BitVM. There's way too much hype around BitVM right now for it being a very researchy stage at the moment, but it's also great. And to me, the cool thing actually is that pretty much all of us have kind of different approaches to becoming a Bitcoin L2 and how to actually get Bitcoin security, right? There's Spider Chain, which is something novel. We're working on merge mining and BitVM, ZK stuff. And this kind of competition, in a way, is also great, right? Because ultimately, for all of you guys in the audience who want to eventually use a Bitcoin L2 or want to build a cool project there, you want to have a choice, right? You want to understand really well the trade-offs, and I think Janusz somewhere from Bitcoin Layers is around here as well. It's good that we now also get like independent reviews of the different trust assumptions of all of these layers, and what kind of multisig do you need to trust, and it's sometimes really hard to differentiate between the marketing hype and the actual stuff that's there, but both are important. You need some excitement, and clearly there's a lot of excitement around Bitcoin L2.
So Willem, how do you qualify as like a spider sidechain?
Yeah, good question. I even go maybe a little bit further. I consider rollups as well sidechains. I consider.
You mean Ethereum rollups?
Yes, I
yeah,
consider
you're right,
them sidechains as well. I think the Lightning Network is a Bitcoin layer too. Everything that is a blockchain and is not running on the main chain, that's in my opinion a definition of a sidechain.
I would totally agree with that.
So I consider everything a sidechain. However, I think the second thing I'll say is I align a lot with what the Bitcoin Magazine definition has put out there, and it's like it has these 3 different rules, and I think the most important for me is that the whole thing actually runs on Bitcoin and uses Bitcoin as the native currency, because that's actually a world I want to live in. Like, the reason we started this is when I think 100 years from now, I want the whole world to run on Bitcoin, and that's not possible today. I want the whole financial system, the better financial system, to run on Bitcoin today. And so I think that's the most important, and I agree with Dominic. We should absolutely have more layer 2s. I actually keep telling people we need more designs, we need more layer 2s, and then so the market can actually see what the different trade-offs are, and we can actually all work together towards that world running on Bitcoin. Sorry, I went on a tangent there, but that's basically, layer 2 sidechains is semantics, but yeah. That's how I think about it.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. And maybe to conclude, we can just all remember that Polygon was basically a sidechain, because Polygon was created before the birth of rollups, if I'm correct. So it was a sidechain, and then eventually, when the technology made it more possible for it to run as an L2, it became more as, let's say, something close to an L2, right? Thank you very much for your participation, guys. And
I like to expose.
Yeah, go.
Yeah, sorry. I like and make it clear. First, sidechain is a good start, but we won't make it the end game. We should move forward, right? So we need to add ability to verify state transition on L1, pushing the big VM, pushing the OBCAT together. That will benefit all of us. And second, listen to the voice of the users. The users want DGen, want something like that. We deliver things to them. So sidechain is a good start. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Have a really good day all. Thank you for your great enlightenment, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Our first keynote speaker today is Leonidas, the co-host of the Ordinals show, co-founder of Aura.io, and the initiator of Runestone, the largest airdrop in Bitcoin history. He'll be sharing with us his bull case for why NFTs and meme coins on Bitcoin make sense. Leonidas may not be here with us physically, but he is certainly here with us in spirit and will be joining us virtually on the screen. So be sure to give him a warm welcome. We're also going to have a quick translation from Zeth.
后面的朋友们，接下来是一个非常重磅的嘉宾啊，就是整个 NFT 比特币 NFT Ordinals 生态里面的最大大 V， 叫做 Leonidas。然后他的 Twitter 如果大家没有关注的话，可以关注一下，叫做 Leonidas NFT。然后有10几万的这个粉丝，然后也是 Runestone 这个项目的发起者和目前的符文第一市值的这个 Dog Go to the Moon 的这个发起人，他会从这个视频跟我们加入。各位下一個重磅嘉賓咧係 NFT 成個 BTC NFT 星台最大 KOL 叫做 Leonidas 啊，相信各位有好多人都 follow 佢嘅 Twitter。咁佢而家唔喺現場，佢會通過視頻方式咧加入我哋。歡迎Leonidas。Next, let's welcome the King of NFT, Leonidas.
Thank you so much for the introduction, guys. It's an honor to be speaking
hold on
here.
just a second, Leonidas. We still need your video. It's coming. It's coming. We see your PFP. All right. We see a president. Oh, hey, here we go. We're live. Good to go.
We're good?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. So, yeah, Jan asked me to prepare the bull case for meme coins and NFTs on Bitcoin. So, if you hold runes or ordinals, you'll hopefully like the presentation. I'm not, giving the bear case today. This is purely the moon math bull case, but I'll attempt to, over the next 8 or 9 minutes here, give you the bull case for runes and ordinals, which I do not believe are dead, but are actually early and very early. So let's wind the clock back. Ethereum has had a little over 9 years now to develop itself as a mature Web3 ecosystem. Bitcoin has really only started to have Web3 activity on chain starting about 15 or 16 months ago. So we're just going to look at, Ethereum, the top Web3 chain, and what the ratios of these different digital assets look like on that chain. So we have the native currency ETH on Ethereum has a market cap of $347 billion. If we look at the fungible token standard, ERC20, it has a market cap of $150 billion. And then if we look at ERC 721, so this is the non-fungible token standard of Ethereum, it currently has a market cap of $3 billion. So I would argue that if you look at most mature Web3 chains like Solana, Avalanche, a bunch of these chains, you'll see a similar sort of ratio. This is a very logical ratio for these mature crypto economic systems that have lots of use cases and lots of different people doing different things on chain. This is somewhat what it looks like. So let's now shift over to Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is a very large blockchain. In fact, it's the largest blockchain. It's the most secure, most decentralized, first longest running blockchain. And it has a base currency of $1.2 trillion. BTC, of course, is the most valuable digital asset ever created. Okay, so now let's look at the fungible token standard of runes. Okay, runes is very tiny. Hopefully you're kind of picking up that dot is a lot smaller than the ERC20 dot, right? And this is because the protocol is literally 3 weeks old. It was just created. Now, if we look at ordinals, which is the non-fungible token standard for Bitcoin that was released 16 months ago, it has a $1 billion market cap. So you can actually see we have a little bit more of a reasonable looking dot compared to ERC 721 on Ethereum. Runes, we have some work to do, I would say. And just given Bitcoin is 3 times larger, okay, and Ethereum, like the BTC currency has a market cap of over 3 times the value. If we extrapolated out a similar ratio for runes, it would actually go to a $515 billion market cap, and the ERC 721 equivalent on Bitcoin ordinals for non-fungible tokens would have a $10 billion market cap, okay? So this is just very simple logic. In my opinion, all crypto economic systems, given enough time, will mature, and people will choose to inherit the properties that make, for example, a native currency like ETH valuable. They will want to inherit those properties for other meme coins, other cryptocurrencies, non-fungible tokens on that chain. We're just starting to do this on Bitcoin. This is a very emergent asset class that we are working with here. So here's your moon math. This is the bull case. That would be a 515x for total value of fungible tokens through the Runes protocol being secured by the Bitcoin crypto economic system, and then a 10x for ordinals, which are the non-fungible token standard. So we're now going to go a little bit further with our moon math. Okay, remember, this is the bull case. So I'm giving you the bull case. BTC at a $250,000 price is a $4.9 trillion asset. Okay, if we extrapolate the ratios out for fungible tokens, which are runes, we're talking about a $2.1 trillion asset class. Ordinals, NFTs on Bitcoin, $41 billion asset class. Together, this is representing 2,100x of opportunity for growth of the runes protocol and the value stored, 41x growth for ordinals and non-fungible tokens on Bitcoin based on where everything is at today. So all of this is to say that if you're a builder, if you're an artist, if you are a collector of art, if you are meme coin degenerate trader, there's a huge opportunity here. And without getting into too much detail, there's essentially a group of maximalist purists who view the crypto economic system of Bitcoin as only being good for one use case, which is BTC, the currency, right? This white circle on the left here. And up until about 15 or 16 months ago, 99.9% of the value stored by the Bitcoin crypto economic system was securing that single currency. And we're just now starting to push a little bit further with these two white dots on the right in the center of these circles, these concentric circles, to have more use cases, right? There's multiple use cases of the Bitcoin crypto economic system. There's on-chain activity for many people doing many different things from all walks of life all around the world. And my argument is that BTC is the world's most valuable digital asset because it inherits the properties of the Bitcoin crypto economic system. And if we take those same properties and apply them to fungible tokens, apply them to non-fungible tokens, right? Similarly, we should be able to create very valuable, strong stores of value, strong digital assets with strong properties of censorship resistance, immutability, everything that we love about BTC, but for our JPEGs, for our meme coins. So with that, I'm coming up on time. I want to thank everyone for listening to the bull case. Hopefully we get it 2,100x. If not, please don't get mad at me. And thank you guys, and I hope everyone has a great day.
Thank you, Leonidas. It was wonderful to have you here. We are going to be moving on to our next panel. Bitcoin has become a magnet for investors, and understanding the factors driving the value of Bitcoin is so critical for successful investments. Both opportunities and challenges await investors seeking to fund the next generation of Bitcoin builders and startups. So we'll be discussing strategies and insights that will aid investors into your foray into the Bitcoin ecosystem. So I'll go ahead and invite up our next guest, and if there's somebody from stage who can also help us arrange the chairs, that would be fantastic. Our next guests are Yushun Chung, founding partner of Waterdrip Capital, Trevor Owens, managing partner of the Bitcoin Frontier Fund, Tyler Evans, managing partner of UTXO Management, Adrian Lai, founder and managing partner of Newman Capital, and finally our moderator Jason Fong, managing partner of Sora Ventures. If you can all please go ahead and make your way up to the stage. I think our previous keynote ended us earlier than anticipated, so we are back to running on time with our agenda. So if you can go ahead and make your way to the stage, that would be helpful. Again, that's Yushun Chung, Trevor Owens, Tyler Evans, Adrian Lai, and Jason Fong. We might need a minute for them to make their way to the stage. Sorry, all. We're back on schedule with the agenda. All right. Two more. Perfect.
然后我们翻译一下，接下来这个 panel 也是非常重磅啊，它是一个这个投资人的顶级 VC 的，然后是中西生态的一个这个圆桌论坛啊。然后在场的嘉宾包括水利资本的大山总，然后Bitcoin Frontiers Fund Trevor Owens，Trevor 你有中文名字可以告诉大家是什么吗？
欧文斯。
欧文斯啊，对我们的，然后 Trevor 的中文也说得非常好，然后还有这个来自 UTXO 基金的 Tyler Evans， 还有 Newman Capital 的创始人 Adrian 先生，然后还有based在台灣嘅 Sora Ventures 嘅創始人 Jason 方先生。我哋下一個都係 VC 嘅呢個 panel 啦，都係好多重磅嘉賓。咁啲人其實大家就自己睇啲嘉賓係邊個啊？但係如果大家哋呢個 panel 有咩問題，可以事後揾我啦。OK，thank you，please thank you guys。
Is this panel like trilingual? 講中文係咪啊？Okay, so why don't we start with a quick intro? Because I know everyone here is one of the most biggest backers in Bitcoin L1, Bitcoin L2, Ordinals, but everyone also have their own strengths, their own kind of like value add towards the ecosystem. So why don't we start with the far right with Water Drip?
Well, introduction, right? Yes. Yeah, this is a gentleman from Water Drip Capital. So my Chinese name is Zheng Yushan. And Water Drip Capital was founded in 2017. And since 2021, we have been focusing on Bitcoin eco building. And last year, we got crypto license in Hong Kong. And we were the very few funds that got the crypto license type 1, type 4 right here in Hong Kong. And I'm very glad to join Ordinals Asia today and hope to share more with you guys. Thanks.
Awesome. Good morning, Hong Kong. Good morning, Bitcoiners. Great to be here. Trevor Owens, managing partner of Bitcoin Frontier Fund. We invest very early, oftentimes the first check in many companies. We try to invest in many different projects, but we also are fairly selective. We like to see teams that have a balanced team composition, a very specific focus, a product usually in the market already. And yeah, we like to get hands-on with our companies, help them to fundraise, help them to figure out product market fit and strategy, and just be there, for whatever our founders need. So great to be here, and I hope to meet many of you today.
Good morning, Ordinals enjoyers. Tyler Evans. I'm one of the founders of BTC Inc. that publishes Bitcoin Magazine and runs the Bitcoin conference series around the world. I'm also managing partner at UTXO Management, which is our investment arm. We run the Bitcoin Ecosystem Fund, which is an early stage venture fund focused on the entire Bitcoin builder landscape. We've been investing in the space for about 5 years now, and it's been so awesome to see the builder energy that's developed over the last 12 months.
Good morning, this is Adrian from Newman Capital. So we call ourselves an investor in consumer and culture. So it's actually not just Bitcoin. We invest outside of Bitcoin for different areas. And for example, one of our portfolio, Mimland, actually tried to, which we are lead investor, to get in crypto, in Bitcoin with Runecoin, which is pretty interesting. And we are quite active in the space recently, especially around different verticals, including the DeFi side on the stacks and whatnot, and alongside a lot of these amazing investors.
Okay, and so I run Sora Ventures. We've been investing since early last year. We have about 30 portfolio companies in Bitcoin L1s. We have inscription funds for Runes. We have an inscription fund for Tap. And then we're also one of the hosts for an Ordinals Summit. We call it the Sora Summit at the end of the year in Taipei. So obviously very excited to have you guys on board. I guess my first question is, obviously the West and the East is very different. In terms of the community, in terms of product, in terms of strategy, go-to-market, all that. From your experience, obviously you guys are here because you're bullish on Asia. What is it that is so excited about Ordinals, Bitcoin L1, Bitcoin L2, especially in the Asian community? Why don't we start with the far right?
Well, in the past 2 days, I was in Bitcoin Asia, the event organized by Bitcoin Magazine. So there were thousands of people, maybe, and probably maybe more than 5,000, right?
6,000, right?
6,000, okay. And it's very crowded. So obviously, Bitcoin Magazine underestimated the enthusiasm of Asian people. Yeah, so next year probably we need a bigger place. Right, well, for Asia, actually, I was in Shanghai. I moved from Shanghai to Hong Kong this year. And Shanghai was also very popular in crypto before the regulation, from the government in 2021. And I mean, in Asia, there are a lot of people, and means it has a big potential for the marketing. for marketing, or, no matter Bitcoin or Ordinals. And my suggestion is for Western projects, probably they need to come to Asia more frequently, organize more events and more meetups. And but due to the language difference, a lot of Chinese, or at least the mainland Chinese, they're not very good at speaking English, including me. So probably they need to find one representative who speak bilingual. And for the projects from the West, so from my observation, they are very good at infrastructure, protocol, mechanism, algorithm, etc. But for massive adoption applications, probably the East is better because we have very advanced and very mature mobile internet right here in Asia. Yeah, that's my piece of 2 points. Yeah.
Great. Trevor, I know you flew in all the way from the US, right? Was it Puerto Rico? Yeah, okay. That's when you know he has a lot of Bitcoin. Tell me, why are you excited about Asia? What's exciting for you?
I think that if you're a founder today, you're building in Bitcoin and in the broader Web3 space, you have to think global, okay? If you're a founder, you're not just thinking about China, you're not just thinking about America, you're thinking about the whole world, right? And we know that Bitcoin, for example, unites people from around the world with the similar values. And so, you know, among the time that I've spent in Asia and in the West, we would like to see founders who have that mindset, and they're not just thinking about, you know, you have to start local and you have to solve a problem for your core audience, but you have to be ready to expand, to make partnerships globally and have that global mindset. And so that's what we look for in founders, and I think that if you're here and you're building, this is where you want to be. You want to be making as many partnerships as you can and trying to, you know, expand your horizons, because ultimately we're on a global stage, not just a local stage.
You know, I think for us, you know, one of the coolest things to see was how quickly the Asian community, the Eastern communities embraced Ordinals. And so we saw companies like Unisat, like Xverse, really jump on this movement very, very quickly and become market leaders almost overnight. The speed of execution is incredible. And, you know, from my perspective, I'm based in the US. I think there's a very much a kind of a interesting cultural dynamic I've observed where on the Western companies, and really in the Western Bitcoin community, there is a lot of kind of tribalism, dogmatic communities, a lot of debate around the best technical ways to do things. And in the Eastern market, you have very pragmatic builders who put aside the dogma, who are willing to push the limits, who just build, and see what sticks with people. And as an investor, I love to see that iteration. I love to see people kind of breaking out of the dogmatic mold that's really held back Bitcoin development in a lot of ways in my mind, and just trying and experimenting new things. And I think Asia's really been a hub for that.
Okay, sure. You know, one of the things that this is one of the biggest topic, which is, you know, the limitations on runes, right? Especially people are saying that, you know, there's 13 characters, it's all memes, but majority of the meme is very Western focused. In your opinion, I guess we'll start with you know, Trevor here. In your opinion, what's required for, you know, memes like that to be easier translated towards kind of the Eastern culture?
I mean, I'm a boomer, guys. Like, these meme coins are a young man's game, so, you know, it's tough. I mean, I think that ultimately, like, what we see is that the super long names, like, there are some interesting, you know, game mechanics of runes, which I really like. Like, I like the fact that there's an inscription to it. I like that the two protocols can leverage each other. So, for example, you can make ordinals that have an endpoint that can read the runes balance on a UTXO. And I like the numbers. You know, there's a lot of fun to it. And I think actually there's more creativity to having to do a longer name. But it's also going to be maybe, I think it's a few years, maybe 4 years before some of the smaller tickers come out. So they're coming, and I think people will get those. And this sort of like countdown of the smaller letters, I think, is a way to keep engagement and like kind of like seasonal engagement going. So I think there's a lot of things I like about the protocol. I just think that the bull market's not here yet. I mean, the bull market's here in this room right now with all of you guys and all of us, but the bull market has not gone outwards to everyone else yet. And so it's only a matter of time. The number of developers who are building on runes is just, on another level. I mean, it's incredible if you tried to tell somebody a year and a half ago before Ordinals launched that there'd be this many people here, this excited about building on Bitcoin. No one would believe it. Look around the room. Here we are.
We are packed indeed. Well, from Waterjib's perspective, because obviously you guys have done a lot of investments in runes. I think you guys were also the co-host for Ordinals Asia, right? So obviously you have a huge presence in runes. What are the Chinese, or what are the communities in Asia doing in runes today? If they don't understand the memes, right? It's hard for them to get engaged. What are they doing in runes right now?
Well, to be honest, runes is not as hot as people expected. Probably because the halving and the price of Bitcoin was going down. But I think the biggest problem, or no, I wouldn't say it's a problem, but I think runes didn't bring some fine thing compared with BRC20. Runes is great, and I like the technology, but we need to make it fun. Yeah, that's the key issue I think we are facing. So for Ordinals Asia, I talked with a few projects, and they also realized this issue, and they are trying to combine runes with some games. And for Waterjib Capital, we are also cooperating with one listed company in Hong Kong stock market, and we are trying to bring some small games, not complicated games, using runes or ordinals to make it fun. And because for traditional gaming companies, they have a lot of traffic and they have millions of users. And if we can exploit runes and integrate runes with those chess, pokers, or some small games, that will bring something different to runes. Yeah, this is what the Chinese community is trying to do. Yeah.
I love it. If you guys didn't know, shout out to Or's Game. They have a Tetris on Ordinals protocol, so that's a good start.
Yeah, Or's Game, they just launched their BitBoy, the gaming, the Playboy, and not Playboy. Sorry.
Game Boy.
Yeah, Game Boy. Yeah, Playboy is Z3.
You gotta censor that, guys.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, probably we need more deep in stuff. Yeah, from BitBoy. Yeah.
What about you? Are you seeing anything? Because obviously you guys hosted one of the biggest conference. You see probably more from the west and the east. Like, what are you guys seeing that's very exciting for a lot of the Asian community about runes?
I think, to use a Western sports analogy, we're not even in the first inning for runes. And I think, kind of like you saw with BRC20, it takes both a while for the infrastructure to develop, but also for the creativity to flow in terms of now we've got a new set of tools to build with, but actually pushing the limits, figuring out how to localize some of that. And I understand that there were some design choices that went into runes that really optimized for simplicity, but the lack of having, Unicode characters, being able to represent Chinese characters, some of the limitations on runes limit that design space. But I'm bullish the creativity in this room here for people to really understand and start to push the limits of the protocol. And I think especially with the ordinal stuff that Trevor was mentioning, there will be some crazy crossovers of how people connect art, communities, the tokens, some programmatic stuff, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
What about you? I mean, you're in Hong Kong, so I'm sure you see a lot.
Well, I think it's not a problem of runes itself. It's a difference in market expectation. That BRC20 was launched in a bear market, and when all it was listed on Binance, before that, no one really talked about BRC20 pretty much. And in a bull market, that we are starting to be impatient about development of these products, because I think the issue of runes, honestly, is not about itself. It's about it hasn't got the 100x, like BRC20. Doesn't the crypto? Well, we admit it or not, the culture in crypto, part of it is to make money. And to make that tremendous amount of money to raise the retail awareness is part of the Eastern culture. And I think the disappointment of runes is really not about its own development, but the long time expectations on the pricing movement pre-runes and post-runes is much longer than BRC20. So, and 6 to 8 months down the line, when infrastructure is ready for runes, probably there's going to be another runes when bull markets approach. And it's a good experiment, but I kind of think it is irrelevant to rune itself. It's more about how market perceive about it.
But even though there seems to be a comment about just things were not as what we expected, I'm sure most of us still are carrying a bunch of meme coins on runes, right? We still have a bag. No one's selling anything here.
I have all of them.
Diamond hands.
Diamond hand. So there we have it. Okay, so we spoke about runes, was a really important topic. One of the biggest thing about Asia and Bitcoin is the layer 2s, right? That is like by far one of the hottest things in terms of bringing communities together. I know Waterdrip has made a bunch of investments in Layer 2. Can you share some of the things that you foresee? Like, what are some things that Layer 2 can bring value to the ecosystem?
Well, thank you for mentioning this. And I'm very glad to see the biggest supporter of Ordinals ASIA is Layer 2, BitLayer and Merlin Chain. So that means that people know that I'm more a fan of Bitcoin Layer 2. And I have divided all the Bitcoin Layer 2 into 2 groups. One is EVM compatible Layer 2, and one is a native Layer 2. So let's take one by one. For EVM Layer 2, I think the most important thing is not the technical part. It's the marketing thing. So because it's very easy for EVM compatible Layer 2 to build their project, in terms of developing. But it's more important for them to attract TVL or attract eyes from other public chain ecosystem, like Ethereum or other Layer 1 public chains. So they need to focus really hard on marketing. Yeah, because the current public chain ecosystem is so big. The total valuation of Ethereum is more than 300 billion. That's huge. So that's enough for the current Bitcoin Layer 2. And the other group of Bitcoin Layer 2 are native Bitcoin Layer 2, like UTXO stack. That's a UTXO-based Layer 2 stack. And Lightning Network. And Lightning just made their first transaction about Taproot asset. Means soon we will have stablecoin on Lightning Network, and that will change a lot for the current Lightning payment. And also RGB. RGB can be recognized as one extension for Lightning, and it can achieve client-side verification and combined with off-chain computing. Means we will have smart contract that has more than 1 million TPS. That's a huge difference compared with all of those Layer 1, Layer 2, and everything. So I'm really excited about the coming summer. So probably RGB will have their smart contract launched in summer or at latest September. So that's the real innovation and real contribution from Bitcoin community to the whole crypto world. Yeah.
Got it.
Thanks.
Yeah. We still haven't gotten exposure to that. So if you have any deals, just make sure to share over.
Thank you very much.
Trevor, what about you guys?
Yeah, I mean, the Layer 2s are so exciting, guys, and I think that it's still a little bit early because we need more transactions in the mempool. We need you guys to inscribe more. We need you guys to mint more runes. Get that mempool numbers up, guys. We need to get going here, and that's going to lead to the Layer 2 renaissance that we're going to see. And so I'm thinking that when the real bull run comes here, end of the year, beginning of next year, it's going to be a whole new game. And the teams that are building in this space now are going to be positioned well for it. And so the thing that we're looking most for when it comes to Layer 2s is differentiation. Like we want to see. I think right now we're seeing a lot of Layer 2s that are kind of like the same thing over and over again. They're this thing, they're this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing, and then you see like 10 of those deals. We really want to see focus and differentiation, do something a little bit different, have more of an opinion, because being different is actually better than being better, right? If you're 2 times better than the competitors, that's maybe not enough if they have a head start on you. But if you're 10 times different, that's actually starting to get compelling for us.
I think from our perspective, we're super excited about the layer 2s. We've invested in a lot of those projects and deals. What I love about the EVM L2s is how lindy it is for the developer community. How basically these L2s are giving a toolkit to suck all the builder developer energy out of the Solidity ecosystem and make it so that those people can become Bitcoin builders overnight. I do foresee, though, a long road ahead for the L2s. These are not insignificant technical undertakings. And with so many different approaches kind of going to market, we're already starting to see some kind of liquidity fragmentation and a lot of pain points around kind of the bridge models where we need things like OpCat, or we need more years of R&D on BitVM to really get to kind of the holy grail that Bitcoiners have been talking about. So I don't think it's necessarily a smooth thing, but we're betting on some really great teams who have the will to figure it out, and also thinking one step ahead about how do we solve some of those liquidity fragmentations? How do we have cross L2 messaging and interoperability? How do we kind of reunify this ecosystem as it becomes more and more fragmented?
We just have two exposure in Bitcoin Layer 2, which is DEX and Meso Network. And I think Bitcoin Layer 2 is really tricky because Ethereum's Layer 2s has several years of development, and people are referencing Bitcoin's Layer 2s on Ethereum's development. And I think we would probably skip the track by having tons of tech differentiations and directly think about go-to-market strategies. And it was a joke by some of my friends on Ponzi until you make it for Bitcoin Layer 2. Basically, 70 of Layer 2s is in Hong Kong this week, pitching to the same miners for TVL. And there's just two differentiations out there, which is not the tech, is the branding and how you create the Ponzi, to be straightforward. And to attract TVLs, Ponzinomics is not an issue at some point, right? There's a lot of projects have that. And I think Bitcoin has adopted, the ecosystem has adopted a lot of good things from other ecosystems, including how it structures the go-to-market strategies for this Layer 2s to survive. And I don't think probably have 10 out of 70 will survive, right? So I feel like tech is one thing, but the end users and TVL people wouldn't care much as long as the developers are okay with it. So the substance in Bitcoin Layer 2 now, I think a lot of comments is not as substantial as Ethereum Layer 2, and we'll see more and more coming up. But I would feel like that's why people are in Asia, referring to the first question, and that is probably the honest answer.
It seems like we're very early then.
Can I add something?
Sure.
I would say that one thing to keep in mind that's very important that I can share with everybody is that when it comes to our fund, like, we don't really care about TVL actually. Like, for our opinion, like, TVL's here today, gone tomorrow. The Ponzi, the farming, this thing. What we really like to see is a strong developer community, right? Like, if we can see that on your Layer 2, there's like people who are very like good developers coming over from Ethereum, and they're intellectually interested in the tooling that you provide. That's the most bullish thing for us.
I know Trevor has a program, so if there's developers from outside Bitcoin who wants to get involved and going through that phase accelerator program, there's Trevor. So it seems like everyone, have different comments about how, but generally it seems like we're just very early. We're trying to figure out things, right? But one comment I guess we'll put on the end from my side is I do feel like there's probably less than 10 Bitcoin-heavy funds in the world right now who are actively investing in Bitcoin, right? And that to us is actually the alpha. We're bullish because you think about it, if every fund in Web3 is involved with Bitcoin, then it usually means that that narrative is very mature, right? So the fact that we're all VCs here investing early means there's a lot of upside, right? I think we can all agree on this, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, so we'll still buy some more in the secondary, and we'll see you guys in the moon. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for this wonderful panel. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next panel. While the Ordinals protocol was developed in the West, the ecosystem has exploded here in Asia, with the Asian market leading growth, especially in regards to the meta protocols like BRC20 and Runes. Now, for the first time, this conference has brought together both the East and the West communities, which is so exciting because now for the first time we're going to be hearing alpha from some of the leading experts in both markets around developments and synergies. So bringing to the stage we have Farmer Joe, who's a core contributor to PUPS, Andres Calvillo, associate partner at Buoyant Capital, Dr. Jing Li, Bitcoin Research, Order Core China, and our moderator, it will be Dominic Stang, head of our lead Asia Growth Manager at Xverse. Can you please all make your way to the stage now while we have Zeth to translate both Cantonese and Chinese.
Hello， 大家好，我们接下来一个 panel 呢，非常的精彩啊，这是其实今天这个大会大家也看到，首次的中西方如此融合的在一个大会，我们在一起探讨 Ordinals 生态。接下来这个 panel 呢，就是一个关于东方和西方的 alpha 的分享，然后我们邀请到了中西方生态里面都是最顶级的 alpha caller， 然后对于NFT 生态在 BTC 这个里面扮演的角色和有什么样的 alpha 都会对大家进行一个分享。然后这里的嘉宾呢，包括Farmer Joe， 相信大家有很多人 follow 他英文的这个 Twitter， 然后Buoyant Capital 的合伙人 Andreas Calvillo。Buoyant Capital 大家如果没有听过的话，他们就是前一段时间以8个比特币的价格拍下 Runestone 的那家基金然后他们从墨西哥远道而来，然后再是我们都很熟知的老朋友 Ordi Core 的 moderator Dr. Jing Li Jingo 博士在我身后，然后这个 moderator 的是那个 Xverse 的 Dominic 也是香港本地 Ordinals 的这个社区非常非常活跃的一份子，然后I think we're missing a few panelists.
We just need a Farmer Joe, if you're in the audience, if you can come up to the stage, make your way up to the stage. And we're also missing, I believe, Andreas?
Yeah, Andreas from Buoyant Capital.
So, and in the meantime, I'd love to thank our sponsors. You can see them up on this screen here. Our lead sponsors being BitLayer and Merlin Chain. Special thanks to all of our sponsors who have so generously made this event possible for bringing us all here today. And we'll just be starting the panel in just a moment. I see our remaining speaker making his way to the stage.
World peace!
World peace.
使唔使有冇人講廣東話嘅呢度？唔使介紹係嘛？廣東話。今場呢一場會係個 Asia Alpha 係 East versus West kind of like that。跟住 Farmer Joe 係deploy 咗 PUPS 嘅人，亦都係第一個將 PUPS 帶去Solana Chain， 跟住而家去 Runes。咁 Dr. Jingo 亦都係好舊好老 OG 嘅 Ordinals holder， so there's only like few people, so I'll just continue with English. So I'm Dominic. Anyone's here hold any PUPS? Can you raise your hand? Yeah? Woo. Yeah, PUPS? Anyone PUPS? Yeah, you guys not gonna make it. We're going to zero, bro. So thank you for coming. Such an honor to have you guys here. Farmer Joe, core contributor of PUPS, and also freaking Blob Toshi, Dr. Django, everyone knows him. Epic. Who got Epic? Oh no, I got Epic. I minted them. So thank you for coming. We're still waiting for Andrews, but we might just start first. So I think a few days ago, you guys finally migrated to Runes, right? I still haven't burned my PUP runes, but so after like only 3 days already, like 200 million market cap, also like top 3 of the runes. I saw some tweets about puppets on Binance. It's like an emoticon. Is there any alpha on like the CX exchange listing or like marketing plan in the future?
Yeah, so I can't necessarily say that was related to PUPS, but certainly, like from a trading volume perspective, any exchange is in the business of executing trades with especially tokens which are in hot demand. PUPS was the #1 traded Bitcoin token across basically Bitcoin and Solana. in terms of any sort of future plans for it, obviously any token wants to get listed on centralized exchanges. I mean, that's the holy grail of accessibility and the holy grail of trading volumes in general. So in terms of like next steps, certainly, the priority over the last few days was to make sure that the BRC20 successfully converts to the final Rune token supply. Obviously, what we're doing has been exceptionally difficult, particularly because the experiment on Solana was from the BRC20 side. Both converting a BRC20 and kind of being very mindful of all the tokens that sit on Solana is really important for the long-term success of any token, which is doing a little bit more complex work. This was never supposed to be like a technical exercise, but it was more of like a demonstration that Solana could be used as an alternative functionality chain for greater adoption and accessibility. I'm a big believer that the Bitcoin tokens right now, like they're still in aggregate under $1 billion in market cap, but Bitcoin is a fantastic data layer for tokens. We're going to have a huge amount of products over the better course of the next year. And trading on-chain on Bitcoin with 10-minute block times, the restrictions that the core chain imposes, mempool sniping, makes it really difficult for the trading experience to be exceptional. But I do think that still, despite that, there will be a large amount of trading volume on the L1. But whether that's L2s of Bitcoin or Solana, it was really just a careful thought experiment to see if the relationship between the two chains can work. And over time, like Solana is just such a powerful chain. It's exceptionally fast. It has a fully fledged DeFi ecosystem. It has good DEX routing tools. It has fantastic DEXs in general, and a huge amount of users as well. Whereas these new L2s, they tend to have a period of ecosystem development and user adoption. In this case, I think a relationship with an existing chain could be a fantastic model for other tokens as well. As far as like next steps, obviously, we've talked to a number of exchanges, very close with OKX Web3, doing some campaigns with them in the near term as well for the Runes token itself, just because they also have a Runes token marketplace. In addition to their centralized exchange, they have obviously the Web3 wallet, which is fantastic. And there's a huge amount of users that hold their pups and have acquired them through the BRC20 OKX Web3 marketplace as well. So again, all things to say that the next steps are really to build a sufficient amount of liquidity and trading volume related to the Rune itself, whether that be on BTC L1, whether that be future potential Runes migrations to Solana, or whether that be future exchange listings, which are definitely something that we look forward to over the next month and a half.
That's great. I just came up with a question. Just, do you think there will be like more projects like having a bridge to Solana, like such as BTC DGOT, like bridging back to Solana?
Yeah, I think with anything bridging or migration, it's never been a frictionless experience. We kind of saw that with the DGOD's experience going to Ethereum. It was ultimately a successful migration, but it does cause a lot of friction as a byproduct of that, especially if where you're migrating to isn't necessarily giving you a huge amount of benefits. And so, I guess the challenge for the BRC20 holders was that Runes doesn't necessarily provide, at least at this point in time, a vastly different trading experience and an incremental improvement to the underlying technology as a fungible token on Bitcoin. But I think over time, we will see a huge amount of opportunities and companies that are building bridges to other L2s, whether that be BTC L2s or other chains like Ethereum for Rune-specific assets. I think functionally speaking, Bitcoin will always have some restrictions with 10-minute block times and limitations that you don't necessarily have smart contracts to create these very functional, high-speed DeFi applications, which many people, especially trading fungible tokens, expect and require. I think that's kind of why Casey, initially had thought about ordinals as, NFTs on Bitcoin. These are slower moving assets. We see Blur as an example, trying to make NFTs an asset class. The challenge in doing so has always been that, it's art. People have this preference to a specific one that speaks to them. They value each of these assets independently. And to lump them in a single type of token, let's call it a shitcoin with a photo attached to it, I think functionally that's been the failure of Blur in many ways. Whereas these assets are very independent from one another, and it's very difficult to create a tradable asset class from like a unified trait structure. Yeah, I think ultimately we will see a lot of interoperability advancements come over the next month and a half at the earliest to 6 months down the line with OpCat. Talking to Udi, talking to Eric, the trustless bridging doesn't necessarily just mean that bridging trustlessly is available to BTC L2s, but it also means trust minimized trustless bridging to Ethereum EVM states, as well as Solana in the SVM situation. So looking forward to all things interoperability. I think that's going to be a huge upcoming narrative in the Bitcoin ecosystem as we start to maybe reach some of the current limitations that Bitcoin offers us. And then we're going to start to incrementally break over this development hump with OpCat being enabled probably in the next 6 months or so.
Yeah, looking forward to it, like the OpCat narrative. You see there's a lot of Taproot Wizards or quantum cats down there. So thank you, Andres, for coming as an associated partner of Boyan Capital. You guys bought the Runestone parent inscription for like 8 BTC, and then airdrop all the Runestone holder, the Lobo, the WoofPub. And for such a diverse holder allocation, you see like some of them are west, some of them from the east. Pubs is mostly like from the west. But for a more diverse allocation, do you see like the different market sentiment of it? Like, what do you think about it? Is it like a good opportunity to invest right now?
Right, so runes right now are just at the initial state, right? We're only about 2 weeks into it. I think it's gonna happen something like we're seeing a fractal what happened with BRC20s, right? As soon as they started to get out, people started minting BRC20s and a new ecosystem started to emerge. So runes right now are at that stage. People are starting to get into runes. There's more content coming. Just a few days ago, Binance started talking about runes. So as we move forward, more people are gonna get into runes. In our opinion, like in Buoyant Capital, runes have a lot of potential being fungible tokens inside the biggest chain ever, right? So if you ask me, is it a good opportunity? Definitely. You can definitely bet on it.
Yeah, for myself, it feels like kind of like the vibe we had the AltCon in Hong Kong last March. It's like 2023. No one was talking about BRC20, and now everyone is like, oh, BRC20 is better from Chinese community, like some of them. But yeah, for me, it's kind of like the vibe back then as well. I see like people Jack and everyone is like from before like the dots. We are like that small, and BRC20 is like that big. So yeah, definitely. So Jing, do you want to say something?
Yeah, no, I totally agree with Andreas here. I mean, the reality is that right now, every single rune is really just based on a meme coin. If we look at BRC20, BRC20 already has TGs for utility tokens, maybe some governance tokens. And so, these things can't be expected on day one. Like, I think for any company or a product on Bitcoin to have a TG within the first 2 or 3 weeks of runes launching would be a flawed assignment on their part. I think with this in mind, there's a countless amount of teams that are building on Bitcoin. They will have tokens, and those tokens aren't going to be, sitting as an ERC20, or rather unlikely to be an ERC20. They're not going to be deployed on Solana. And so if you think about the future opportunity of all of the products that we can build on Bitcoin itself, Leonidas put a really interesting post up today where it's a $2 trillion market cap opportunity. And I believe it was Pantera Capital that said that the DeFi opportunity on Bitcoin is a $400 to $500 billion opportunity. So, if we think about that as where we are today, sitting at 100 or a sub 1 billion market cap just off memes alone, then I think Bitcoin is in a very interesting position, especially for runes. I think Casey never really intended for runes to be, utility or governance token related. But as more teams think about TGEs and more teams think about governance, and as we develop the ecosystem, they tend to lend themselves quite nicely to it as well, just because they are, fundamentally not reliant on a meta protocol or an outsized group of indexers. It is just very in line with the philosophy of Bitcoin. It's a part of Bitcoin, much like, ordinals are a part of Bitcoin.
Thank you, thank you. So let's move to Dr. Django. So you have been in the space for a very, very long time. I still remember you airdropping me the Bitcoin frog. The first Bitcoin frog I had was airdropped by Dr. Django from an event in Hong Kong back in last March. So people have been saying this, Asia is the alpha. Casey has been saying it. Leonidas has been tweeting in Chinese. Why are they saying Asia in the alpha? And what's the sentiment? How are they doing it? How are they getting the Chinese alpha? Do you have secret WeChat group and how do you deliver the message? And you also told me about Blob when no one ever know what Blob is. Everyone was blopping. I know what the hell is Blob, and then it suddenly blows up, and then bought the epic sets and edge on the epic sets as well. So what's up with that? What's the Asia alpha of it?
Well, that's a very interesting question. Sorry, I a little bit nervous because I never see so many people before me now. This is the first time Ordinals Asia or Ordinals event has so many people. Last year, April, I think we have only, we hold a first in real life Ordinals nights in Hong Kong, which is very early stage, and we have 30 people registered, but coming up with 100, 200 people gradually. So we see the community. I definitely agree that Asia is the alpha, because Asia are rich, right? But there's a little different understanding about the culture, I think. The most thing is Western people don't understand Eastern people greeting each other. I hope you get rich in the new year. Right? You say Happy New Year, but we say we hope you get rich. So that's the major barrier of the culture, I think. So for the Western developers, Asia is definitely the alpha. But for the Asian community, we are also looking for the Western devs, projects, and all this cool stuff building on the Bitcoin. So my answer to the question is, alpha is between where Western meets East. That's why Bitcoin Asia is firstly holding in Hong Kong.
Ooh.
Yeah. So that's where alpha. If you're a food lover, if you like seafood, I think the most delicious fish is existing on the river meets sea, right? So that's a natural, and I think that's why I'm saying that alpha is between the area where Western meet East. So that's Hong Kong. Yeah, thank you.
And that's why we host those bilingual space on Twitter to line up all the KOLs or builders from the West and the East together and born a great community together and keep push hard and stuff. So, last one question is from my friends. I've been asking last night, few days, what should I ask on this panel? They really want to know, other than what you guys are building, what the hell are you guys holding right now? what kind of runes? Like that's the alpha, right? Where's and is? Let us know what you guys are holding right now.
Yeah, sure. I mean, massive pups holder as the core contributor of it. In terms of everything else, I think dog. How can you not be bullish on dog? First dog coin on runes. Many people will mid curve this, but it's just really simple. It's a dog. It's a dog on Bitcoin. And dog coins have always been relatively performant. Very optimistic in RSIC. Some of the early runes that I've inscribed or etched or minted rather. Satoshi Nakamoto, Waddle Waddle, I think is a very cute and funny thing. It's very nonchalant and approachable, to everybody. But yeah, I think naturally I'm most optimistic in pups as something that I'm super excited about. And I know this panel is really about alpha east versus west, but pups mission has always been world peace, and I think that's the only way that you can solve that is by bridging the gap between the east and the west. And I think pups is the best example, or at least has the best potential of doing so.
I think good things said that the Bitcoin puppet world peace. What about Andrews?
Bitcoin puppet world peace.
Yeah, so we actually hold a pretty bunch of ordinals and rune tokens. We like to have the exposure to plenty of we have some pups, we had some OCM, we got some ninjas, we got also some frogs. In the rune ecosystem, obviously we have Lobo. I think plenty of people we've met here has received Lobo from the airdrop that we did. We also own dog, to be honest. Yeah, so one of the things that right now is happening with rune tokens is you can have this exposure, and it's just the beginning. We for sure know that this is gonna explode. It's just a matter of time until more people come into the space. So the best play you can do right now is just get exposure to plenty of rune tokens, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, the other part too is a lot of people are just panic selling right at this point in time. It's just so early. The market from a macro perspective in Bitcoin has been quite horrendous ever since Bitcoin hit 72K. Sentiment has kind of gone downhill, and I think it just drags everything, especially high beta, high risk plays that are tied to Bitcoin, down with it at the same time. The other part too is a lot of people, I know we've been talking about runes mostly, but there's a huge amount of opportunities to pick up some of these ordinals, whether that be a Node Monk or a Bitcoin Shroom or puppets themselves, or OMBs as a great example. A lot of the attention has really shifted over to runes, and in moments of time like this, you kind of have to go where the attention isn't, and that gets you the greatest amount of upside of opportunities. The Merlin unlock scared a lot of people. Everyone thought that 1,000 of these NFTs were just going to come to market on the L1, and a lot of the cost base has been historically so low that has been locked up for an extended period of time. But I think the smartest buyers have actually been accumulating at this panic zone of the collections that have historically proven out to be, well in excess of the current prices, whether that be OMBs, Node Monks, puppets, and Bitcoin frogs actually recently, over the last couple of days, have kind of gained a resurgence of attention, and maybe that's because Frogtoshi was here.
Thank you, thank you. What about?
My alpha is very short and simple. Epic, 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 epic.
Blah, 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 blah.
Blah, 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 blah. That's all. Search for yourself.
That's the alpha. Thank you for the alpha, and enjoy Ordinals Asia, guys.
Thank you so much. Pups to the moon, world peace. Our next panelists will be discussing the development of the Bitcoin ecosystem, from investing in startups to building solutions for the evolving demands of the burgeoning space. With us today, we have Trevor Owens, who's GP of the Bitcoin Frontier Fund. He's also founder of Ninjas. Welcome to stage. And Pizza Ninjas, and also co-host of the Ordinals Show. We will also have up with us Charlie Hu, who is co-founder of BitLayer Labs. So Charlie, if you can make your way to the stage. We also have Albert Leong, who's CEO of the Bitcoin Startup Lab. So if you can both make your way to the stage, and in the meantime, we'll have Zeth translate into Cantonese and Chinese.
Okay, this backdrop is wrong, let's fix that. 非常感谢那个刚刚的这个 Alpha Panel， 希望大家对这个接下来的一些热点都有更好的认识。然后我们接下来这个 panel 也是非常的有意思，专门去聊比特币生态的一些重大的进展。然后今天我们的3位嘉宾分别是BitLayer 的联合创始人 Charlie 胡先生，还有Bitcoin Startup Lab 的创始人 Albert 梁先生，然后以及 Bitcoin Frontiers Fund 的这个 Trevor Owens 先生。然后刚刚在大家在舞台上已经认识过了，那我们就话不多说，由他们进行接下来的讨论。谢谢。
Awesome. Just I want to really quickly. I just want to see if you're in this room and you're a builder, you're someone building. Raise your hand, just so we can get a sense of how many builders that we got here. Wow, really incredible.
Some more in the audience. Back.
Absolutely. And so today we have a very special treat. We have, in my opinion, 2 of the best community builders, ecosystem builders that I know, and I have the pleasure of working with both of you. And so I want to just kick it off first with Charlie. You know, you've recently, you know, founded, BitLayer, and before that you worked with Polygon, right, and also Polkadot as well. And so I'm curious, what are some of the lessons that you learned from working with those chains and ecosystems, and how to grow an ecosystem, and how do you think about applying that to Bitcoin?
Thank you very much, Trevor. First of all, great to have Bitcoin Frontier Fund also supporting us in the first round. Pleasure to have Trevor, an old friend, supporting. Been in the space since 2015. I saw multiple different consensus ecosystem, from proof of stake to interoperability like Polkadot, and then layer 2 on the Ethereum, Polygon, and I was in between. I also joined Tezos very shortly. After left Polygon, also advising multiple ecosystem like Eviction from Vietnam, and also merge mining Bitcoin chain called the Syscoin. So I see it all. I've seen it all, I've doing it all, and I saw a lot of differences, very interesting nuances, different culture, different dynamics, and a different value proposition to the space, right? And I think I orange pill myself, and I've been orange pilling a lot of my old friends. I have like thousands of ETH friends, proof of stake ecosystem friends. A lot of people was like, what happened to you, Charlie? Like in the beginning of last year of the BRC20 and so on. I think it was very obvious after a while. I deep dive in the ordinal space. We learned a lot from all the new builders. The culture is absolutely amazing, and also it's great to see Bitcoin infrastructure allowing the builder culture back. I had an amazing conversation with Vitalik, the founder of Ethereum, in case I think probably everybody knows. I think one thing he wouldn't really criticize about Ordinals is Ordinals finally bring the builder culture back. We never had a builder culture until Ordinals, right? It was always like miners culture, right? How you make more money, what's your megawatts, right? You have Bitcoin, I have Bitcoin. That's the first ever Bitcoin meetup I had in 2012 in Amsterdam. That was interesting, but that was kind of boring after a while, right? Because you don't see new things coming. Whereas Ethereum, and also now with Bitcoin Layer 2, what we're building out, we see different kind of application every single hour, not even day. We're making new partnerships, 20 partnerships a day right now. And I mean, wow, we just founded 6 months ago, and it's been absolutely crazy journey. What happened in Polygon, I brought 600 projects. In the last 4 months, we brought 800 projects to our ecosystem. So the stunning speed and growth, I don't even know how to describe that. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you for that. So Albert, we've known each other for many years, and you've had a lot of experience seeing even like the Web 2, rush that was in China in 2016 and beyond. And so, what do you think is important? Like, what makes a strong innovation ecosystem? And what do you think are some of the values that we should have in the Bitcoin ecosystem to make sure that we keep that really strong, healthy innovation culture?
That's an excellent question, Trevor. It starts with just being open-minded, right? Innovation is a result of cross-pollination of ideas, right? Welcome people from different camps or different chains to mingle with us, right? And because of that, we'll have more and more innovation. A lot of people think that Bitcoin is future-proof. It's not future-proof unless you keep innovating, right? That's the only way you make something future-proof, right? It's not a store of value unless you keep innovating and you create real utility on it, right? So innovation, being open-minded, right? And maybe a little bit of kindness and accepting of other people's ideas.
And so what about on the startup side? Like, what are some of the common, mistakes that you see early stage startups making that we can weave into the culture of, Bitcoin?
I don't mistakes. I don't know if they're mistakes. I feel like we've both made those mistakes. I'm sure you made. It's more like a learning experience. It's more like how do you when you do this learning experience, how do you not break your leg? How do you minimize the damage? Right? I learned this from Trevor. Right? Talk to your customers first. Right? Or figure out if what you're building actually has value before you actually start building it. We could literally save 99% of the resources and time if we just did that one move. Literally, 99%. Right? Yeah.
Awesome. And so, Charlie, when it comes to the L2 ecosystem, how do you think about building that developer community? How do you feel about what are some of the wrong ways that other blockchains do it? It doesn't have to be specific to Bitcoin L2s, but some chains just throw money at developers, without asking for anything back. What are the right ways to build a developer ecosystem?
Absolutely. I saw a lot of different ecosystems. I wouldn't name names. Personally, I have friends with almost 20 different chains, the head of ecosystem, head of BD, and even the co-founder level. Some of them actually are angel investors as well. We're learning a lot together. So I also talked to our other fellow Bitcoin Layer 2 as well. Our true competitor is not among us. It's actually some other interesting hyped names, but very short-term driven, right? I think to build sustainable, first principle driven, sound developer community, you need to find ways to make them successful, right? Developers come here to use the technology because they believe in you, and it's like a single most important strategic decision to make. Choose your ecosystem, tap into, find their position, and you need to find a way to support them. Whatever technology you're selling to them, it's one important thing, but it's not the way to guarantee any success, right? So the TVL equals high FDV equation, I think it's getting kind of broken after eigenlayers, the whole pawn system, right? So I think it's really about finding the real use cases, generate real gas fee revenue, helping them find the product market fit, empower them to build a real community so they can be a sound on-chain business themselves, and they use our technologies, and we generate gas fee, have a positive feedback loop. So it's not like we just keep giving them some free money with grants and they still cannot figure it out, right? So I think to help them to really get there, it's the key most important thing to build an ecosystem. Of course, we need to have a good technology. Technology can only get you that far. And to be honest, right now, most of the Bitcoin Layer 2s are quite similar. We're not multiple magnitudes different. But on the operation, on the ecosystem support, on the builder culture, we can make it multiple magnitude support different compared to the others. And I think one important thing I keep telling my team as well, people psychologically have very limited mindshare and attention span, especially in the bull market. So when everybody's saying you have over 100 Bitcoin Layer 2, I always challenge politely to the people, can you give me 10 names right now? Even the good investor in the space, probably you can name 20, but the other people cannot even 10 like this. People have very limited mindshare. So gaining people's mindshare, gaining the community's mindshare is the key, most important thing. A lot of people just keep talking about tech and tech and tech. Yes, that's important. You have to have it, but that's not enough. To build the sound developer community, it's about a mindshare. It's about helping them. It's about making them successful. You can be successful along with them.
And so to double down on that, what are you doing specifically at BitLayer to make this happen?
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for asking. Yeah. We categorize a lot of sectors. So we focus on Bitcoin DeFi at this moment. I think we believe that's one of the biggest adoption sector. We look at DeFi summer. I personally experienced as a degen, as a builder, as an investor, as an ecosystem builder in 2020 and 21. So we want to learn from what happened in Ethereum and see all the product design, right? We have Uniswap V2, Uniswap V3 kind of DEXs. We have Aave compound kind of different interesting fork, intent-based kind of new innovative lending. We look at the perp DEX. Some are very interesting GMX model, some are new model as well. We look at NFT lending. So we design our map internally already. Like what are the sectors we want to help? What are the things we're missing? What are the things people want to use, right? When assets from Bitcoin Layer 1, like BRC20, Rune, bridge to Layer 2, what they want to do about it. They want to play fun with it. They want to, degen with. They want to trade with. What are the UX they need? So we have our own agenda. So we jam with the builders because some of the builders actually essentially smarter than us in the DeFi space, on the NFT space. We got guys like Sushi Swap's ex-founder, 0x Maki, and those kind of legend DeFi builders educating us on the product layer. We provide the best tech for them, but they kind of guide us, right? So the things they believe the builder need. And we actually provide feedback because we know more of Bitcoin culture now than them. They are like from the Ethereum world, but they know how to build a sound, very innovative, DeFi protocols and so on. So I think those jams, those calls are very important. I think that's definitely missing from Bitcoin ecosystem because the best builders, a lot of them still in the Ethereum space, right? So we have this Ready Player One campaign, which we just surpassed over 1,000 projects, applications last night. Obviously, I wouldn't say 100% of them are like very, very successful projects in the future, but I would say hopefully through our help, we can achieve at least 10% of them. So that would be 100 projects already across different sectors, right? So we have this gamified system to incentivize them, integrate their wallet, learn about the user experience, connect with Xverse wallet, Unisat, OKX wallet, all the others. And we filter out the kind of completely bought wallet, right? You have to have some tokens on there, some BRC20 tokens on there, especially even before like 840 blocks, right? So it's kind of sort of OG wallets, and you can vote for the specific project you like. So we encourage the ecosystem project to bring their community, let them vote for them. So when people ask us, hey, Charlie, we need this support, we need that support, we need this and that, it's like, we want to give them by all means, but we want to see how they're engaging with us. If we can help them educate the community, learn about the Bitcoin ecosystem, use all the wallets, do the bridging and so on, and we see the traction, they don't even need to ask us. We're going to support them. We're going to go after them. Hey, guys, you're doing an amazing job. Let me know how to help you guys. You don't need to ask. We're going to help you. So it's very data-driven approach. It's very positive feedback loop approach. So Ready Player One, it's like one of the branding as well. We are trying to build with BitVM. We're trying to build the Bitcoin engine. So it's like a race car. Like in case people like race cars, you check out over there. We have another good ecosystem project doing the Bitcoin gaming on race cars. So in order to scale Bitcoin, we want to kind of do this kind of tournaments like a Formula One is across multiple seasons. So this is just season one. For the people actually kind of late in the season, it's just the early stage, right? We're gonna have multiple tournaments ready. So the whole gamification model in Bitcoin is completely missing. We are just kind of try as an experiment. I see a lot of good feedback from the community, and we are just being like an interesting orange children house, tapping into the Ethereum community, Solana community, Barrier Chain community, Cosmos community, with all the forces we have. And I have my secret power because a lot of my friends still working there. I'm gonna grab them all.
That's awesome. I love to hear it. And I think one of the things I really admire about both of you is kind of the level of scale that you think about and the ambition that you have to help so many different founding teams. And so, we have now two different perspectives here. We have the L2 perspective and we have the pre-accelerator perspective. So, Albert.
The global leading pre-accelerator on Bitcoin.
Yeah, okay.
It's important to throw that adjective in front of it.
I'll make sure to add that next time. So, Albert, how do you think about just getting the sheer number of developers and builders that you're trying to attract through your program, and what is the benefit of that? You know what I mean? And also, tell us about how you help these founders be successful.
Well, before I answer that question, I'd like to say that 90% is maybe the market, and then the other 9.9% is probably the people around us, right? And then maybe 0.1% is the founder, right? I think as a founder, it's a mistake to think that it's 99% you. Like in the big scheme of things, like that 0.1% is really important, but without the other 99.9, like you would have nothing, right? So with that said, to answer your question, right? How do we bring in people? Collaborating with the BFF, with Trevor. By the way, guys, Trevor did me a solid, and he's actually the guy who convinced me to come to Bitcoin. I had done 21 cohorts in China. We're the longest running pre-accelerator in China, hands down, right? We almost even worked with Elon Musk's ex-roommate. His name is Adil Resi. He's famous for two things. One is he's Elon Musk's ex-roommate, but he's also famous for creating a company called Founder Institute based out of Silicon Valley. And so when I started my first core, we almost partnered up. He had his strategy, I had mine. We couldn't agree on it, right? So he did, we just wish each other luck. Maybe it's nothing, but he did 2 in Shanghai. We did 21. Okay, so and then we came to Bitcoin, right? Then we came to Bitcoin on the 22nd core. So a lot of people say, well, how'd you guys do this in less than 2 years? We've been accumulating.
Final panel before the lunch break, and I'll be introducing them. We are gathered here in Hong Kong, a rapidly emerging key player in the global cryptocurrency market. Its progressive regulatory environment, most recently allowing the Bitcoin spot ETF to go through, let's go, and vibrant crypto community makes it attract some of the best talent and projects in the space. In fact, even Xverse is founded here in Hong Kong. As well as several other wonderful projects. And we're going to welcome here to discuss this topic, Evan Aoyang, Group President of Animoca Brands, David Bailey, CEO of Bitcoin Magazine, Jack Kong, Director of Cyberport, and our moderator, Yvonne Ye, VP of Meta Era. Thank you so much. And we'll have a quick translation in both Cantonese and Chinese. Yes?
我们接下来这场 panel 呢是讲为什么在香港这个地方办今天这么重要的活动，然后我们的嘉宾也非常的重磅，来自 Animoca Brand 的这个集团总裁Evan 欧阳先生，来自 Bitcoin Magazine 的创始人 David Bailey 先生，来自香港我们 Cyberport 的董事孔建平孔先生，然后Meta Era 的VP Yvonne 小姐。好，那接下来有请，谢谢。
Thank you. Hi everyone. Welcome to the final session before lunch break. So we've been through a whirlwind of topics, ranging from the technical aspects to the global market dynamics shaping the Bitcoin ecosystem. So I'd like to zoom in on one of the hottest topics, why Hong Kong? So I'm Yvonne from Meta Era, your go-to source for blockchain news in this city. Joining us today are 3 esteemed guests who will bring a wealth of experience and insights into our conversation. So to kick things off, I'd like each of our panelists to share their perspective on why they believe Hong Kong is not only a hot spot for blockchain industry, but also a key player in blockchain. I'd like to extend a huge congratulations to David, since you have hosted Bitcoin Asia 2024, which is a remarkable, So I'm eager to hear your thoughts. Why did you choose Hong Kong to hold this event?
Okay, so there's a lot to say for why Hong Kong, but to start with the single most important reason to do something in Hong Kong, Jan from Xverse. What an amazing person. Can we give a round of applause for Jan for organizing this event, for building the community in Hong Kong? Unbelievably impressed. The other reason to do Hong Kong is because there are 2 markets in the world that matter for Bitcoin, the United States and China. The reason why our company was early to Ordinals is because the signal for what's exciting in Bitcoin comes from China. And China was early to Ordinals. China loves Ordinals. And so China sets the trends, but because of the political dynamic, because of the roller coaster history Bitcoin has had in China, so much of it has been pushed kind of underground. People don't talk about it, even though it's grown massively here. And so Hong Kong is the voice of Bitcoin for the mainland right now. And I think that what's going to happen over the next several years is going to really surprise a lot of people. And if you want to do business with the China Bitcoin market, Hong Kong is the place to be.
Great, thank you. So I want to hear, Evan, what's your perspective on this question?
Well, thanks for that. Hong Kong it's actually a great financial center to start with. So to begin with, there's a lot of talent that is available, right? So many of the earlier crypto exchanges actually started from Hong Kong. So FTX started from here, Crypto.com, etc. There was, in between times, there were actually a period of a little bit of an uncertainty about where Hong Kong is going because of sort of China's lack of convertibility in RMB, and people actually misconstrued that as Hong Kong being, or China being unfriendly to blockchain, which is actually untrue. But China is actually one big reason why Hong Kong is thriving on this. Now, Hong Kong wouldn't be going after Web3 without China's blessing, right? And China has always been pro-blockchain, always been pro-innovation. It's just that for domestically, in terms of China mainland per se, it cannot allow for that capital conversion at this point in time, which is aligned with its national policy of not allowing free convertible currency to flow between the borders. But Hong Kong ultimately is a gathering place, right? That's the second reason, right? If you see folks that are bringing huge conferences like Ordinals ASIA, Consensus is coming next year, you can see the gathering, the presence of you is the reason that Hong Kong is going to thrive, right? Because it is a connectivity, it is an international city that connects people, right? Ultimately, so talent, there's China, and then ultimately, it is a very credible gathering place.
Thank you, thank you. So 孔总，我也想听听您对这个问题的看法。
我就讲中文吧。我觉得两个观点啊，一个呢是香港是过去2年最支持数字货币和 Web3 发展的全球的地区。所以出台了很多政策和法律去推动这个行业的发展。第二点呢，香港对于比特币生态而言，它更具备非常大的优势，因为过去我们看到比特币发展起来的时候，矿机芯片的生产、挖矿的算力以及矿池其实都是在亚洲为主，所以香港未来会是比特币生态中西方融合的最核心的一个枢纽。
谢谢谢谢。其实，Yeah, I'll use English. So the next question will be for David. With the Bitcoin ecosystem flourishing, as seen through the rise of ordinals, the emergence of meme coins, and the adoption of layer 2s, it's clear that Bitcoin ecosystem is thriving and even plays a significant role in the recent bull run. So from your perspective, how does the power of Asia contribute to this narrative? And looking ahead with Hong Kong as the gateway of Asia, how do you envision its role in advancing the Bitcoin eco even further?
Well, wow. So I think first off, the reason why this cycle is different for Bitcoin, there's a variety of reasons, but probably the number one most important reason is because of the institutionalization of Bitcoin has created massive liquidity in Bitcoin. And liquidity is what drives price appreciation in derivative assets. So when you buy crypto tokens, those are a beta play on crypto more broadly. And the reason why crypto used to be the place to make those bets is because money would flow into the exchanges. The exchanges would list the tokens. Users on the exchanges would then buy whatever tokens were listed on the exchanges. That model is broken. It doesn't exist anymore. The new model is money flows into an ETF. The ETF buys Bitcoin. There's nothing else you can buy. It doesn't trade. The liquidity flows to Bitcoin, and then Bitcoin appreciates. And the assets that perform well are going to be the assets that can be traded directly for Bitcoin. The closer you can get to the liquidity, the better the performance of the thing that you're buying. Okay, so that's a new paradigm in the entire crypto market. And I hate to say this in like a rude way, but crypto is over. Like, it's over. Now it's building on Bitcoin. Like, that is what this next bull market is going to be all about. And we're at a very, very interesting time right now because there's the beginning of a geopolitical event unfolding related to Bitcoin. And it gets to your question about Hong Kong being the gateway to Asia. The United States, this is going to be the first presidential election where the next president of the United States is going to have a Bitcoin policy agenda that they announce and gets them elected. in a campaign. The BlackRock ETF has already raised $30 billion. It's the most successful ETF launch in history. Hong Kong launching a Bitcoin ETF was not an accidental or coincidental thing. It represents a change in the geopolitical view of Bitcoin as an asset in the financial world from China. And so in this bull market, as Bitcoin goes from a $1.5 trillion asset to a $10 trillion asset or a $20 trillion asset, $20 trillion, that's the GDP of China. That's the GDP of the United States. This is not a small thing anymore. And so we're entering into a phase where China and the United States are going to be competing directly over who is the dominant player in Bitcoin. Okay, that's insane. And so that Cold War is beginning right now, and Hong Kong is the representative of the East in that war. And so that's an incredible place to be. So I think Hong Kong is set to be on quite the ride for the next 2 or 3 years. And I think it's a very exciting time to be a Bitcoiner.
Yeah, thank you for your excellent points. Yeah. So the next question is for Evan. We all know that Animoca has undoubtedly set a high standard for crypto enterprise based in Hong Kong because Animoca achieved global success across product, branding, and investment. So as a prominent figure in the crypto industry, what advantage do you think Hong Kong possess? And when compared with other crypto hubs like London, like New York, Dubai, and Singapore, what do you think Hong Kong should focus on strengthening its position?
I actually want to follow up on what David said as well, because all those points are really just so true. People underestimate the geopolitical aspect of what is actually happening, particularly with Bitcoin. Because at the end of the day, what is a very, very high credible store of value, right? People debate with me all day because, you know, at the end of the day, I came from traditional industry, so jumped into this industry, and people are asking, is this place a scam and all of that stuff? People misunderstood one thing. Besides the cultural aspect of it, the store of value, ultimately, even money, the way it exists, is because of decentralized trust, right? It is that everybody buys it. It's not just because the U.S. government issued a certain, issued the greenbacks is why you believe in that thing. Everybody else has to believe in the medium of exchange that moves us from bartering into sort of medium of exchange. Bitcoin is really the digital asset that will carry forward. Right now, at the end of the day, think about what our entire financial system is based off of. It's a dollar system, it's a SWIFT system, right? Everything goes through the US dollars. Now we have lots and lots of countries going directly with CBDC, with stable coins, etc. But US is going the other way for the reason of actually not figuring itself out. And I totally agree that this is actually the election that's going to determine where US is going to go forward. However, I do believe that even if the Democrats win, I think there could still be a change because it's inevitable. You can't fight, you know, the culture aspect, the philosophical aspect of where we're going on with respect to blockchain technologies. Now, back to Hong Kong a bit, right? Hong Kong is actually very, very strong as a financial center, right? In terms of a financial flow, if you really compare where we are globally, which centers are actually the most credible and the highest flow financial centers? Hong Kong will be one of them, right? New York, obviously, but the US is not really participating. Then you get Dubai, you get Singapore, but nowhere has that kind of financial flow and that talent than Hong Kong. And Hong Kong also adopts the common law legal system, right? And that itself is really the advantages, right? So where Hong Kong is going right now, because Hong Kong is a relatively conservative place, meaning that it's when there are scandals, and there are a couple of scandals in the past maybe half a year or so, they really the officials really get scared. And they pull back a lot of it. And then the dominant narrative right now is that we're using blockchain technologies to further sort of the TradFi evolution, right? That, to me, is actually not the healthiest way to push the ecosystem, because to me there are two parts of the of blockchain, right? One part is TradFi, the other part is native, right? The native blockchain ecosystems is where all innovations actually lie today. You got to merge both of them. We got events like today, you got events like Consensus alongside like FinTech Week. That's how the merger of all of these people coming together is what's going to make Hong Kong great.
Can I just say one more thing? I'm going to make a prediction based on the things that I've learned this week. In 2 years' time, the Bitcoin ETF that was approved here 2 weeks ago will trade in mainland China in RMB, and Bitcoin will be welcomed in mainland China. And Hong Kong will be the hub for the Western Bitcoin world who wants to interface directly with the Chinese market.
Yeah, I really hope that will coming very soon. Yeah. So 接下来一个问题问一下孔总，因为刚刚其实 Evan 和 David 都从金融和人才的角度来讲了，为什么香港可能会成为以及接下来一直会是区块链的一个核心地区。那您作为既是数码港董事，同时您自己本身也是一位非常优秀的企业家，我想了解一下，想请您分享一下数码港接下来在科技方面有一些什么样的计划，以及有一些什么计划我们能够让政府和企业更好的合作，以让这个区块链生态在这里更好的发展。
其实数码港每年在香港政府的支持下，都有好几亿的经费用来扶持这些在香港发展的金融科技企业。那我们看到过去1年，我们其实也将近支持了300家 Web3 的公司入驻数码港以及享受我们的这个扶持政策。最近一期5月8号，我们还通过了几家。总的来讲，这个数码港这边包括香港这边对 Web3 其支持力度还是非常大的。那也欢迎大家到这个香港创业，入驻香港数码港。
感谢感谢。So to wrap up, I want each of our panelists to share their perspective for the crypto industry in 2024 in one sentence. I think we can start from Devi.
Just the beginning. Just the
beginning. Okay, thank you. Evan?
I'll just use the word, 2 words, tremendous innovation.
Cool, tremendous innovation. 一句话。
我觉得比特币生态会是个1000亿美金打底、1亿美金不封顶的大机会。
Cool. Thank you for your attending. So that is all for today's panel. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That has been our final panelist before lunch. We're going to now take a break for 1 hour and then reconvene at 2 p.m. Be sure to come back to the main stage as we will be giving away a few special physical items to be given away. You're going to want to check them out and be sure to be part of that raffle. And that will only be if you're able to be back here in person for the raffle. So be sure to come back at 2 p.m. main stage. Thank you so much.
好了，我们现在会休息午休，大家可以到2楼和1楼去吃一点东西，然后我们会在2点钟准時開始接下來的活動，請大家一定不要遲到。we have 我哋而家會午休1個鐘，差唔多2點鐘一定翻嚟，我哋開始下午嘅其他嘅議程。Thank you very much。
broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my coat back on and that's when I knew I should. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my clothes back on, and that's when I knew I should have. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my coat stack on, and that's when I knew I should. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my clothes back on and that's when I knew I should. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my coat stack on, and that's when I knew I should. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my coat stack on, and that's when I knew I should. He was cool. broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my clothes back on, and that's when I knew I should. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my clothes back on, and that's when I knew I should. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my clothes back on, and that's when I knew I should. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my clothes back on, and that's when I knew I should have. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my clothes back on, and that's when I knew I should. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done.
I can make it a little new.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's a bit.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my clothes back on, and that's when I knew I should.
Ready when you are. Yeah. Okay. What's your name? Sam. All right. Hello, hello. We are about to go ahead and reconvene for our next session of panels, our afternoon session of panels. And before we do, we are going to be doing a very special raffle giveaway by Jumbo. So if we can all welcome Sam to the stage. He has a very special gift giveaway. And be sure to come on in into the main stage area to participate. I also did just want to make a quick PSA. It appears that somebody has left their wallet on a chair. I do have the name of the person. So if you can just please, if you're missing your wallet, go ahead and make your way to me. Oh, and we also have located another item. If you're missing your credit card or a wallet, please let us know. I have them.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. My name is Sam. I'm from Jumbo. So if you guys don't know what Jumbo is, yes, sir, let's go. Actually, before I start, I would love to give a huge shout out to everybody here. You guys are the ones making crypto happen here. And I guess just to say a little bit about Jumbo, we're building out the Web3 mobile infrastructure for emerging markets with our flagship $99 Web3 Android smartphone. Inside the phone is our Jumbo app, also pre-installed with a lot of our Web3 partners. And so, here we go. Without further ado, let's see who the lucky winners are for this lunch break giveaway. All right. If you guys want to participate in the second giveaway, on the floor 2, we have a Jumbo phone booth. All you got to do is follow us on Twitter, take a photo, tag us, say something nice, enter you into the raffle. Currently, Jumbo phones are sold out all around the world. We have sold 380,000 phones to date in 120 plus countries. So we have effectively distributed the most crypto phones ever in history. All right, here we go. Without further ado, lucky winner number 1. Here we go. Number 10. Is number 10 here? Number 10, please raise your hand if you're here. Going once, going twice. Not the best time to use the bathroom. Here we go. Second winner is number 23, Michael Jordan. Where are you at? Number 23? Not clutch, man, not clutch. All right. Number 35. 35? 35. 35. You guys speak English out here? Okay, you guys don't. All right. Here we go. One more time, one more time. Fast, fast, fast. Number 34. 34? Man, you guys are really slacking, man. These are the only phones available in the world right now. Number 36. 36? 36? Why enter the raffle if you're not here? Number 20. Hey! Let's go. Come up here, bro. Let's get a photo, man. This is a very special moment here. Hey, if you have a Twitter account, do an unboxing video. Tag us, you know what I'm saying? All right, cool. All right, next up, number 18. Are you legal? Where are you at? Number 18? Can I get a hand if you're up?
Back there, back there. I see someone pointing. I see someone pointing back there.
Okay. Hey, congratulations. Here we go. Photo time. Congratulations, sir. Enjoy. Photo. Here we go. Awesome. Congratulations. Hey, again, the Jumbo phones are only available on the second floor. Anywhere else in the world, this is it. It's super simple. Follow us on Twitter, tag us. I'll see you downstairs. Next raffle is around 5 p.m. Just throwing it up there. All right, cool.
Crap, where's my blinker? All right, so this concludes our at least our physical giveaways. We do have many projects who we partner with for many different various ordinals and airdrops. So be sure to follow our Twitter account. It's Ordinals Asia to stay tuned for that. Up next, we hope you had a wonderful lunch break. And as we reconvene for the afternoon sessions for our event, I have to say it's really been so wonderful to see the energy and enthusiasm in the room. And without further ado, we'd love to get started with our next panel, which is actually a keynote with Lorenzo, who is the founder of Unisat, the company famous for their inscription tooling, BRC20 infrastructure, and much more. So with that said, let's go ahead and give it up for Lorenzo.
Thank you. 我想用中文简单说两句。我觉得这个大家在香港办 Unisat 的这个活动或者让他讲 keynote 是不需要多介绍的。Unisat 我们在很多地方都说是华人之光的项目，然后是目前整个生态里面就是最早期最 OG， 然后就是我们在昨天 Bitcoin Asia 也一起做了一个超级大 booth， 大家很多人都过去来玩得非常的开心。然后今天也非常荣幸有 Lorenzo 在台上为我们来办他的keynote speech。Thank you, Lorenzo.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Lorenzo and Vivian from Unisat. And since John from Experts asking me, my friend John asked me to do this in Mandarin, so I hope Vivian can help me to translate it into English so that we can have this in 10 minutes. 好，谢谢大家。我今天用中文来讲，然后 Vivian 会帮我翻译成英文。那我想说一下，就是关于 token BTC 上的 Bitcoin 上的 token 这件事。我想说的第一件事情是，我们从这种就是不同的协议里边，我们学到了很多东西。如果说 Bitcoin 上只有 BRC20， 只有 BRC20 跟它的衍生的话，其实我们能看到的角度是很少的。但是因为有了 Atomicals， 后来有了 Runes 这样不同的基于 UTXO 的方式呢，我们就是从这种对比当中，我们改进了很多东西，包括之前的这个 BRC20 的索引，我们能够把它优化的更好。很大程度上原因是因为我们在 Runes 上的这个一些工作，我觉得反过来也是一样的，就是在 Runes 上线的时候，大家发现就是不同的平台对 Runes 的支持是非常顺利的，这也是因为在前面有 BRC20 的这个索引的工作，让大家就是这个过程变得更顺利了。所以我觉得在随着整个比特币的这个发展的话，整个的系统会变得越来越平顺，基础设施大家会做得越来越好，然后不同的协议会有不同的对照，然后通过这些对比呢，我们能学到更多的东西。
Yeah, so Lorenzo was saying for the first part, we have learned a lot from the various protocols. So BRC20 was the first one, but we've also learned a lot subsequently from other protocols like Runes, Atomicals that are based on UTXO. And because we are able to learn as each new protocol comes out, we are able to improve the basic infrastructure for the entire industry. For example, when Runes came out, a lot of the indexer for BRC20 was improved significantly based on the learnings and lessons from Runes protocol. So I think as we progress forward, as the industry develops as a whole and Bitcoin infrastructure develops as a whole, we are able to learn from more and more and improve the basic infrastructure altogether from all the protocols.
除了这些对比之外，我想说的第二件事情是关于索引的。在去年，索引我们和就是 Unisat 和 OKX 之间有了一个 double check， 我们互相校验对方的结果。这个可以认为是整个这些 token 的一个很重要的时期。在这个时期，我们需要保证它能正常工作，然后我们做了大量的这种校验、对比校验的工作。然后到了今年，整个情况有变化。今年有更多的开发者团队加入进来，跟我们一起把这件事情做得更好。我们看到就是 OPI， 包括就是 Best in Slots 的这个 OPI 的这个开放式的索引，它以去中心化的方式来让整个系统运行得更健壮。包括后来我们也接触了牛币的团队，我们跟牛币的团队也是有就是比较深入的讨论，不仅仅关于在比特币一层上怎么样去把这个索引做得更好，还有就是在不同的二层、不同的系统当中，怎么样能够让这个系统能够平顺的去到各个不同的 layer。这也是我们关心的话题。我们相信，就是在今年2024年，我们能够把这个就是索引这个工作能够做得更好，不像23年的时候遇到问题了我们才解决，我们会很多问题有预见性，提前就能把它解决。
So the next part, we're talking about indexers. So as some of you probably know, there was a double checking with the OKX indexer, so between Unisat and OKX. And also apart from that, they also worked with Best in Slot, who had the fully decentralized OPI, and also worked with Newbit to improve running things more smoothly on layer 2s as well. So I think overall, it will be a collaboration between all of these partners in the ecosystem to ensure that the infrastructure become better and things run smoother in the new year.
我想说的第三件事情是关于 BRC20 本身的，因为 BRC20 是比较早出现的这个 token 协议，然后大家肯定也很关心，有了新的协议之后 ，BRC20 还会不会就是我们会不会在上面开发更多的功能，然后推动协议的进展？那关于这个问题，我们也做了很多，就是不管是跟社区的讨论也好，还是不同开发团队之间的讨论。那我们非常关心的是，就是BRC20。 我们对它进行的是小改动还是大改动？如果是小改动，应该怎么推进？大改动应该怎么推进？那我现在可以很高兴的，就是跟大家同步的进展是，就是在上个月，我们做了5字符的升级。这个5字符的升级虽然非常小，但是它实际上是我们整个升级流程的一个很重要的演练。那通过这个演练，我们知道应该怎么样去给 BRC20 做升级，应该经历什么样的流程，应该跟什么人怎么讨论，怎么听取意见。 怎么去就是把大家意见汇总到最后的更新里边？当然了，五字符是一个很小的改动，接下来我们还有比较大的改动 ，swap 和 programmable module。然后对于这些比较大的改动呢，我其实倾向于就是我在此之前，我是一个就是比较激进、比较 aggressive， 在功能的开发上是比较 aggressive 的，但是就是。 经过了就是包括我们就是昨天会议上我们提到就是年初的这样一些分歧，然后还有就是我们升级的过程当中遇到的一些困难，我们也就是我个人也变得就是学会了怎么样。 就是跟大家有更好的沟通，然后包括就是跟 LEF、跟 Domo、跟 Best in Slots， 我们怎么样一起去真正把这个升级给做好？这里面牵扯到大量的技术细节和一些技术内的和技术外的讨论。那这里我就不展开了。我想跟大家分享的就是我们会非常坚定的推动 BRC20 接下来的几个比较重要的更新。第一个会是BRC20 Swap Module， 然后第二个是 BRC20 的这个 Programmable Module。Programmable Module 是由 Best in Slots 团队的在推动，然后我们也会贡献我们自己的想法，包括一些代码，我们希望能够帮助他们更快的完成这个升级。
All right, so the next part is something that I think a lot of people want to know, which is what's coming up for BRC20. So as all of you know, last month we did the upgrade on the protocol to include 5 tickers. And from this process, we actually learned a lot from how the discussions should be, who the stakeholders are, and how to do the upgrade together. So we learned a lot from the process. And we learned a lot about how to communicate better with Domo, Layer 1 Foundation, Best in Slot, and all of the partners involved. And so next up, the 2 of the major upgrades coming up pub will be number 1, the swap, and number 2, the programmable module, which is taken lead by Best in Slot, but Unisat will contribute our ideas and help them push this forward.
在 BRC20之外呢，关于 Runes 我也想补充一些细节，就是因为上个月我们做了这个 Runes 的 launch， 然后相关的铸造市场，包括Runes 协议本身的各种细节的支持。然后对于 Runes 呢，我们也有一些特别的想法。我们观察到现在有一些团队正在做 Runes 上的这个 DEX， 然后包括 Runes 的一些跟交易相关的比较大幅的改动。然后对于这些改动呢，我们还在研究和学习。 关于 Runes 的这个交易应该怎么样完成的更好呢？我希望在这一点上 ，Unisat 能够有一个更开放的态度，然后不是去希望把什么事情都就自己来重新做一遍，而是在 Runes 这件事上，我们希望能够更开放一些，能够跟更多的团队一起合作，希望把他们更好的产品，然后利用 Unisat 的基础设施，然后放在我们的网站上一起合作来完成这件事情。
So regarding runes, there's also a lot of lessons and opportunities. So we noticed that a lot of the teams are building DEXs and swaps on runes. And so on the runes protocol, I think Unisat wants to be open-minded. It's not that we have to do everything ourselves, but we want to work with builders already in the ecosystem building on runes to better support them with Unisat's infrastructure.
我们知道，在过去的1年里边 ，FT 就是 Fungible Token 成为了这个 Ordinals 社区里边一个很重要的推动的力量。然后我们也相信，就是经过我们进一步的努力，我们能够改善这个 FT 的交易体验，包括它方方面面的体验。我们自己也一直在不停的修复问题，希望能把这件事情做得更好。那么我们也希望就是 FT 经过 比较大的更新，你像我们刚刚说到的这个 swap 和 programmable module 的这些更新，能够让 FT 有更强的推动力，然后包括带动整个 Ordinals， 让它成为整个比特币进一步就是市场进一步得到认可，然后在比特币的叙事当中得到进一步的认可，推动比特币发展。我们希望它成为这样一种力量。谢谢。
So we hope that as we come up with upgrades on the swap and programmable modules, we hope that FT will take a leading role in really pushing the adoption of Bitcoin and also moving the entire ecosystem forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lorenzo. That was very insightful and yeah, wonderful to hear directly from the founder of Unisat. So our next panel will be discussing the frontier protocols of this space. And actually, while I'm speaking, if some of you can actually help with the chairs, that would be wonderful. Token standards on Bitcoin. The rise of ordinals has ignited an explosion with new token standards created from BRC20 to Runes protocol, which is launched just this last month, actually, during the halvening. Kind of curious, how many people in this space are Runes enjoyers? Let's go. All right. That means you're all trailblazers. I mean, we're not even a month in, and we already have so many people who are participating in the protocol, which is very exciting. And we have the founder who will be of Runes, who will be speaking with us at the tail end of this conference. So be sure to stick around for that. And in the meantime, we're so excited to have Domo, the creator of BRC20 and co-founder of L1F, as well as Lorenzo back up on stage, founder of Unisat, and Victor Inotiok, core contributor of Runes DEX, and also our moderator, Ren Cryptofish, engineer at Electric Capital. So if you can all please make your way to the stage, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Who are we missing? All right, so we're just missing our moderator.
I'm Ren.
So who are we missing?
Victor.
Oh, sorry. We're missing Victor Inotiuk. Victor, if you can make your way to the stage. And in the meantime, we'd just like to take a minute to thank our sponsors again. Our main sponsors are BitLayer and Merlin Chain, and also really special thanks to all of our sponsors, Animoca Brands, Bob Botanics, Liquidium, BitSmile, Unisat, Ordinals, Bot, Newman Capital, Wizards, and Thesis. All right, let's get started.
Hey guys. Cool. Thanks. Thanks for joining for this panel. We're going to be chatting about some of the protocols on Bitcoin. To start off, maybe we can start with some brief intros. I'm Ren. I'm an engineer and investor at Electric Capital. Been spending a lot of time digging into the BTC space.
Hi everyone, I'm Domo, creator of BRC20 and co-founder of the Layer 1 Foundation. Great to be here.
Hey guys, Victor, founder of Boosty Labs, Venture Studio, and runesdex.com.
Lorenzo from Unisat, thank you.
Great. I thought maybe a good place to start was talking about each of the standards that you're most closest and known for. So what does BRC20, Ordinals, and Runes do well? And what do users want with the existing token standards that you feel like are not being well done at the moment?
I'll kick it off. I think simplicity and ease of use are things that both Runes and BRC20 do well. Also fairness. I think that's an uncommon thing if you look at the space at large. I think what we're not doing well is if you think about how these are traded at the moment. On layer 1, they're both single-sided order books. We need to do better to improve liquidity, DEX-style swap solutions, which I'm sure you'll talk about. That kind of thing, I think, will push both standards in a massive direction. And then the final thing is interoperability. I think both standards could do a lot better to make interoperable between the different standards, different layers, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to emphasize about the user experience part that for the existing token protocols that we have been working on, that there are many user experience issues we have been met, and some of them can be solved, and some of them are related to the Bitcoin mainnet, the inherent feature, the attributes, the natural congestion and confirmation time, and other issues we are trying to deal with. And also currently there are issues about memories, mempool sniping, which are under heavy investigation, and we hope we can find a solution for it. We hope we can keep improving the protocol and the implementation, and hope we can improve the user experience of it.
Yeah, and I would agree. I would say that each next protocol becoming better. And the problem with building on Bitcoin, I'm building on Bitcoin since 17, I believe, like it was all these Lightning networks and RGB. And, you know, like Lightning is amazing thing, and with the Taproot assets standard announcement, it even became more interesting, but it was impossible to settle anything to Bitcoin because Bitcoin is a blockchain only with one coin. And now guess what? Now we have runes. And technically you can settle Taproot assets to runes. So it's open like a user and dev experience for Lightning Network. But like when we had just Ordinals, it was just a fungible inscription standard, non-fungible, pardon. And like then we had BRC20s and runes. And we will see what will be next. I think like I'm very bullish on Bitcoin. I was bullish on Bitcoin DeFi since 19 and happy that the development of user and dev experience going up.
To maybe double click on the scalability point and the congestion and the high fees that the users are paying, Bitcoin scalability solutions is a very hot topic during this conference this week. How do you think Bitcoin native assets will interact with BTC L2s or other L1 scaling solutions like Lightning or RGB++, and how might users deal with potential fragmentation that might arise as different L2s roll out incentives and try and attract users to their platforms?
Yeah, it's interesting. If you think about it, there's really 5 layers. There's the layer 1. There's centralized exchanges. There's all L1, Solana, Ethereum. There's L2s. And then there's what I call layer 1.5s. That's the arches of the world, the programmable modules of the world. And if you, as you say, there's a lot of fragmented liquidity, but I think these layers also offer a lot what layer 1 doesn't in terms of complexity, interoperability, and different use cases. So I think it's a matter of time before we have bridges to all of these different layers, and I think that they're going to really provide a lot of ways that you can put your Bitcoin native assets to work. So I think it's bullish for the assets.
I want to add a few words to this. And people often underestimate the development time of actually having a matured system. But yeah, developers need time to make the system more stable. And there are many corner cases that are beyond our expectation and beyond our imagination even. And we hope to actually have a stable release cycle for every product we are delivering. But as people suggest and user expected, we cannot do this often. We cannot have full time and enough time and to test against the issues and to release perfect in our mind. We hope we can achieve that with more time we can do this. But I'd like to ask users to have more patience with our developers and with different teams. Don't just being patient with their development. Thank you.
Well, I have two things. First, there is no Bitcoin L2s except Lightning, because all other L2s is not L2s. It's just L1s with a bridge to Bitcoin. And second is RGB++ has nothing to do with RGB. Like I just recently been on Lightning Summit and spoke with Maxim Orlovsky and like, well, whatever. However, it's very good to have all those guys like who are doing L2s and other stuff on top of Bitcoin, because they get users to the ecosystem. The new liquidity coming, the new users, the utilization of liquidity is coming. It's like this is the most important, because Bitcoin for a long time was just a gold, and we remember how gold standard economy was. It was good, but it was not like a skyrocketed economy as we have now. So utilization of money is key. So as more innovations and as more users who actually uses Bitcoin on a daily basis coming to the network, to the ecosystem, the better crypto economy, Web3 economy, Bitcoin economy it will be in the future. So I support all this new stuff, all innovations. Well, I more support one activity such as runes, but it's just my personal opinion.
Great. The BTC token standards exist on BTC and compete quite heavily with token standards and other forms of assets, as you've mentioned, that exist in a few of the other layers. What are some of the properties or native properties that BTC assets can leverage to be competitive against other ecosystems? And what do you think the users value most about the various token standards and protocols that have been issued on Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think when I created BRC20, I wanted to emulate Bitcoin's ethos of fairness, openness, freeness, particularly with the distribution method. And I think that was probably a standout feature for BRC20 success. And so much so that that style kind of found its way onto many other chains. Some people called it the BRC20 virus, going onto like every different chain, anywhere from Ton Chain to Twitter to Ethereum to Ethereum blobs, et cetera, et cetera. So it really made its way around. And I think that what really secured that and made it people want to use it in different chains was just that open and fair distribution mechanism, where people in other chains had kind of gone tired to the extractive nature of VC launches, liquidity pool sniping, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that in particular was a standout feature.
For the BRC20, when we look backwards, we are amazed that that's how simple it is comparing to the competitors coming around. And I think this simplicity should be greatly being respected. And we hope we can actually extend its capability without hurting the simplicity, which have been discussed around for a lot of times between Domo and us and Bessin Slots. We hope to remain simple and remain stable for the core protocol. And as you may know, a simple thing will survive. And it's not the strongest, not the smartest, only something that adapts to the environment that can survive. I think a simple protocol would survive.
How do you balance, I guess, some of the trade-offs between simple protocols being very clean and very durable with some of the user demands in terms of wanting more programmability and wanting more features? Kind of users tend to want the world out of our applications. How do you balance that trade-off?
Yes, of course. Users always want more, and they have different demands and requirements on this. And we have to carefully choose between request for the protocol improvement, or it's just a service improvement, or it's an implementation level improvement. We have to carefully do this. And at the right time point, talking with the creator, and probably we'll figure out a way to extend the protocol in a safe manner without hurting the stableness and the simplicity. That's the ideal case. But I think in real world, there are trade-offs. There are always cases that we cannot achieve both. Then we come to some workaround or some solutions that we have to deal with, and we are going to improve the implementation, and we hope we won't bring too much complexities to the protocol.
Bitcoin was projected by Satoshi as a peer-to-peer money system. It was never I don't think that Satoshi thought about this virtual machine stuff in a way how Ethereum became. So that's why we're trying to use still Bitcoin as something more than that, which is right and wrong at the same time, because wrong is because it was never projected for this. That's why well, we actually need Bitcoin L2s, even if there are no real one, because if we want to build on top of Bitcoin, we need to have a VM. Well, otherwise we'll need to use a tab script, mini script, which will allow you to maybe program a couple of functions, and that's it, which is not the same experience we like at Ethereum. But for example, the UTXO model is kind of cool. You can do something something different that, and you were never been able to do anything like that on Ethereum. Or for example, leveraging RGB protocol, you can actually deploy on different chains, kind of UTXO compatible smart contracts, and you can become actually Bitcoin natively interoperable, and as well as all assets also natively interoperable on Bitcoin without actually having a smart contract layer on top of Bitcoin itself. So it's kind of interesting if you dig deep into all different Bitcoin implementations to understand how this experience is different from other ecosystems and how you can apply it there.
One thing that's always really hard to distinguish in this space is there's a lot of noise and then there's signal. Instead of, I guess, focusing on what the signal is, what do you think is in the conversation or meta or narrative today that you think is just noise?
With respect to standards in the space?
Standards in the space, or with respect to Bitcoin, but maybe focusing on standards.
One thing that's always funny to me is I'll release a proposal for some technical solution, everybody sleeps. But I release a proposal for a ticker solution, everybody is like, oh, okay. So what I'm trying to say there is that the community cares about certain things in an imbalanced way. And I wouldn't necessarily, from a protocol design standpoint, see where the community evaluates a feature or product such as tickers, et cetera, you have to balance those demands with actual things that just move the standard forward in a more boring way. So maybe that's not really answering the question, but what I would say in terms of requests, there's a lot of noise that are maybe short-term rewards, and you've got to balance that with signal and building that for a long-term sustainable solution.
I'd say even in this case, we still have to listen more carefully because there are noises and there are useful devices in that.
Yeah, well, noise also useful at certain times. Right now is a bull run, and we need all the different noise. Even meme coins on Bitcoin, it's kind of noise, but it brings new users. So why not? So yeah, I would say kind of meme coins is needed noise we have now and probably will disappear in the long run, similar to what it was like on Ethereum. Right now, there's almost no meme coins on Ethereum. Most of them migrated to Solana, and they will probably migrate to Runes. Most of the Bitcoin L2s is kind of noise. Like a Bitcoin L2 noise game was even like before that. Like I look at RSK or like other Bitcoin L2s, they have no users actually. But it's still good. Like they onboard new users with a fresh capital, so why not? Yeah, and probably some other noises like with blockchain AI or like whatever. Well, some stuff is useful like TensorFlow, but yeah, I would say noise is useful.
Looking into the future, 4 years from now, what do you think the token standards and native assets on BTC will look like, and what might the adoption look like? And maybe for our audience, if you can help paint a path of how do we go from here to there.
If we are looking at the 4 years long-term vision about the whole system, actually, we are thinking on this that from an external view, because I was a game developer, I always treat the Bitcoin system from an external view, that how does it contribute to the real world? Can we use Bitcoin to solve real world problem? Or we are doing things again with the new protocols, trying to create new assets, just doing it once again. We don't want this. We want Bitcoin to be useful to solve the real world problem, especially in my industry, the game industry, to trying to help games to actually build real world economy connected with real world assets. That's what I expected. The efforts that are trying to improve the implementation on this would be greatly appreciated, and we will help teams and projects working on this to actually make success to the whole system.
Yeah, I think like we will just keep copying of all those standards that have been successfully issued on Ethereum, in a similar way as we have with Runes. Runes is kind of ERC20 for Bitcoin. Still need to be improved, but and for example, just 30 minutes ago, I spoke to one of my developers, and he was like, "Oh, we are building a cross-chain interoperability between Ethereum and Runes, and for 1155 standard." And he is saying, "Oh, there is Runes and all other standards are super different, and it's very hard to do what actually needed to do for a cross-chain interoperability of Runes." And it just means that Runes and on Bitcoin standards has lots of stuff to do to keep up to date with all token standards we already see on other ecosystems. So I think we'll just keep coping, which is good because it's already standard for actually the same people. I'm using Ethereum and all other blockchains. In a way, I use Bitcoin. I believe you guys as well.
Yeah, I think in 4 years, 5 years, Runes, BRC20, Atomicals, etc. will primarily exist as issuance platforms and potentially distribution mechanisms. And then the vast majority of complexity will exist in those layers that I laid out earlier, ranging from the 1.5 to the centralized exchanges. I just think that due to the inherent limitations of Bitcoin, we can make this work, but it's just undoubtedly a better experience in other chains and within layers. And I just expect to continue to see that play out. What needs to be built, however, is the plumbing to connect those layers. Because I think if that's built, we can really make a truly great experience for Bitcoin native assets.
To connect those layers, I'm curious to get your take on OP, CAT, maybe some more speculative opcodes down in the line like ZK Verify. Do you think that the culture and conversation in Bitcoin around enabling more programmability has noticeably shifted over the past year?
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly, there wasn't, I feel like, a conversation a year ago. So the fact that we're even having this conversation moving forward, I think is tremendous, and it's got broad support from various corners within Bitcoin. So I think it's great. It enables all sorts of use cases, DEXs on Bitcoin potentially, enhanced bridging. So when it comes to the plumbing, undoubtedly it would be a good outcome to get things like OpCat, and of course OpCat is the step of others to move forward.
I think the innovations on Bitcoin is slow, but actually more powerful than people would ever expect it. We hope to see more experiments in testnet, signet, and also fractal Bitcoin, which doesn't affect the mainnet Bitcoin. So we hope to see more experiments and innovations.
Yeah, I agree. Like Bitcoin is hard to build on top. It's very slow, and like lots of other disadvantages. But at least once you build, once it works, it will already work. I don't know if you guys know what was the first decentralized exchange in the world. It's Counterparty. Counterparty was started in 2013 or 14 on top of Bitcoin, and still actually work. Well, it works in a weird way, but well, it still works. I've been involved in a project that issued the first token on Bitcoin, which was SJCX. It was a storage token. I don't know if you guys remember this, an old company, and it was also on Counterparty. So I remember those days, and it still works. So it means if we just need to iterate on top of Bitcoin, build some stuff. But once we build it, it will be for a long time, and other innovators will come and will build new standards. Maybe eventually we'll have some interesting form of implementation of VM or something where you can write a more robust business logic. We just need to iterate and look for new interesting solutions. I'm building on Bitcoin for a long time, but in the last year, I saw way more innovations than I saw in last 6 or 7 years, in just 1 year. So, and with all those beautiful people who are building on runes, I cannot even expect what I will see tomorrow or even in 1 year time. So I'm super excited.
Double clicking into that, we have quite a large room here. What type of experiments on Signet? Maybe more Signet than testnet at the moment, do you want to see? Maybe kind of like a request for experiments, some wild ideas that you want some of the aspiring builders in this room to test out?
There are tons of work could be done on testnet, and people may think that Bitcoin has limited capability about the programmability that we have a lot of experiments on Bitcoin SV, and it shows the possibilities that we can use Bitcoin to do whatever you want, even on Ethereum, on Solana. You can do everything actually, but things have to be turned out, have to be delivered slowly. As I said, innovations on Bitcoin should be done slowly to actually have the whole system without breaking any unexpected things. That the innovation should be done slowly, but it could be done on testnet and other sidechains simultaneously, and we are hoping to see this, and we're making support for it.
I'm excited to see more experimentation with meta protocols. I'm fascinated by the idea that social consensus can hold these things together, and initially I was kind of bearish at that concept, and is why I made BRC20 so simple, because you had very few logic assumptions to get over, kind of like runes with first in, first out. It was very simple, and people can agree upon that. So the fact that this worked, I would like to see more people push the envelope to see how far they can take experimentation with social consensus, the complexity they can add into these meta protocols. And I think that just with an indexer you can really do anything. It's just takes people more experimentation, willing to dig around. So excited to see more, and one of the reasons I created the Layer 1 Foundation.
I would also add that BRC20 is actually easier for developers to experiment with, because it's literally JSON based, so it's very easy for programmers to poke around and see what they can do in the implementation of indexers to make it run faster or use less memory or actually making it more decentralized or any degrees you want. I hope more teams could work on this and we can learn from them, like OPI and Newbit, and we actually will learn a lot on them.
I would like to see more DeFi primitives on a testnet and on a mainnet eventually, because we really need Bitcoin DeFi summer, and once it will happen, we will not even double, but probably quadruple amount of users on Runes and active Bitcoin Degen users. So that's what I would like to see more and more, and also probably Lightning compatibility, Lightning and Taproot assets, because Lightning is the best solution to scale not just Bitcoin but also Runes. So yeah, we're working on it on our side, but would like to see more guys coming and doing this.
There's one idea that's been floated around in crypto for many, many years, this concept of an incentivized testnet. So like a Bitcoin testnet that goes maybe one opcode ahead of the mainnet with some form of value, low economic value, but enough to make it worthwhile for people to test out. What are your thoughts on this type of concept? Do you think this kind of Gnosis chain or Kusama idea has room in the Bitcoin ecosystem?
Sorry, you said an incentivized testnet?
Kind of like a testnet with some low value. Like imagine if Doge was stepped one BIP ahead of mainnet.
I'd be careful mentioning that at the main Bitcoin conference. I think there's a very contentious debate right now between testnet 3 and testnet 4. I think there's a large camp that believes that they should be valueless. But I am curious, if you set up a system such as this, with that being the expectation from day one, that these may inherently have value, it might change things. But definitely interesting and could definitely push the envelope in terms of getting things done faster, because as we know, nothing happens fast in Bitcoin.
Cool. Maybe to wrap things up, what are some things that you feel might be undercovered or not talked about to get the audience excited for the upcoming year?
Back to meta protocols. I think right now we have two ways of data submission. It's either inscriptions or in the witness envelope, or we have op returns, right? Op returns as it stands are limited to 80 bytes of data in terms of what you can submit. This is arbitrary rules, standardness rules. I think we're trending towards kind of a consensus that this may go away in the near future. And I think all sorts of interesting messaging meta protocols could be born out of this evolution away from the standardness rules. So I think that's an exciting thing that not many people are talking about. Again, it's not something that's going to happen overnight, but if you look at the incentives, I don't see a reason why the standardness rules, or many of them, wouldn't go away in the near future.
For us, we'd like to actually encapsulate a lot of functionalities into our API and trying to expose to more developers to see what they are building on and to see what requirement, what demands they are asking for. For the API part, I'd like to emphasize that we spend a lot of hours and actually workloads on improving the API. We hope the developers can use the API to build more on Bitcoin, especially for the real-world connections I talked. Yeah.
I think the biggest narratives of next year will be on-chain Bitcoin DeFi and everything around usability. I think two main things.
Great. Thank you so much, panelists, for taking the time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that insightful discussion. Really appreciate your time. Our next panel will be having a slew of miner experts up here. So if you can make your way to the stage for this current panel, wonderful. I see Charlie in the back. So in order to maintain Bitcoin's stability and longevity, we need to find ways to make Bitcoin programmable in order to pay and incentivize the miners. Otherwise, the block rewards will decrease over time. To date, the Ordinals protocol, including BRC20 and Runes, has accounted for over $435 million in fees paid to miners. And the following panel will be discussing just how Ordinals has turned Bitcoin mining upside down. With us today, we have Julian Duran, product lead from Marathon Digital, Jeff Koh, chief analyst at Via Bitcoin, Leo Z, CEO at Alchemia, and our moderator today is no one else besides Charlie Spears himself. from Blockspace Media, as co-founder of Blockspace Media. So we're just missing one more speaker making his way, yes, to the stage.
Julian gets his own intro music.
Take it off.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
So, this is the obligatory mining panel at your Ordinals conference. I'm Charlie Spears. I'll have you guys kind of introduce yourselves, and it's been a big year for Bitcoin mining. A lot has changed, and I feel like the three of you guys kind of represent a good cross-section of the different types of businesses and business models in Bitcoin mining. I think a lot of the audience might think that, oh, Bitcoin miners are all alike, and they all do the same thing, but there's a lot of different sectors. So go ahead and introduce yourselves, kind of what you do, and how Ordinals is kind of changing how your business model works. Leo.
Hey, my name's Leo. I'm founder of Alchemia. It's a block-based derivative protocol that allows people to trade BTC transaction fees. So I think I'm the furthest from actual mining of everyone here. But before starting Alchemia, I was a miner myself, and I was feeling the pain of revenue stability. So a lot of the ideas that led to Alchemia stem from my experiences of doing mining and mining-related research. So for trading transaction fees, Ordinals has an obvious impact, right? Has obvious impact. So the greater the volatility of the fees, the greater the desire to transact these kind of things. So for service providers who are just doing their everyday things on chain, settling on chain, this kind of volatility is very, very disruptive to their expense management. So we provide a way for them to hedge against that volatility. For miners who want to have great uncertainty on their fee revenue, they can use this type of instrument to lock in.
We have the Epic Sat mining representative over here.
Yeah, so this is Jeff from Via BTC, which is a top mining company in the world, and we recently mined the halving block, which included the Epic Sat. So in response, yeah, thank you for that. And in response to your question, I think traditionally our focus was really on how to enhance the efficiency in terms of the mining operation, including maximizing the uptime, reducing costs, or ensuring the safety. But obviously there is an expanded area to include the additional value derived from the transactions right now. And obviously, first of all, there is an increased transaction fee, just like you mentioned. During the Ordinals craze, of course, we have observed a significant increase in transaction fee, reflecting the market sentiment and market activities. Meanwhile, we have also seen a surge in the usage of our transaction acceleration services, which indicates that users are actually willing to pay more to prioritize their transactions. And then secondly, it is about the customized deals for large Ordinals transactions. I think the introduction of Ordinals has actually led to some unusually large transactions due to some data-rich content being inscribed on the Bitcoin Satoshis. And then some of the projects, they actually want to ensure this transactions are processed, because traditionally these transactions might not be prioritized due to their size. But right now there is a rising demand for customized mining support to ensure these transactions are processed. For example, like in the recent halving event, we realized that, or we noticed that some project teams are actually approaching some mining pools to prioritize their transactions in order to edge the first rune assets. Obviously, like they are offering like a really high bonus amount, and so I think all this really paved the way like for this kind of transaction activities and fees. But yeah, I think I will stop here first, and I can share a bit more about the MEV opportunity that I'm seeing as well.
Absolutely. Hey guys, my name is Julian, product lead at Marathon, leading our sidechain layer 2 initiatives, Slipstream being part of that as well. Yeah, I guess to put it simply, Ordinals demonstrated that there's a lot of experimentation potential on Bitcoin, and I'd say where I spend most of my time in is thinking about the adoption question. I think that finding more ways to accelerate transactions, accept custom transactions, non-standard ones, is an important priority of our team, but so too is that of trying to stimulate new ways that we would actually use Bitcoin. I think within the mining space, we tend to focus a lot on cost and optimization, and these are of course very, very important things, but an even more important thing is, well, what are we mining in the first place? And what exactly is that asset being used for? And so what are new directions that we can, move forward in? And so we're building a multi-sidechain network called Enduro. The goal of it is to be simple by design, have something that actually works, that is fast, that's cheap, and that actually enables the sort of experimentation that Ordinals has showcased. But at the same time, we heed to the fact that, look, we're miners of the main chain. Most of our revenue comes from the main chain. And because of that, we are trying to stimulate as much of experimentation as we can on the main chain. Yeah, hold it a little closer, I guess. But anyway, yeah, pleasure to meet you all.
Okay, let's turn this into a discussion. Let's jump into just fees, because this is kind of a unifying topic here. Are we in a new regime for fees on Bitcoin?
You want to start?
I can go first. Just to follow up my previous points in terms of the increased transaction fees and our customized deals are from the mining pool's perspective. I think the above that I mentioned actually brings up an emerging topic in the Bitcoin ecosystem, which is the MEV opportunity. Our MEV, in Ethereum, refers to the maximum value that miners can extract for the block production beyond the block reward and the gas fees. That typically involves the reordering, inserting, or even censoring transactions within the block to exploit arbitrage opportunities or to capture liquidation events or even influence DeFi protocols. But in Bitcoin, MEV opportunities have been really limited due to the fact that the Bitcoin blockchain is primarily focusing on dealing with simple transactions instead of complex interactions like those we have seen in the Ethereum ecosystem. But with the introduction of the Ordinals, or even the most recently launched Runes protocol, I think there is room and potential for MEV-like activities in the Bitcoin ecosystem. So that's what I want to share. Yeah.
I would just add to that I think on top of what Ordinals does in terms of MEV, there's also what Ordinals showcases of using Bitcoin as a data availability layer. And I think the more that other ecosystems, I was just talking to the ARC guys, really interesting conversation, and I think something that you're seeing with the ZK rollup technology is that's another use case for that Bitcoin main chain. And so in a world, to go back to your question, Charlie, where there are more uses for inscribing, adding data, rolling it up to Bitcoin's main chain, it is a world in which there could be a new fee regime. And it's exactly what miners are looking for. At the end of the day, we can't count on the block reward being, 3 weeks ago, 6, and now 3, and soon 1, right? These are numbers that make it more challenging to mine. And for the audience, why should you guys care about Bitcoin mining transaction fees? It has nothing to do, it's not just about our profitability, right? This is the security of the network. A profit motive is what underlies the security of Bitcoin, and people forget that sometimes. And so as much as we can find new use cases for Bitcoin, in many ways it has the flywheel effect, but I'm not saying in the shitcoin way, right? I'm saying a flywheel effect in the security sense, right? The more uses for Bitcoin mean the more fees paid to miner, meaning a greater incentive to mine and more decentralization in mining. So yeah, I think we are in a new fee regime.
Sorry, how does it work to verify zero-knowledge proofs on Bitcoin L1?
That's obviously not available natively yet, and I'm not part of a ZK technology company, so I'm not going to speak on behalf of others, but I am going to say that Bitcoin's main chain having the hash of whatever, or having any data from another network, be it an L2, an L3, a sidechain, whatever, that's using the Bitcoin transaction record in new ways. And insofar as miners are the ones creating this ledger, if we add more data to the ledger, there's more demand for the ledger, there are more fees to the ledger creators, that's where we are. So I'm taking more of a conceptual approach to it.
Yeah, I think we're going to take a while before we see that.
Totally. I think with all these things, I mean, even ordinals, like the day in which runes, are fungible token standard that people use for like payments, they could, but we're talking long tail events. But that's what mining's all about, you know what I mean? Like it's been a volatile industry historically, and hoping we can, come together, unite forces, and find a way to find that long-term use case and, head toward that steady state future.
Leo, can you?
I think like we need several more software. So we need several more opcodes before that can even become mildly a possibility of having verifier natively on Bitcoin. So I think there are some key technical challenges before that can become even mildly possible. I think this is going to offend a lot of people, but I don't think. I think anyone who's paying attention wouldn't really think that zero knowledge proofs having verifiers natively on Bitcoin L1 is going to happen anytime soon. And I think people who are selling that, anyways.
Spicy opinions there, Leo. Can I ask you to give me some color, Leo, given that you are quite focused on transaction fees? Can you give me some color on like how transactions are changing on chain? They look a little bit different than they did about 2 years ago. We were talking about this on stage yesterday at Bitcoin Asia, talking about different transaction types. Wait, let's dive deeper into this maybe new transaction fee regime. Just kind of help just like flesh this out a bit more for me.
Yeah, so I don't. Oh, sorry, was it for me?
Yeah, you. But
anyway. So I don't think it really matters to define whether we're in a new fee regime or not. I think that's mostly marketing language, which is also important, which is also very important. But just purely from looking at the breakdown, the percentage breakdown of transaction types. Yes, there are introduction of inscriptions, there are introduction of BRC, but it's actually still a very small percentage of overall transactions, right? 70% is still user transfers. So I think on that front, it doesn't really change meaningfully of how transaction types. Like, yes, there is a biodiversity of transaction types, but I think the only real change if we have to define what the definition of a new fee regime, I think that would be the mempools are now full, right? Like mempools are more full than ever before when maxis were trying to make Bitcoin a digital gold that doesn't move. So on that front, I think yes, that's a real key change. But I think in terms of transaction types breakdown, it's still very early. But in terms of effect, so there are certain transaction types, they will have different time preferences, which is represented in which fee tier that they want the most, right? So like runes, ordinals, when the floor moves very drastically, there will be greater demand for the 1% 1% percentile. But that 1 percentile is also extremely susceptible to manipulations, and we've seen that in another example, which is PBS, when builders start to have greater power.
What's PBS for this maybe not as ETH aware audience?
Oh, sorry. Propulsor builder separation on ETH. We don't have to talk about it right now, but just to summarize, I think different transaction types, they have different time preferences for different fee tiers, and that changes when the event that they concern about the most has great volatility.
Speaking of fee events, we had a very large fee event a couple weeks ago at the halving. One of the most interesting things to happen in Bitcoin mining in many of our careers, I think, was when Casey launched the Runes token protocol, and we saw one of the most lucrative, like 200 block eras in Bitcoin's history from a US dollar denominated standpoint, and via BTC got the first block. I know that people want to hear about it. Let's talk about the Epic Satoshi. Tell me about via BTC's Epic Satoshi, capture and distribution.
Yeah, so first of all, I think we're really grateful for being able to mine it first, having block and the Epic set for sure. And then we also have the pleasure to really organize the first ever Epic set auction. And I think instead of being a epic set collector, what we want to achieve is to contribute to the Bitcoin ecosystem. And one ways that we have in mind might be raising the awareness and bringing the visibility of all these rare sets, epic sets, or like opening up more possibilities for the or the utilities of the ecosystem. And that's why we organized the epic set auction. And I think it's been a huge success. We bring a lot of our attention from the ecosystem, and then a lot of ecosystem builders also participated in the auction, including the winner, the prop community, which is a really talented team whose founders are actually Ordinals core contributors, and then also includes the founders of the Merlin Chain. He also participated, and I think. Speaking of the rare sets or epic sets, right now I think in terms of trading right now, the biggest platform might be Magic Eden, but I think I expect to see more platforms would be emerging, facilitating the trading, the auctioning of all kinds of Satoshi, like rare Satoshis. And then secondly, I think I also expect to see mining pools direct participation into this market, into the creation and sale of rare Satoshis, because obviously they are the first one having the access to the blocks and the Satoshis. So they can actually inscribe digital art pieces and also other content onto Satoshis. And in addition, they can also offer specialized mining services to some users who are willing to pay a premium, and then they could actually help these kind of users to inscribe data or content onto the Satoshis as well. So I think it's just a beginning of the rare Satoshis market. Like honestly, initially I think the potential value embedded in these kind of rare Satoshis have not been fully recognized. Like even for us before the auction. Honestly, we have no clue how shall we value these epic sets. Like we have seen some rare Satoshis being auctioned for like over $100,000 US, but we have no clue about the epic set. So I think it's just beginning.
Were you surprised by the price it sold for?
Kind of, but I mean, in the Bitcoin ecosystem, like. Where a lot of crypto OGs are here, or like even institutional investors are here. Like in the end, our epic set was valued like slightly over 2 million. I'm not sure if it's a low price or high price, but
the only price we have so far.
Yeah.
We have one data point.
Yeah, the only data point. So I think the things that we look for is really to bring awareness and visibility to the market. And hopefully we can open up more possibilities and use cases of this rare Satoshis.
Well, if I could just add, what I love about this conversation is we're talking adoption here. And I think if there's one important thing about this Runes launch and this rare Satoshi that you guys won, it's that we're talking about the use of the assets themselves. And to go back to like the ZK conversation, like, you know, it's like when we distract ourselves with technical implementations that are, you know, a far ways away, we forget about the use of the actual digital assets themselves. So, no, it's pretty incredible that, I mean, the community really riled together. Within Marathon, we got a lot of offers for, you know, doing something with this first epic SAT and, you know, this rare SAT, right? It's incredible that there's big community demand for the underlying asset, and I think as miners, it should be our biggest priority. It's how are people using this blockchain, right? And anyway, it's pretty cool what you guys did, and it's awesome that you're thinking about ways to monetize that, get that to market, do things that are creative with it. We're going to fail 99% of the time. It just takes 1% to show that a decentralized network like Bitcoin can beat out any other.
I'll probably throw it back to you two here. We've seen in the business of like mining pool operation has not been very, I would say, interesting in a long time. And so you've kind of optimized from like latency or business development from procuring hash rate to point to the pool. But we're seeing a new era for block producers, which we call pools, we're seeing a new era where you guys are actually now actively participating in different types of business models. Julian, in your case, I'll throw you a bit of a layup here. You guys are launching various sidechain type products, and what are your thoughts on, like, do pools have an era of innovation in front of them, and what might this look like?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they 100% do. And actually, the innovation in some ways has even surprised me. So one of our products, LIVESTREAM, even before the era of launching these sidechains, is one for it's a direct submission tool for custom transactions. We've obviously mined a number of 4 megas. And in the process of doing that, it's actually required quite a bit of sophistication that, I mean, in many ways, Marathon is unique to be able to do something like that because we own both the miners and the pool that we, from our network, right? But at the same time, it was a demonstration that, wow, yeah, pool doesn't have to be this boring concept. It's actually, it can be a mechanism for innovation. And it's actually, we always considered it that way within Marathon, but it wasn't until Slipstream and now this era with talking about runes and all these different implementations that we've really begun to see the market also demand that and think of it the same way. So yeah, I definitely think we're in a place where, I mean, we've seen with our own experience doing new experiments with our pool and the types of transactions and, innovating what can, the experimentation on Bitcoin, it's shown that, yeah, pool as a product is a very important one and a very compelling one.
Yeah, Jeff, I mean, Via BTC has a sister exchange, CoinX, through which you distributed the Epic Sat. That's an interesting synergy because that's an entirely different type of business. This is interesting. Could you kind of like flesh this out a bit more for me about, like, do pools flex and unify other types of businesses like an exchange? What does that look like going forwards?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. I think we are quite better positioned to be like both a mining pool and a cryptocurrency exchange. Like obviously, first of all, there is an increased liquidity for both parties. Like for example, the mining pool provide the exchange with the freshly mined Bitcoins and a number of other POW currencies as well. And that really helps the liquidity without the intermediaries typically involved in acquiring a large volume of cryptocurrencies. And on the other hand, as for the miners of our mining pool, they could also earn lodges, like the rewards. They could earn the rewards not just in Bitcoin, but also in other currencies. And secondly, I think it's also about the data sharing. Like as a mining pool, like we have access and data of the mining behavior, like the miners' behavior. And then we also have our capital arm. We invest in the ecosystem. We invest in projects. For example, we also invested in a number of Bitcoin layer 2 solutions recently. And then we run our exchange, so we have access to traders' behavior, like both retail and institutional behavior. So, and with all this combined data matrix, we really have an in-depth overview of the market, and that helps us in terms of conducting market analysis and forecasting. And then, of course, like in terms of our user experience, like the exchange users might be able to enjoy faster and cheaper transactions, because obviously our mining pools might be able to prioritize some transactions originated from the exchange. And lastly, I think safety matters the most when it comes to crypto industry. And I think with the combined technical resources that we have from the mining pool as well as the exchange, we are really better positioned to continuously improve the safety of the assets and bring innovations. Yeah.
I can't comment too much on how mining pool business evolve. It's definitely your expertise. But I think what's interesting is, okay, so let's boil down the function of a mining pool, right? It does 3 jobs. One is to construct the block template, and second is to broadcast the block template, and third is to assign work to different miners, hashers. The latter 2 are not super interesting in this conversation, but what's changing, I guess if we call it a new fee regime, by Ordinals, by Epic Sats, by runes, is the block template construction process, right? So in the past, there were not that much competition on this front because in Bitcoin, there's not that much need to pay attention to the sequence of the transactions, compared to something like in Solana or Ethereum. But now, there's much greater need for the sequence of these transactions to be laid out in a specific way, such that certain users, they benefit from top of the block, right? So I think that puts a lot more demand for optimizing the block template construction process, which, oh, by the way, Marathon is very impressive on that
Very
front.
impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Shout out to the person who built that.
Portland Hoddle and Mike Casey.
Yeah, shout out Portland.
Yeah, so I think we're going to see some pretty interesting behavior there too, right? Because not every mining pool is able to do something like that. And a lot of the older generation mining pools, no offense, hasn't done shit for the past 5 years, right? It's a very commoditized business. They're just sitting around and signing contracts. They go and wine dine, whales, and that's really their business model. They have no idea, and a lot of them, they're just white labeling each other. They have no idea how to deal with any of this. So I think mining pools are paying attention to optimize block template construction process, are going to have really large differentiating factors. This may lead some of the smaller pools, older pools, to outsource that process to some of the other pools. So I think that could be an interesting angle.
Maybe the right question would have been, are we in a new block template construction regime?
I definitely think we are, but I'm telling you, it takes a lot of technical talent to do that, and it's not just your ordinary developer. It's not the sort of it's not an Upwork hire. Let me just put it that way. It's extremely, it took a lot of weeks, a lot of sleepless nights, and anyway, not for me. To be very clear, I was not that person, but it's. I don't think the outsourcing model you mentioned is compelling. I'll just say that.
Jeff brought up MEV earlier at the top. Do we want to open up this can of worms?
I think I can share a few key takeaways from a recent conversation between a few leading mining players and our mining pool. First of all, there is a great segmentation in the mining community. Like, first of all, there is a large group of Bitcoin miners, and they only focus exclusively on Bitcoin mining, and they operate on a very large scale. And then there is another group of miners who focus on mining a number of smaller cryptocurrencies, and they vary in terms of the scale. They might be more retail-based, but they don't interact with the large Bitcoin miners. And then lastly, there is another large group of miners, for example, those pushing for Casper mining, and that represent another niche subset of the mining community. And from these, I think we see clear division in the mining industry. And I think a little bit in response to your previous point, I think for example, there was a prevailing assumption during the Ordinals craze that miners might drive up the market in order to benefit from the increased transaction fees. But according to the conversation that we had, that wasn't really the case, at least from the few large miners that we have spoken to from the Russia and Middle East regions. And they were not only disinterested in manipulating the market, they were actually uninformed of the market movements. So there is a huge market or information asymmetry in that perspective. And similarly, I think there is a limited engagement of these miners with all those Bitcoin ecosystem builders, like those layer 2 solutions. And they actually don't really engage with them. So I think, to me, my take is that these miners view the mining business as a traditional industry or traditional business instead of a crypto native or tech native evolving ecosystem. And in short, I think there's really a huge gap between the miners, not just between the West and the East, but also between the miners and the Bitcoin ecosystem builders.
I would love to keep this going, but Elizabeth gave me the time's up. So thank you so much. Give the guys a round of applause, and see you on chain.
All right, thank you so much. And now we're going to be moving on to our next panel around Bitcoin infrastructure. But first, as our speakers, maybe let's turn the music down ever so slightly. Perfect, thank you. And as our speakers are making their way to the stage, I have a quick PSA. We have located a credit card under the name of Rana Chai Churnmamrung. I'm probably butchering this, but okay, perfect. Okay, I hope it's yours. If not, this is why we all need to download Xverse Wallet. Not your keys, not your coins. All right, so moving on to your next panel, discussing Ordinals beyond its functionality and how user interface and user experience play a key role in this space. The rise of Bitcoin infrastructure and product design is here to bridge this gap and transform the way users interact with protocols and apps and the burgeoning Bitcoin ecosystem as a whole. Today we have speakers Zhuozhan Yan, co-founder and COO of Magic Eden, Ken Lau, founder and CEO at Xverse, and Brian Laughlin, co-founder of Ordinalsbot, Jason Lau, CIO at OKX, and moderator Min X, partner at Foresight. Can you please make your way to the stage? Thank you.
Missing a chair.
I think. Get out of my chair, man. No, just kidding. No, we need one more chair. We're missing one more chair.
Oh.
So I'm thinking about the order. Okay. Yep. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody feeling today? Cool.
Let's go.
LFG. I'm Min. I'll be the moderator for this panel. And a little bit about myself. I'm the partner at Foresight Ventures. I'm also managing the accelerator Foresight X. So Foresight Ventures is a crypto fund managing about 400 million in AUM, and we're also managing a global crypto media outlet, including Foresight News and The Block. So shall we start with a brief introduction of yourself and how your work is contributing to the Bitcoin infrastructure? Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm Z, co-founder of Magic Eden. It's funny, this room is, I can't see any of you because the lights are so bright, and you probably can't hear me because this room is so noisy. Magic Eden, we're a cross-chain NFT marketplace, been around since 2021. We're the largest NFT marketplace in the world. We've bet deep on Ordinals and Bitcoin in general since the beginning of last year. We're the largest marketplace on Bitcoin as well now. We've done almost $2 billion worth of volume across Ordinals and Runes in the last 12 months. So super excited to be here and excited for this.
Hi everybody, my name is Brian. I go by Bruffstar on the interwebs. I'm co-founder of Ordinalsbot. We are the first ever inscription service we launched back in February 7th last year actually. So yeah, I fell in love with the Ordinals protocol and we launched a really cool tool to make it really easy for people to inscribe. So we kind of take away all the technical hurdle and there's a cool app where you can just drag and drop and then we inscribe for you. And since then, we've been building out our API, becoming more of an infrastructure kind of company, and worked with many, many cool projects in the space. And yeah, just been growing in the last year and a half with the space. And now we're here in Ordinals Asia. It's incredible to see. So really excited to be here.
Hey everyone, I'm Ken, founder of Xverse. Xverse is a Bitcoin Web3 ecosystem wallet. Just a show of hands, how many people here don't have Xverse? Raise your hand. Go download it, okay.
Get lost. This is your event too.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Thanks. My name is Jason. I'm Chief Innovation Officer at OKX. OKX, we're a crypto platform. We're an exchange. We're a Web3 wallet. We're a marketplace. We're really where you come to get access into crypto, but more specifically into the Bitcoin ecosystem. We've been doing this for over 10 years. And we've been long-term supporters of the Bitcoin ecosystem, including, supporting Lightning 4 years ago already, and now being one of the earlier ones to support Ordinals and Runes and everything, all the cool stuff that you guys are building here today. So yeah, good to be here.
Great. Happy to be with all these distinguished panelists, also longtime builders in this space. So let's talk about some alpha first, okay? So with the emergence of Ordinals, BRC20, and also Runes, we're witnessing what some are calling the Bitcoin Renaissance, right? So I want to ask you guys, how do you perceive these developments in the Bitcoin ecosystem? And can you also share with us some insights or trends on these Bitcoin assets from your data? Can we start with? Yeah.
I can go, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're seeing a lot of the similarities happening on basically the ordinals that we've seen 2 years ago on Ethereum, from smart contracts launching to people doing DeFi, and they had DeFi summer, and then we had the NFT kind of bull run, and now we're seeing the same thing happen here. So when Ordinals launched, people were like inscribing pictures of their cats and dogs, and then it went to collections, and then the marketplaces came in, and people started launching collections, and now we're seeing with BRC20 and Runes, fungible tokens kicking off kind of that whole ecosystem. So that's been really exciting to see, and I feel that we're just at the precipice of that. And yeah, we're going to see basically like a BFI summer coming, potentially next year. Now that all the amazing builders in the space have built all this stuff, the retail market can come in and essentially use all this stuff we've been building. And yeah, but it's basically only the beginning. I think next year's got to be absolutely massive for Bitcoin.
Yeah, Renaissance is a good word. I think that's very much what it feels like right now. And like, so many people over the last few days, at least that I've been here, it's the word that keeps coming up is like the vibes are excellent. The vibes are immaculate, right? And the vibes haven't been this good in a really long time. I think it's almost like a different generation of people that are interested in Bitcoin. And that's really cool because, yeah, when I first came into crypto in 2017, there was no way that someone like me would be building on Bitcoin. And the only place to go back then was basically Ethereum, maybe a few other side bets. Over the years, there's been many, many other places, but it's really cool to see Bitcoin come back to the fore in such a really, really big way. To the point now where, more than half of sort of the resources at Magic Eden, we're working on Bitcoin stuff, right? Whether that's the marketplace, the cross-chain wallet, so there's Renaissance really is kind of, it doesn't quite capture it in many ways because there's a lot of opportunity that's yet to come. Even from a mining perspective, like just on Magic Eden alone, it's over 100 million that's been delivered to miners and fees in the last 12 months of us supporting Ordinals and Runes, which is massive, I think, for the ecosystem, right? We're only like basically a year into all of this stuff. So for the longevity of the network, I think it's massive. So we're pretty pumped about it.
Yeah, so from our perspective as a wallet, we're kind of like in the middle of the ecosystem. We serve both the users and developers, and from of course from what we've seen, there's a ton of activity around Ordinals, BRC20, Runes, but also what this is bringing is it's bringing the builders back into the Bitcoin ecosystem, right? And if you look at Bitcoin maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, there were barely anybody building anything on Bitcoin. And today, like even in this conference, if you talk to people, so many people are building projects on Bitcoin. And it's just like unbelievable how much excitement and innovation there is. And with these layer 1 protocols like Ordinals and Runes, it's also creating demand for Bitcoin to scale again. And now we're seeing a lot of activity on the layer 2 side of things for Bitcoin.
I think I don't want to repeat anything you guys said. All accurate, all awesome. From us, I think maybe some of the alpha is that we're still pretty early. And the reason why we say that is at OKX, we obviously support the Bitcoin ecosystem, but across a wide variety of communities and ecosystems. And when you see users come and try to learn about Bitcoin and all the cool stuff that's been happening over the past year, there's still a lot of friction. A lot of users do use the exchange as their preferred venue. And then, when they get into our Web3 wallet, and that's on us. So we have a lot of work to do in education and improving the user experience. But then they try to use Bitcoin address types, and they try to get familiar with how you make a trade or purchase in an ordinal. Like, that's a bit new and unfamiliar to them, especially if they've come from a different ecosystem. And so I think we've still got a lot of work to unlock this sort of pool of people that have learned about what's happening, are really interested, and have yet to join. So to all the builders, I think there's a lot of work to do, and it's just this is the beginning of the renaissance.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, this is just the beginning. So I want to talk about some dark side or downside. So what do you see the most pressing challenges that we are facing right now with the Bitcoin infrastructure? What is actually missing? Yeah, can we start from C?
I mean, there's no shortage of challenges. I think it's like, I probably speak for everyone here that it's really hard to build on Bitcoin. And I want to give a shout out to my co-founder Rex. He's somewhere in the audience. The guy, he built our Bitcoin marketplace. So anyone who uses Magic Eden should go shake Rex's hand, because that guy grinded pretty hard. But I would say there's a few things that we I would classify as challenges. I think, UX is a huge challenge. Like, anyone who has spent any amount of time splitting UTXOs, trying to trade runes, trying to trade BRC20s, waiting for transactions, it's just hard, right? Like, someone who's doing it for the first time is probably going to think, like, why? It's pretty strange. Why are you guys trying to do this? I think the second thing is that there just has not been that much infrastructure built for the development of applications on Bitcoin, right? Because it hasn't really been around for very long, or at least people haven't been doing it at scale for very long. And so one of the things that we want to do more of, and we've started doing, is just to open source a lot of the things that we are working on. So mSigner, which is the thing that powers our marketplace, we open sourced that right after we launched our marketplace. We have pretty robust APIs for a lot of our business. So if you want to touch anything to do with ordinals, runes, rare sats, depending on how deep you want to go in the ecosystem, we have APIs that kind of power all of that stuff. And so anything that we are building from like a front end and user facing side, we will then expose to people in the ecosystem to use as well. And that's sort of how we think about it as we are building. A lot of it's really hard, but more often than not, there are going to be other people that want to use the same things. So we'll try and put stuff out there at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely, and I applaud the open source aspect as well. I think we need certainly more of that. It's kind of the Bitcoin way to do things, and we're also an API first company, so I think that I would recommend any builders in the space that are doing that. Then definitely, if you're building something, make it open to people to also build, because they'll build stuff with your API that you've no idea, you couldn't even imagine. Basically, we've seen some really cool products and things being built on top of our API that we would never imagine would happen. And challenges is definitely a UX problem. We've seen people are used to Ethereum, they're used to Solana, they're used to very fast transaction times, they're used to smart contracts, and it's a real culture shock when you come to Bitcoin, and that's just education. So we've really tried to do our best and onboard people, and when projects come into our Discord and want to launch something on Ordinals, we take the time to basically say and sit down and explain to them, and to the point where we even help them out with their community and different things like that. So it'll get better obviously over time. Ethereum back in 2017 was also the wild west, right? There was no standards, and that evolved into now a pretty robust standard, like ERC 720 and things like that. So that'll evolve more on Bitcoin. There'll be more standards, there'll be more infrastructure, there'll be more things to build on top of, and I really hope people do adopt the open source kind of Bitcoin mentality, because it is very Bitcoin. It is looking like it's going towards that direction, which is really hopeful to see. It's a year and a half in, and just to note, a year and a half is not a long time, and the amount of stuff that's been built in this last year is insane. We've got marketplaces and wallets right out the gate. And inscription services wasn't even a term when we started. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in the next year now that these tools are maturing and the standards are coming into play.
So I think the two biggest challenges for the Bitcoin ecosystem right now is one, it's scaling and adding more advanced programmability, right? So right now, maybe we have like a few 100,000 active users of Ordinals, Runes, and all these protocols. And we already see that sometimes the fees can spike to a degree where it makes everything else basically unusable. And if you were just trying to send a regular transaction, some Bitcoin to somebody, it's going to cost you like $50, right? I don't think long-term that's sustainable. And if we're going to onboard more people, millions more people onto Bitcoin, then it's definitely going to have to go to a layer 2, right? And we're lucky that there's so many projects right now all working to solve this problem. I think in the next year or so, we'll definitely see some really good layer 2 solutions that will help scale Bitcoin. And the other challenge is, programmability, right? Bitcoin script itself is so limited that you can't do a lot of things, right? All these layer 1 protocols like Ordinals and Runes, they're very basic NFT and fungible token protocols. If you wanted to do a little bit more with these, you can't right now on layer 1, right? For example, if you wanted to issue a stable coin using Runes, you can't do that because the minting mechanism just doesn't allow for that, right? So I think we'll probably need to add some sort of smart contract capabilities to Bitcoin. And again, some of these layer 2 projects are also solving this problem. And also, now there is, OpCat being pushed. So we would likely see some more changes to the Bitcoin base layer, the protocol itself, that can enable additional functionality.
I think asking for outright smart contracts on Bitcoin that's a very contentious request, but we might see that. I think for us, just again, gentlemen, spot on. The UX layer is the UX area is something that we're really diving deep into. We've been taking a lot of time to listen to feedback. I think again, to reiterate, users. This is all so new that even crypto native users get scared when they try to transact. I mean, I had someone who's a year-long, decade-long crypto user. They're like, am I going to lose my Ordinals just because I'm paying out of the same wallet? And it's just like, it's unfathomable that, these frictions, we just need to tackle that. And at OKX, we're spending a lot of time thinking how we do that. Again, we're trying to bring users across the various OKX ecosystem into and learn about Bitcoin and all that can be done here. So when the scalability is done and when all these new use cases are available, that sort of on-ramp and onboarding is more accessible. I think that's what we're really focused on right now. There's just so much work to be done.
Yeah, exactly. Now that you brought up about layer 2s, so there are about like 100 of Bitcoin layer 2s right now. I wanted to ask you guys, like, which one are you most bullish on? And what problem do you think they have right now? Yeah.
Look, I'm literally, I was trying to learn about the 50th layer 2 and what is different about that versus the 45th one. I can't keep up.
There's no difference, yeah.
Right, and so for us, we go to where the users are. Right? If the users are on, whatever, we will support that. And that's our job, right, is to bridge that gap.
I think whoever can crack the most permissionless L2 will be like a dominant player. We're definitely, we're all Bitcoin native here, so we kind of want to stray away from centralized solutions as much as possible. So yeah, if you can crack that permissionless thing, but it will happen. Like the amount of developers that are back in this space now, like there's so many giga brains now, like working on this stuff. Honestly, thanks to Ordinals, I would say, because obviously people were building L2s before Ordinals came along, but it's really like opened the floodgates now, and there's so many amazing talent coming back to the space. Someone will crack it, and then it's basically whatever one the retail like chucks a dart at and starts using in a big way. Will also be a big player, but I would really hope that it'll be as permissionless and decentralized as possible.
For us as a wallet, we want to work with all the L2s. So we don't want to pick and choose the winners. So if you're building an L2, come talk to us. We want to help.
I'll give it maybe a spicy take since, may as well. We're up here. I kind of agree with this, so many L2s at this point. My take is that for the next 12 months at least, I think there's a lot still to be done on L1. Like so much to be done. And I think part of the challenge with, I think, the first generation of L2s, at least the ones that I've seen, is that there's almost this, it's like an irony, because in order to utilize like ordinals and runes on these first generation L2s, you have to bridge these assets over, right? And bridging just in general in any ecosystem has been pretty like challenging. Like no one really wants to do it in a really meaningful and big way. Like how many things have you guys bridged to alternate chains? Probably not, I'm gonna guess not that much, because I'm like pretty deep. I don't bridge that often. I might have bridged like one thing. So that's the first point. And then the second thing is if you're gonna do native stuff on some of these L2s, you kind of lose the properties of what makes ordinals and runes interesting, right? Which is kind of ironic, given that's what made ordinals take off in the first place. So I think a lot of these, it will be interesting to see how it plays out. We're also fairly agnostic, similar to Ken, about we'll definitely support, you know, where there's volume, where there's users, where there's liquidity, all that kind of stuff. We are very, very chain agnostic as a platform and a product. But I think we're all kind of waiting for like the holy grail of native L2s. I think that's where the alpha is, and I don't know when that'll be, but lots of work to be done on L1s in the meantime.
And also, like with all these L2s, there's trade-offs and compromises and security implications too, right? I don't think we've really tested and even thought through a lot of those, and we got to be careful.
Multi-sigs are good, man. It's gonna be fine.
Amazing, amazing. Smart answers, you know, without mentioning any names. Yeah, that's good. So I have one question for Z, because Magic Eden started with Ethereum NFT collections, right? And now you are a pioneer in the Bitcoin NFT and also Ordinals and runes. So can you like compare the dynamics, the vibe, the opportunities between these two ecosystems?
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, those of you that know the Magic Eden history, we got started on Solana in 2021, which is it's like night and day in terms of the vibe of ecosystem versus Bitcoin. Solana is like teenagers, you know, and like Bitcoin is like adults in some ways. I mean that in like a very nice way, because I think, you know, Solana is very much our home. But it's very, very different. And we, very, very early in the company, probably 3-4 months in, we knew that if we were going to build something that would represent digital ownership across the entire on-chain universe, we had to support the entire on-chain universe, which meant building multi-chain. And we started doing that in 2022, when it was a very, very unsexy time to do it. Yeah, when we first went to EVM from Solana, it was pretty tough experience. And then we actually, after that, decided to bet even deeper and went to Ordinals in 2023. And the thesis there was very much that if you believe that people would create these assets on a chain like Ethereum, and now it's possible to do it on Bitcoin, are you really going to fade Bitcoin in that instance? And we're seeing now very much this you know, spectrum where the two ends of the spectrum are really working well. So Bitcoin is blossoming, right? Clearly, we are seeing that here today. Solana is also blossoming because people are using the chain for the properties that it's unique for, right? It's like very fast, it's very cheap. If I'm going to build a game or something, I'll probably go there. But I'm not going to build a game on Bitcoin, at least not today. It's not really going to work out. But I might inscribe some very high value assets, right? Or some very, very rare assets, because the people who will want to come and access them will be willing to pay the high barrier to entry, whether that's from a cost perspective or a UX friction perspective. People will be willing to do that because that stuff lives on Bitcoin. There's like some like provenance feeling about that. So long story short, I think it's basically for us, like we are generally very agnostic, and we want to support all of the properties, the chains, the use cases. It's almost like horses for courses. Do what you want to do on each of the chains. It's totally chill. We don't have like a dogmatic view about it. But certainly building on each different one has been very, very different experience. And I would say the vibes on Bitcoin, as I said before, are the most immaculate.
Amazing. My next question goes to Brath and Ken, because you two are Bitcoin native developers. So from technical perspectives, what innovative trends do you see with the Bitcoin infrastructure?
Yeah, I'll definitely pass it to Ken in a second because I'm a front-end developer, not the Bitcoin dev, so he's definitely the more advanced here. But in my understanding of it, I'm really excited about OpCat and what's coming there, and the fact that it can come back and offer this protocol level advancement and and functionality. And then what else does that open? Does that open other ideas where people can what else can you do with Bitcoin script that might be good, but kind of slippery slope. You don't want to integrate something that changes the protocol too much. The beauty of OpCat coming back is it's a relatively harmless change now. So is there any more on that level things that you could do like low effort kind of upgrades to the protocol that could potentially have massive impacts on how you build stuff and how you do how the kind of protocol progresses. So yeah, and it would be on Bitcoin L1 as well, right? Like Z kind of said too. The more we can build on L1, the more robust it comes, the more exciting it becomes, and I'd be interested to see that. But yeah, maybe Ken has some more.
I think for Bitcoin, I think the most recently, after Runes, BRC20 launches, there's a need for, maybe in the short term, just doing swaps on layer 1, right? With BRC20, it's been really difficult, and we haven't seen something that has the same experience as using a DEX on Ethereum and some of the other smart contract chains. So I think if we can now build something like that on the layer 1 of Bitcoin with so much excitement and hype around Runes and BRC20s, that could be driving kind of the next wave of activity in Bitcoin.
Gotcha. Yeah, look forward to seeing all these technical innovations in this space. So due to time limit, I have one last question. That's for Jason. So what's your most bullish investment thesis in the next few months within the Bitcoin ecosystem?
Again, I think we're early, right? This renaissance, whatever we want to call it, everyone knows Bitcoin. Everyone understands what it stands for and what it can do. And when they see this level of activity, they want to get exposure. And that's why you're seeing all this capital, you're seeing all this development. But yet, again, it's not easy to get in. I think it's easy to buy Bitcoin, perhaps, but it's very hard to use Bitcoin in the ways that we've been talking about over the past week. And collectively, I think that's where we all have to work together, right? We service users from different parts of their journey, right? From their first instance and exposure into crypto, learning about all this stuff, they come in and buy their first crypto. That's where we meet them, but we also meet users when they come in and use our wallet. And likewise, right, with all of us as our different various points in the product stack. So I think it's just super important for us to make sure that when a user comes and uses Magic Eden and then maybe wants to use Xverse, we're using similar terms and maybe we're presenting similar UX elements and similar things where users don't get that fear that I can see very palpably in a lot of very experienced users. And that's on us as an industry to make sure that we have that sort of broad standards or interoperability and all these things in place. I think that will help unlock this wave of people that I think are on the sidelines that do want to participate but are scared. That's the bull case. And I think we will do it. That's the bull case.
That's great. That's great. Okay, I think time's up. I need one sentence from each of you, for the Bitcoin developers and audience today. One sentence.
Just in general? The next run is going to be led by the Bitcoin ecosystem.
We're early, build on Bitcoin, and go to ordinalsbot.com.
Download Xverse.
I mean, enjoy the moment, right? This is a fantastic time. Enjoy the moment.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you very much for that insightful panel. Up next, this last year, we've seen an explosion of Bitcoin Layer 2s, each proposing various scalability solutions to support the burgeoning demands of the blockchain ecosystem and its users. Our next panel will be just exploring all these various potential solutions for Bitcoin layers, evolving challenges of the ecosystem, and why ultimately all roads are leading to Bitcoin. On this panel, we have Cecilia Chen, CMO of Mirror, Matt Luongo, founder of Thesis, Rachel Yu, co-founder of Alex, moderated by Rich Rhines, initial contributor to Core DAO. Please go ahead and make your way to the stage as we start our next panel. Actually, Chan An will be with us instead of Rachel. So Chan An will be representing Alex and Xlink. Lisa. And we have one more. So let's just remove this from the stage, if that's okay. I can put it, I can sit here. One, two, three, four. Good.
Hey there, everybody. Really excited to talk about Bitcoin layers with you all and the potential here. We've got an amazing group of panelists, so let's not wait too long. Let's jump right in. So Bitcoin Asia is over, so we can immediately start talking shit about Bitcoin Magazine. No, I'm kidding. We love the Bitcoin Magazine folks. So they recently defined an L2, and when they did, it was pretty divisive, right? It was pretty questionable, but I think it's a great thing to start off with for the panelists to talk about what is a Bitcoin L2? Does it fit the Bitcoin Magazine definition of using Bitcoin as the native asset, using Bitcoin for settlement, and having a functional dependency on Bitcoin? What are the characteristics that are required and maybe optional? Start with you, Matt.
So, obviously this whole L2 discussion is circular, ridiculous. Everyone's fighting for them to be an L2 and for no one else to be an L2. We saw this play out on other chains. On Ethereum, we saw new terms, new definitions. It's not useful. So we know that the definition of an L2 equals Lightning is not predictive at all, right? So when people say you can only be an L2 if you have unilateral exit, then nothing but Lightning will be an L2 for the foreseeable future until we have a soft fork on Bitcoin. So I think we know that that's to restrict. But I think what Bitcoin Magazine gets right is they say that Bitcoin has to be the asset. I think the most important thing for me when you're talking about scaling Bitcoin is scaling Bitcoin the asset. If you just want to make Bitcoin work the same way it does but bigger or faster, that's not where the market is anymore. Yeah.
That's a great answer.
So I'm Cecilia, and I'm CMO and also co-founder for Mirror. So Mirror is like a decentralized staking protocol. So we really try to, use a more trustless way to scale Bitcoin and making Bitcoin holders extra yield.
The question was, what's the why L2 for
Yeah, defining an L2.
Yeah. So we, my project Alex, we started about 3 years ago, looking to build a DeFi on Bitcoin. So when the term BTC-Fi or whatever people are talking about didn't really exist. I think when you talk about L2, and I mean the Bitcoin Magazine, what they say has some truth in it. I think they're rather technical. But from the user experience, what you need to think about is, what do we mean by L2? And why do we need an L2 if you like? Now, in the first place, then what are we doing on L1? Because what we are trying to achieve on L2 is really alternative to what you're doing on L1, right? And now that refers to asset issuance and trading. Now, specifically, where we are focusing on is DeFi, for example. And where the L2 is important, in particular for Bitcoin, and I think this is something that not appreciated, because L2 in the minds of the Bitcoin builders of DeFi takes far more importance when it comes to its need compared to the L2 in the EVM, because Bitcoin does not have the virtual machine, and therefore if you want to do DeFi, you've got to have a smart contract layer, which unfortunately we're calling L2, but it's a really question of enabling smart contract capability in the manner that we are familiar with that will allow us to scale. And that, to me, from the user and practical point perspective, is what L2 means, more than anything else.
I love that. Would you agree that users mostly want to use Bitcoin the asset, though?
Sorry?
Would you agree that Bitcoin users want to use Bitcoin the asset, though?
I think, you see, the reason why we're building on L2 on Bitcoin is because we want to, there's a reason for it. And the fact that we are talking about Bitcoin that has the biggest market cap, therefore, we want to use Bitcoin in a way that is more productive. Now, oftentimes people talk about, well, why do you need to have a L2 on the Bitcoin when you have a WBTC? You can easily, bring the Bitcoin over to WBTC and then do everything in the, EVM. The reasons why, again, I think the most important thing about having L2 on Bitcoin is because you can separate where you keep your assets and what you do with it. So important thing is how do you bring the Bitcoin to element of reservation and worry actually towards smart contract, funnily enough. Yeah. So what that means is the opportunities for you to deploy Bitcoin has to compensate for that. Now, I don't think such opportunities really existed. So that's one thing. The question is, going back to what I said earlier, how can I bring my Bitcoin back? And I think there's a lot of infrastructure that was lacking, which with the help of the Meso Thesis and also yourself in the mirror, we are looking to address, and us included.
So we actually try to solve the problem as well. And in terms of like the TVL, so we really think that for now, like we try to like believe that BTC L1 can do something, right? But the truth is that we do need L2 first. And if like the tech is developed like super like later, and then we believe that something can do on layer 1 as well. So at the current stage, we try to bring the so-called like 1.3 like trillion asset like to other ecosystem, because there are like more like DeFi or applications on the other chains, right? But we still want to see like lots of like infra like projects like Chain is doing that happening like in like like different layer 2s like Merlin, Belayer, stuff like that.
I think a different way to look at it might be that we have WBTC, and the last time it grew was summer 2020. And since then, it spiked a little, but it's mostly gone down. And so we have to ask ourselves, if people are more interested in Bitcoin DeFi, why hasn't WBTC grown as well? And obviously, there's been this different evolutionary path of Bitcoin holders and people who use other chains. But there's also been a bit of an object lesson, because what I've seen over the years is that Bitcoiners have used FTX and BlockFi and all of these others as an alternative because it's a lot easier than DeFi. And then they got burned. And so most big depositors that I'm talking to, actually, they were fine with using their Bitcoin once. And then they were taught a lesson. So now we have to convince them that they've been burned, but they should try again.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out. And what Chan was saying was really correct, that Bitcoiners are unique in that they want to earn more Bitcoin. And then there's definitely a lot of battle scars, like Matt was saying. And that's also where some of these like more riskless opportunities like staking from Mesos or from Core are quite appealing, because you don't need to trust a centralized institution or a desk or anything like that. So kind of talking about other issues that we currently have in the layer space is there's not nearly enough Bitcoin developers. How do we go about bringing more developers into the space?
Hire them, train them. A lot of us just came from Bitcoin Asia, and if people can afford all those fancy booths, they can afford to help someone go through the mailing list and read up. I really think that the only way we solve that problem is by letting the market solve the problem. So instead of hand-wringing about this isn't good for Bitcoin or that isn't good for Bitcoin, look, Bitcoin doesn't give a shit what we think is good for it. It's going to be fine. What we need to do is let capitalism do its work. And if you need a Bitcoin developer, hire someone, take a chance on someone, and then teach them.
For us, that we really like the Tsinghua tech people. So we use lots of them, and because we have like a connection with all the developers, so it's not like a super issue for us. But I would see that there will be a trend that with the technology like is going more deeper, that we definitely need like more talent like joining even on the Western side as well. Yeah.
I mean, I think when you talk about Bitcoin builders, a lot of people talk about, Bitcoin builders, we don't have many, or compared to EVM and so on, because building on Bitcoin is hard, for example, and then people come up with many excuses, rationale. But to me, the way I see it is, you see, most of the Web3 developers I come across Bitcoin, EVM, Solana, and so on, they are top-notch developers. From their perspective, learning a new language isn't really an issue. You give them 2-3 days, and the fact is, nowadays, they don't even need to learn a new language because most of the L2s support EVM. So what are we talking about here? We are really talking about the opportunity set. Programmers are some of the most logical people. They calculate, and if it doesn't make money for you, they're not coming to us. And that money simply didn't exist enough on building on Bitcoin compared to, for example, EVM and Solana. Again, many EVM developers went to Solana. They learned a new language. Yeah? So that's first point. The second point, however, is a bit more subtle. That's on the technical side. One of the difficulties we have when people say building on Bitcoin is hard is because Bitcoin and the EVM, for example, have a different models. If you want to build, for example, DeFi on Bitcoin, you need to understand the difference between UTXO model and account model at the moment, unless you can come up with a DeFi construct in the UTXO. Some people are trying, and I think that's a very noble way. You need to understand how to gel them together. It's not something that was done in elsewhere, right? Or much. So I think that paradigm shift does put some barrier to entry, but ultimately I think it is opportunity set which is growing every day. So I don't think it's really the adoption issue that is going to cause a problem with the Bitcoin ecosystem growth. Yeah.
Yeah, no, another great answer. And for all the Bitcoin people, or like maybe Bitcoin curious developers, there's a great amount of people here that you can come talk to learn more. And it's a really amazing time to join the Bitcoin developer space. While we're on the topic of like Bitcoin developers and decentralized applications, we're in a really interesting time now where it's a nascent narrative, right? Like it's on the way to becoming like a full thing. And when things are nascent, there's a lot of opportunity to maybe partner versus directly compete. And that's an interesting kind of paradigm. A lot of people view crypto as zero sum versus positive sum. And I think that's kind of a mistaken viewpoint sometimes. But I'd be curious for the panelists when they think about partnering, maybe in Matt's case in L2s, or maybe other DeFi applications as well. Is now the time to partner, or is now the time to compete?
Partner, grow the pie. The way that we work is we are also auditors. We are also shipping applications on other L2s. And I think that, right now we don't even know if this idea of a Bitcoin L2 is going to be accepted by the market at all. So the idea of it being winner take all, I think, is a mistake. But it is still hard, even when people want to grow the pie. It's like, who got this headline, who got that, who got the best spot of the conference. But it's us against apathy rather than player versus player, I think.
From what I see is also like lots of collaboration. Like for example, that because I come from like Chinese background, so lots of those like Chinese layer 2s, they will ask me that if you want to some collaboration, we will all go like, yeah, for sure, why not? And whatever that if we can contribute to each other, and let's just say TVL, right? So maybe you know like some Bitcoin miners that I don't know, or I know some TVL that I can like bring to a chain as well. That's just one part. The other thing is like, for example, when we were saying that we're decentralized staking protocol, then people immediately compare us with like Babylon. So I think in a way that what we try to do is a little bit like Babylon, that we try to bring the TVL to other, like developed like omni chains. But however, that we use different technology with Babylon as well. And I do think that there's lots of interesting things going on, and we will all find out different partnerships.
I think everyone talking about the most important thing is making pie bigger, and that often people interpret as a partnership, and I think that makes a lot of sense. But also, I would say it is the competition that causes innovation and that drives the enlargement of the pie. So I think they come both hand in hand. And even the history, a lot of, even the zero-sum game as well. If you look at short term, it's always a zero-sum game. But because that allows the pie to grow, if you look at the long term, it no longer becomes the zero-sum game. So it's a sort of question of what time horizon you're looking at. Now, when it comes to Alex, a lot of people sort of complain sometimes throughout our history, we do too much. And that's partly because, and we compete with so many projects. Now, that's partly because the peculiarity of the Bitcoin, lack of virtual machine, means composability is very hard. And when the composability is very hard, unless you have a very vertically integrated product suite, you cannot create the kind of user experience that you want to give to your user. So that creates competition to a certain extent. But what we are focusing on, for example, for X-Link, is to connect all the L2s that are emerging and bring the liquidity to them. So recently connected the core, and we hope to soon connect with the Meso and the Mirror as well. So that is a partnership, in a way, helps each other. So I think that's how we really grow, together. Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of great answers here as well, and it's still so early, but there's so much opportunity for Bitcoin DeFi and some of these Bitcoin layers to start to rival some of the largest players in Ethereum. And something that I spend a lot of time about is thinking what things look like maybe a little bit in the future. And I'd be curious with all this innovation on the Bitcoin side, what do we think might happen to maybe Ethereum DeFi or just maybe the size of maybe some of the Bitcoin L2s relative to some of the Ethereum L2s?
Well, if Bitcoin is the most decentralized network and it's replacing money, and if Solana has open finance and it's fast, what does Ethereum have? And I say this as someone who's done a lot of work in the Ethereum space, and what I love, what we can learn from them in Bitcoin, is the enthusiasm and the collaboration. Just like there's no idea that's off limits, and that's always been the problem in Bitcoin for years. So, but I do struggle, if we can execute well building Bitcoin L2s, I do struggle to see where Ethereum stands.
Well, I'm kind of I agree on his answer. I don't have anything to add.
I think, everyone talk about sort of when Bitcoin is slow, there's a reason for it. And when Solana is fast, there's a reason for it. What does that leave with Ethereum? So I totally agree with you. But another thing is, if you look at most of the Bitcoin L2s, the fact is many of them are smart contract roll-up that roll up to Ethereum. So there is a large dependence on that still. So I don't think that's going to change. But technology aside, I think one thing interesting is actually, in my view, POW, so the proof of work versus proof of stake. And from the regulation perspective, what it will mean in terms of the security analysis. Now, the reason why we want to build on Bitcoin is we are of the view that proof of work will firmly put Bitcoin in non-security category. Now, if POS becomes, and I think that's what SEC wants to do, becomes a security, that will impact the whole ecosystem across not only Ethereum, but also Solana as well. And that may actually drive the builder and user to Bitcoin. Hypothetical, speculative, perhaps?
I'm skeptical. I think that the SEC has been on a tear, for sure. But I also think the courts have been slapping them around. And so, I guess how I think we should think about it is that might happen. Actually, it could. But we have to win regardless. So even if Ethereum tomorrow, the CFT says it's commodity and it never will have an issue, we have to give developers a better experience, more liquidity, more users.
Perhaps you can make a bet and then come back next year and see who wins.
Oh, actually, that'd be great, yeah.
So I hear a one Bitcoin bet. No, I'm kidding. But
a little rich, we'll see.
They'll be very expensive by next year. So.
Yeah,
that's true. But yeah, it's a lot of challenge, and with Gary, it's so hard to predict, right? Like, it's such a weird time in the U.S. Hopefully, Gary's no longer here at the next conference, back in Hong Kong next year. And I think that will give a lot of security, not just to the developers in the space, but also to the users, right? Like, are we doing things that are okay or not? We've all wanted clarity. As with any Bitcoin panel, we got to talk about the SEC and Lightning very quickly, which is, I think like a must as part of this. And I think if we think about, like kind of this emergence of this new technology, I'd be curious for maybe we're now getting to the time for like a few predictions as we start to wrap some stuff up here. How many Bitcoin L2s do we think will be live and in production by the time this conference rolls back around next year?
I think we might want to be a little more specific. Are they self-identifying as Bitcoin L2s?
We'll go with self-identified.
Oh, well, it's hard to imagine it'll be fewer than 100 at the rate that we're going right now. Even live, I'll say live, because you can just copy-paste Optimism Stack, and then every other chain that launches, you can copy-paste that as well, right? Because, I mean, when we talk about collaboration versus competition, we're competing with each other, but we're forced to collaborate by the social norm of open source, right? But if you want to tighten the definition, it's hard for me to imagine that there will be more than 3 by the end of the year that are custodying Bitcoin and using Bitcoin as their native asset safely.
There's a lot of subtle points there that I hope the audience has caught on to.
For me, I would just make a joke that next year maybe there will only be like layer 3, layer 4. That's my best friend Jason's favorite thing to mocking me. But yeah, I mean, but that's a good thing, right? At least users get more benefit, right? They get layered income.
So from our perspective, because we are not L2 ourselves, we look to work with the L2s. So we actually have a tracker that tracks all the L2 projects. Currently, we have 123 projects that we track. Now, they are increasing by 1 project a day. So that's the rate we see. Now, from our perspective, we expect between 10 to 20 L2 projects to go live this year. And we are currently connecting to each network 1 chain a week. So that's sort of the pace that we see.
So I'm slow. I haven't connected, right?
I know. It's but like it does take time. But so it's coming soon. But the fact is, but then you need to think about, you see, how many years it actually took for the EVM L2s to be where it is, and then that 10, 20 L2s coming all online. The thing is, we didn't talk about today, but liquidity fragmentation is going to be a massive issue. And I think you made a very good point. Which one of those L2s will actually custody Bitcoin in a safe way, and who will be the winner? And I think that will be actually very, very interesting into next year. Hopefully all 2 of you and then myself will be part of the survivors, but let's see.
Yeah, by 3 I meant us 3, obviously.
Oh, so 3 you meant us.
Yeah, they're right here.
All right, so let's see if we can get one more prediction here. This one's a little more like broad. So let's call it like maybe 2 to 3 years from now. What percentage of Bitcoin transactions or transactions involving Bitcoin, maybe let's call it, take place on Bitcoin L1 versus on these layer 2 systems? And I know that's a little interesting at like an Ordinals focused conference, but I'm curious for the takes of the panelists.
So I mean, that's why actually I'm very bullish. And now again, I go back to earlier what I said, about 20% of the ETH market cap is DeFi and so on. A lot of people think that's a great number. But I think there's a certain reason why that's the case, in that a lot of ETH holders holding ETH in the centralized exchange don't actually participate in the smart contract. And the ETH ethos and so on, or Ethereum, is about trustless, on-chain alone, sort of connecting off the off-chain and things like that. Now, where I am bullish with the Bitcoin DeFi over the next 2-3 years is because Bitcoin doesn't support the virtual machine, you've got to have a multi-sig, you've got to introduce the trust. What does that mean? People are already talking about something called CDeFi, for example. Where I am really interested in is the melding of the on-chain and off-chain. Now, when that happens, it really doesn't matter whether you're holding Bitcoin on centralized exchange or on-chain wallet. To you, accessing finance is finance. And that means potentially DeFi, TVL, as a percentage of the overall Bitcoin market cap can reach 100%. and including leverage, it can actually grow bigger than Bitcoin market cap. So to me, that is, again, I'm very, hypothetical here. I'm biased, obviously, but I think it is real. There's a real chance to that because of the merging, this unique opportunity of merging off-chain and on-chain provided by the unique property of the Bitcoin itself.
I think it's really hard to say. I think people are trying so hard to build on layer 1, and I like to see that. And to be honest, I don't know how long the L2 narrative will go on. But at the end, we all looking for the same goal, that is better user experience. I do think like retailers, they don't really care about like SEX or DEX, but they care about safety. They care about speed. So yeah, that's my answer.
So I don't think the L2s are going to be moving, the successful L2s are going to be moving Bitcoin. I think they're largely going to be moving other assets by volume. And I think that we'll see L1 to L2 transactions are going to be rich, but then people are mostly going to be borrowing against their Bitcoin rather than sending it around and then playing games with their less strong money, right? In 3 to 4 years. In 15 years, my goal is to see 25% of the world's economy running on Bitcoin. So yeah, we got a lot of work to do up here.
There's no way to finish a panel without like a big bold vision. So I love it. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We're now going to take a brief coffee break. So if you want to go ahead and get some refreshments in the back, we'll be reconvening promptly at 4:40 p.m. So hope to see you in a little bit. Feel free to network, engage, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done.
I managed. Yeah. I was I like waking up at 7:15. So cool to see all this happen. Sorry you had to wait.
He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my clothes back on, and that's when I knew I should. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my clothes back on, and that's when I knew I should. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. looked at him and decided we were good. Put my clothes back on, and that's when I knew I should. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. Was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. Put my coat stack on, and that's when I knew I should. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my coat stack on, and that's when I knew I should. He was cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume the conference in 5 minutes time. 5 minutes time. So if you're in the back of the room, please wrap up your conversation and make your way forward to the front of the stage. We have a very interesting panel coming up. 5 minutes time. Thank you. 大家好，我们接下来的那个 panel 会在4点40分准时开始啊。大家如果还在场后聊天的话，可以慢慢的结束，然后可以逐渐的到前面來啊。Hello， 大家晏晝好啊！我哋陣間就會係4點40分準時開始我哋下邊嘅議程啦。咁如果你而家仲傾緊偈咧，可以過緊嚟呢邊前邊坐低我哋好快就會開始。
We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done.
因为听得懂英文的中国人有，但听得懂中文的还是没有。对呀，可以了。Let's just do it. I think so, yeah. So are you international spelling? Let's do it in English. Let's do it in English. Because then we can at least take in the content and we can get for something. I think it's going to be better since there's not so many Chinese. There's a lot of Chinese. There's a lot of foreigners. No, like now we're sitting here. Who's in the next panel?
He was cool.
I mean, he's not here, Sam is not here, right?
We broke all the rules.
Let's just run with it.
We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my coat stack on, and that's when I knew I should. He was cool.
You know where, Dasha, so when Dasha gets here, just manage that, and I'm gonna go downstairs to
We broke all the rules.
Okay? Yeah.
We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done.
It should start now, but we're still waiting for one person. Oh, well, I should start with Jeff. Yeah.
All right. Hello, everyone. We're about to begin the final sessions of the conference this afternoon. I hope you enjoyed a nice break and are feeling more energized. It's wonderful to see everyone back in their seats. And if you want to go ahead and make your way back into the mega stage room, feel welcome to join even if we're in the middle of a session. Now we have the great pleasure of hearing a keynote from Jeff Yin, who's the founder of Bitmac Tech, bringing innovative and technological solutions to Bitcoin. He's also the founder of Merlin Chain, which successfully reached over 2 billion TVL in just 1 month, which is pretty insane. So he'll be discussing the expanding and native Bitcoin innovation from L1 to L2. Please join us in welcoming him to the stage. And in the meantime, we will also have a translation from Zeth in Chinese and Cantonese.
Thank you. 大家下午好，我们现在马上就要开始接下来的环节，就是一个 keynote speech by Merlin Chain 的创始人Jeff Yin 先生。然后我们在后面的朋友们可以逐步向前移，然后入座。我们開始現在的接下來的環節。大家好，而家我哋開始咧係一個 keynote speech，係 Merlin Chain 嘅founder Jeff Yin 先生。OK， 我哋開始啦 ，Thank you。Welcome Jeff, thank you.
Hey guys, my throat is kind of dead today, so I will try to speak slower. And if you guys cannot hear me, you can see the screen to the what was say. So yeah, I think I'm the founder of Merlin Chain, and we want to build something really cool for Bitcoin because myself, I'm a huge fan of Ordinals. I was in the Ordinals Summit last September. It has much less people than today. So you can see the Ordinals revolution is, growing very fast. And before last year, there's no people like building for Bitcoin. Like for Bitcoin, the only thing you can do is hold them, buy them, or sell them. But when we have Ordinals, we can launch, Ordinals NFTs. We can launch BRC20, and right now we have Atomicals, we have Ruins. So with all those new assets coming in, and with all kinds of builders, they're trying to build something cool here. We met people, building games. We met people building wallets, marketplaces. So we finally have an ecosystem that, they're crazy for Bitcoin. And, to this year, we find out like there are lots of people like building Bitcoin Layer 2, building Bitcoin staking, restaking, building all kinds of Bitcoin DeFi apps. And I think that's a great thing. And the first thing I think Merlin is trying to provide for Bitcoin Layer 1 is for liquidity. So in just like 2 months after we launch and the early stage apps we have, it actually have, for the DEX, it has 800 million volume. And for Pearl, it has over 200 million volume, and all those landing protocols, all those liquid restaking tokens. So you can see these numbers are very high. And I know for sure today there are lots of users from Merlin Chain, and they are trading here, and they are staking their Bitcoin to get native yields. So I think this kind of volume is what Bitcoin Layer 1 will be very hard to get, because Bitcoin Layer 1, UTXO, 10 minutes a block, that is something that Bitcoin Layer 2 can actually upgrade. And also, it's going to be easier for token launch. Right now, if you spend 500, 1,000, gas fee to mint a new token, the price will be too high. And we can create more, innovative ways to do these things on Layer 2. And the second thing is we want to build more composabilities on Merlin, because on Bitcoin Layer 1, you have a BRC20. Still, the only thing you can do is to hold this, all your sets, or sell this all your sets. There's not much thing you can do. If you have, no monkeys, if you have Puppet, if you have Guzinos, if you have bitmaps, there are not really much things you can do on Layer 1. And we want to have this kind of composability on Layer 2. So for example, if you own bitmaps and you want to turn this into fungible tokens, when you turn this into fungible tokens, you can actually, provide like liquidity pool for trading. You can use these tokens as native tokens for GameFis. You can use these tokens, in lending protocols, in all kinds of protocols, and it will it will give you much better liquidity by holding a fungible token, not a non-fungible token. And also you can do the transition for BRC20 to runes. If your BRC20 community wants to do that, it can do. And it doesn't launch new assets. The first series of Merlin Phantom will be live this month, and we think this thing can build more innovation. We'll have much more dApps building around this on Merlin. And the third thing is, guys, you can check this number here. So in the past month, we actually bridged in and bridged out over 160,000 Bitcoins, which is like $10 billion value Bitcoins. I guess there's like no other chain or even CX like Binance or Coinbase has this much of Bitcoin volume. So Merlin has already proven for millions of users, millions of transactions, over $10 billion, bridging and bridge out, there was zero mistake. So this bridge is smooth, it's safe, and it's your first step to wrap your native Bitcoin into a ERC-20 standard Bitcoin. And that's why we're building more yields for Bitcoin. So right now, if you have one Bitcoin in your wallet on layer 1 in Binance, you'll have one Bitcoin by the end of this year. But if you have one Merlin Bitcoin in your wallet, how much more Bitcoin you're gonna have by the end of this year? Just assume we're safe, we will not rock. But so you are definitely going to have one more Bitcoin, like more than one Bitcoin in your wallet. This is because first, for the Merlin seal, you get 120% APY, and also if you when our POS network is on chain, you are earning the network fees and more Merl, based on the Bitcoin you stake. And the second layer is to do the liquid restaking protocols. Right now we have Solve, we have StakeStone, we have more LRT protocols coming here. When you stake Merlin Bitcoin into these protocols, you will have the points, you will have the yields based on that protocol as well. And then right now we're partnered with, the Solve protocol is partnered with Babylon Restaking. They're partnered with Anti-Alpha. So you can do the restaking, things with Babylon to earn their tokens as well. Or you can do, funding rates, which means Anti-Alpha use your Bitcoin to do quantum trading in CX. So this will create another 15 to 20% APY. And then when you have the Solve Bitcoin, you can restake Solve Bitcoin into other DeFi protocol, into other dApps. This is something new for Bitcoin because for the past 5 years, 4 years, all Ethereum users have much more yields with Ethereum. And I think it's a great chance for Bitcoin users to have this opportunity. I'm not saying everyone should do that. I mean, I would not put all my money into layer 2 to do the yields, but definitely, providing a possibility for users to do that, I think that's a great thing for the whole industry. Yeah, so that is basically what we've done in the past 2.5 months, and we have the confidence, to bring more cool stuff, to bring more innovation in the coming months, and make Bitcoin fun again. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey. It was so special to hear from you. I think we're just doing some changes to the slides, but if the next panelists can go ahead and make their way to the stage, that would be fantastic. Our next panelists are... All right, so our next panelists are going to be discussing DeFi protocols and all the many use cases. Ordinals are unlocking many functionalities on Bitcoin, including the development of new DeFi protocols and use cases. Many of these projects and layer 2 solutions are offering both the most advanced features on Bitcoin while also seeking to maintain a really user-friendly experience to onboard the next wave of users. As our panelists make their way to the stage, I just ask that we have a few of these chairs moved on to the stage. Jan, can we get some? It's not this one? Which one is it? Oh, are we doing Asian VCs? Okay. Sorry, wrong panel. We're going to be discussing the next generation of Bitcoin startups. So Bitcoin has become a magnet for investors. Both opportunities and challenges await investors seeking to fund the next generation of startups on Bitcoin. The landscape in Asia is particularly interesting as this market has been leading in growth for medical protocols like BRC20 and funding layer 2s, as we've just even heard recently from Jeff from Merlin. So this next panel is going to give us insights into perspectives from Asia market in the conversation with leading Bitcoin VCs. On this panel, we have Yushun Chen, founding partner of Waterdrip Capital, B-Man, co-founder of ABCDE, and this panel will be moderated by Jeff from Merlin Chain. So if the three of you can make your way to the stage while we have some translations, that would be fantastic. And we're also going to have some chairs to move to the stage as well. Thank you. It's an organic process here. We're all family.
OK， 这个 panel 我觉得应该是今天下午可能最精彩的一个 panel 之一啊。然后 1 second, I'm supposed to put my mask on. 这个 panel 应该是今天下午最精彩的 panel 之一。然后我们的是用中文说还是用英文说？用英文说，好的。英文吧。好的，就是梅林店的 Jeff，ABCD 创始人 B-Man， 还有水滴资本的创始人大山，然后我们希望后面的那个同学们，后面的朋友们，如果能够都加入到前面这靠前一点点，我们现在就可以开始下面的 panel， 感谢。
Hey guys, this is for the Asian VCs panel, but we are going to do this in English. Do you guys want to do a little bit introduction first?
Yeah, sure. I'm B-Man from ABCD Capital. Actually, I have been in crypto for 12 years and have been through a lot of cycle. So, we have 400 million in our cap and have invested a lot of Bitcoin ecosystem projects, including Merlin, Unisat, Babylon, etc. So happy to be here to share my view of Bitcoin ecosystem. Thanks.
Hi, this is Jidman from Waterdrip Capital. So I entered the crypto world in 2013, like 10 years ago. And in 2017, I co-founded Waterdrip Capital with two other co-founders. And since 2021, we have been focusing on Bitcoin eco investment. And we co-invested Merlin Chain with ABCDE. And currently, we are looking for more innovative projects within Bitcoin eco. I'm very glad to share some views later with you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, so I haven't prepared a question list for you guys before.
Freestyle.
Yeah, let's do freestyle. Yeah. So let's get back to where we started. So when did you guys start investing Bitcoin projects, and what is your first Bitcoin project invested? Probably last year.
First is definitely Merlin. Yeah. So why we want to invest in Bitcoin ecosystem is that we find out Ordinals came out, and that was March last year, and we think that Bitcoin is not only a digital gold anymore. It has become an ecosystem. So that is a game changer. So because we have been in crypto for a decade, but we cannot use Bitcoin to do anything. But last year we can inscribe assets and create ecosystem projects in Bitcoin. So that is totally different. So at that time, we think that we need to deploy 1/3 of the capital into Bitcoin ecosystem. So we hosted 2 demo days back in September. So Merlin was there, and I have known Jeff for a long time, and I know Jeff has been building Bitcoin ecosystem, and he invented BRC 420 and invented Bitmap Explorer. So I think that, that's great. So I talked to Jeff. Look, we need to integrate these assets into a layer 2. And that's why, Merlin was, came out. We talk about how we capture all the Bitmap and BRC 420 assets and capture the value on layer 2. So I think that was really inspiring talk, and I decided to lead invest in Merlin, at that time. So Merlin was the first, and by then we invested in a lot of projects like Babylon, Unisat, Botanics, Arch. Actually, we have already invested 10 million, more than 10 million, $50 million in Bitcoin ecosystem. Probably the biggest investment, the biggest venture capital, invested in Bitcoin in Asia. So we will keep invest. And if any of you want to build something exciting and innovative in Bitcoin ecosystem, just come to me. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, for me, actually, I have been a Bitcoin miner since like 10 years ago. We have been we were mining Bitcoin in mainland China since 2014 until 2021. There was a regulation, very strict regulation from the government that all the Bitcoin mining was forbidden, basically. And now we were trying to move abroad. So right now we are mining Bitcoin, still mining Bitcoin in Russia, in the US, Texas. And I think there's one very important time that back in the last bull run, so 2021, there was a Taproot upgrade for Bitcoin. So because in 2021, that was a bull run basically happening in Ethereum ecosystem. Everyone was doing DeFi, and no one cared about what was happening in Bitcoin. So, as Bitcoin miner, we knew it. And after we realized that something was going to happen after the Taproot upgrade, so we bet on Lightning at first. So, because basically it's possible to issue a set after the Taproot upgrade. But we betted one project called OmniBoat. That's my first investment within Bitcoin Eco back like 3 years ago. But very unfortunately, Tether decided not to support Taproot. Not to support Omni asset anymore. So we just wrote off that investment, and we continue to look for some more projects, including the Layer 1 projects, and then we invested in OzGame, the first Bitcoin game on Layer 1, and then we find Merlin. And because Merlin, I knew Jeff not a long time ago, so he had very successful experience in Web2 world. I knew it, but I didn't know Jeff, but someone told me that, okay, this guy is very fine. So he was doing AI stuff and very cool stuff. I think, okay, Bitcoin Eco need more fine. So I decided to invest Merlin. But to be honest, didn't expect you were going to do Bitcoin Layer 2, because at first you were trying to do RCSOA is a Layer 1 project, right? Yeah, and then the story and right now, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, let's not make this panel like a Merlin panel, okay? And yeah, I think ABCD, Waterdrip, their names are on like lots of Bitcoin projects. So these guys really have money, So to talk to them after the panel. And also next week we are going to announce our Merlin's ecosystem grants as well. So we are going to invest more projects, building on Merlin. And I was just trying to say something because like they just mentioned make Bitcoin fun again. This is actually from Casey. We're doing this for Casey when he tweeted like a year ago, make Bitcoin fun again. And also the name Merlin is something me and B-Man talked in the phone, to pick the name, right? Like which name for the chain. We picked the name just like a month before Merlin was launched. So we definitely are not stealing this from the Taproot Wizard. They say we are stealing like Big Bitcoin Fun again, or Merlin from their wizard saying no, we are not stealing from them. Like I have the Merlin Chain.eth probably like 3 years ago because I love this name. Anyway, the second question is, so right now there's lots of Ordinals, BRS20, Ruins, marketplaces, tools on Layer 1. And I want to go back to Layer 1 first. So do you guys see any investing opportunities on Layer 1? Because like I heard lots of people say it's off-air launched. Nobody's making money. Like very few people are making money on Layer 1. I mean the builders. So do you guys think, like investing on layer 1 projects is harder than than layer 2 or DeFi projects?
Yeah, I think in Bitcoin ecosystem, the spirit and the beauty is always fair lunch, and especially the assets on layer 1, are all fair lunch. But I think in the next 1 or 2 years, there are going to be more and more innovation on Bitcoin layer 1. For example, OP-Cats. So we are, I actually hosted Bitcoin Day last month in Hong Kong. I invited the founder of Starkware to our Bitcoin Day, and he talked about BTC Cairo and the OP-Cats. And actually, there is a small group of people in Starkware building OP-Cat and BVM. So that is quite interesting because Starkware has always been Ethereum builder, and they are coming to Bitcoin to build OP-Cat. And that is really exciting for me because with OP-Cat, we can do some layer 1 verification on layer and make Bitcoin verifiable. So that is really exciting. So with OP-Cat, I think there are going to be more and more innovation on Bitcoin layer 1. So look forward to seeing the innovation on layer 1 that can make Bitcoin programmable and verifiable. So if you guys have any idea that can make Bitcoin verification or program, just let me know. Thanks.
Well, I agree with what Biman said. OP-Cat probably will be the biggest game changer. So after it is approved, but OP-Cat got approved. The proposal got approved. Actually, it's not that easy. Probably in half a year or 1 year or not possible. Yeah, there will be a fight between the core developer, the Bitcoin miner, or the community. And on top of that, I think there are actually some other hidden gem in layer 1 protocol. For example, PBST, MAST, and a few other layer 1 protocol or some codes that is deserve more attention actually from the whole community, especially other community, not outside of Bitcoin community. So basically, we are trying to invite more developers. I mean, especially for those Ethereum developers to join Bitcoin community, because in the very early days, even Ethereum actually was from Bitcoin, and some Ethereum roll-up technology, like the challenge technology from layer 1, layer 2, actually was also firstly discussed in Bitcoin talk.org, that Bitcoin forum. So that means actually there are a lot of innovative technology within Bitcoin codes, and it takes time to find it out and just promote it. So yesterday, I talked with one Bitcoin core developer, and they are still developing some very basic and some very simple but beautiful codes based on Bitcoin codes, right? The current Bitcoin codes. I think that might be very interesting. So I just hope that more and more developers can join this game and look something more fun. Yeah.
Yeah, and let's talk about the what do you guys like? What kinds of advice or what you will give to the Bitcoin builders, or what kinds of quality you want to see in those founders, builders for Bitcoin? Because you guys probably met more founders than anybody. So can you guys share some experience in that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, I am a founder myself. I founded my company in 2015 and sold it to Baidu, and I have been founder. And actually, ABCD to me is also like a startup. So I think for the founder, you need to find a track or a direction that you can define this track. Or in ABCD, we have a thesis. We invest either the number one or the only one. So the best advice I can give all the founders is that to be the number one or the only one in a check. So I think Merlin is the only one and number one project with its own token standard and its own like bitmap explorer and with the number one TVL and number one community. So that's why we lead invest in Merlin. And for example, BitLayer is the number one Bitcoin layer 2 built on BitVM. And for example, Babylon is the number one and only one Bitcoin native staking project. So I think the best advice is that for a founder, you need to look at the market and find a position that you can define and be the number one or the only one. And I think as long as you can define this check, you will capture 80% of value because nobody will remember number two. So just find a check and dominate it, define it. Thanks.
Well, first of all, I think I have to clarify that being a good developer is not equal to being a good founder. So as a founder, you have to consider more things than just delivering good codes. For founder, you have to consider the development of your product, the marketing, the fundraising, and everything. So, and the most important thing is timing for your project. So I can see there are 3 waves of opportunity within Bitcoin ecosystem. So the first wave was layer 1 asset, like BRC20, Ordinals, Ruins, and other layer 1 protocols. And the second wave is Bitcoin layer 2. So recently I have been talking with many founders. They are just trying to build another Bitcoin layer 2. So they want to be another Merlin Chain. I just tell them, no, it's not possible for you to be the second Merlin. So because Merlin is the only one that probably that get that high TVL. And I don't think the campaign for TVL is meaningful. I'm not expecting any TVL competition within all those Bitcoin layer 2. So the innovation is the most important factor for building a project within Bitcoin ecosystem. So right now, but there have been already more than 10 Bitcoin layer 2, and most of them are different. Some are taking advantage of BitVM, some are taking advantage of the multi-signature or the sidechain technology. That's fine. They're different, but it's enough. I think it's we don't need more Bitcoin EVM layer 2 right now. So what we are still lacking of within Bitcoin layer 2 is some really native Bitcoin layer 2. That is totally different with Ethereum, Eco, or any other public chain, layer 1 or layer 2. For example, Lightning Network, Taproot Asset, RGB, or BitVM-based some schematic layer 2, or UTXO stack-based Bitcoin layer 2, something that is really different with all other chains. So I think that's the next next wave of opportunity within Bitcoin Eco. So I'm strongly recommending that any founders that are going to join Bitcoin Eco, they can pay more attention on either massive adoption applications based on Merlin Chain or other Bitcoin layer 2, or some really native Bitcoin layer 2 using native technology. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, one last question. Let's talk about like small failures or lessons. Like what is the biggest lesson or mistakes? I mean, either way, what have you learned in the Bitcoin ecosystem investing? Like biggest mistake, biggest lesson, anything. And make it short. We have like 2 minutes.
Maybe you first. I need to think about it.
The
biggest lesson.
Biggest mistake we made?
Yeah, mistake or lesson or what you have learned. Of course, you guys have invested some, successful ones. But, sometimes some builders, they have problems, growing their company and stuff. Yeah.
Well, to make it short, I think I think if I go back to last year, so I would invest Merlin Chain more. Yeah, this is a joke. Yeah. So yeah, I think the biggest mistake we have made since we joined the Bitcoin ecosystem is I think we need to collaborate more with the mainstream media. So last year when we were starting to invest in Bitcoin ecosystem, most of the mainstream media we talked with, they didn't care about Bitcoin eco. Some of them just said that, okay, Bitcoin eco or Bitcoin layer 2 is useless. It's a copy of Ethereum layer 2. So we couldn't convince them. We just let time tell us. And right now, we are very confident to tell them that, okay, you were wrong. So, but still, there are some noise or someone criticized Bitcoin eco. Yeah, so I think, yeah, for the whole Bitcoin eco, we should collaborate more with the media, yeah.
That's great. That's a great answer.
Yeah, I think if there is a lesson or a mistake I made, that will be like I should, gather more power and more builders and united all the founders together to build Bitcoin together, because right now there are a lot of fighting and a lot of competitions out there, but I don't think that right now in Bitcoin ecosystem we have competitions. We have battle to fight within Bitcoin ecosystem. Actually, everybody is partners and friends. We are building it together. If we can make Bitcoin ecosystem 100 billion market or 1 trillion market, everybody will be the winner, rather than just compete with each other, layer 1, layer 2, layer 2, layer 2s. So I think right now we need to build together rather than fight. I don't like to I don't want everybody compete with just a small market. We need to have everybody to build. And if one day Bitcoin's ecosystem will be 100 billion market, I think at that time we can compete. Right now, let's build together. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, B-Man. One last thing I want to say is, when I talk to some journalists, they say, in Solana, they have the spirit, to build together, a small community. If you look at Ethereum, you'll be people who follow Vitalik's lead. But when you go to Bitcoin, there are Ordinals, BRS20, Ruins, No Monkey, Bitcoin Frogs. So people don't see Bitcoin community as the same thing, same community. There's some very laser eyes. They don't like Ordinals and stuff. So I think for the next year or two, we should be united. We should build together. We should help each other, and let's make Bitcoin great and fun again. Thank you.
Shout out to Merlin. Shout out to Jeff. He's the leader. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much to you all. Really appreciate your insights. I think that's why we're all gathered here in Hong Kong, exactly for this reason. It's to hear firsthand insights directly from builders and founders and investors in this space. So I hope you've all been able to have these really organic, meaningful conversations directly and get immersed here at Bitcoin Ordinals Asia. So right before our next and will be last panel, as following that last panel, we will have an exclusive keynote from Casey Rodomar, so be sure to stick around. But right before our next and final panel, we're going to be doing one last giveaway. So let's welcome up Sam to the stage to give away some phones.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you guys have all been waiting for, maybe not, but let's get it. Right to it, right to it. So by the way, if you guys don't know what we are giving away, we are giving away the only Jumbo phones available in the world right now. If you guys do not know what Jumbo phones are, you're gonna learn right now. These are the $99 phones, Web3 Android smartphones for emerging markets. People who actually need the crypto, right? And so currently we have sold 380,000 phones till date in 120 countries. Let's see who the lucky winners are. Here we go. Lucky winner number 1, here we go. Number 55, where you at? Hey, come on down, bro. Congratulations. Give him a round of applause. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 255? You sure you got 55? I'm just kidding. Come on through. Come on through. Come on through. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good thing you didn't go to the bathroom this time.
Wait, I'm doing 55.
55. 55. No English? Ah, shit. Wait, just stay over here for a second. Wow, you actually won? I told you. Congratulations. Congrats. All right, for the next winner, stay tuned, bro. Let me put your number back in there. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Jumbo, number 37. Is number 37 here? Going once, going twice, no bueno. All right, here we go. Number 49. Number 49. I told you. Why would you enter the raffle if you're not gonna be here? For the last winner, the luckiest winner, number 15. Number 15, 1-5, Shi Wu. Am I saying that right? Next person, next person.
We did it, yeah. It was fun.
Number 25, you got it, bro. Whoa, that's awesome, bro. Congratulations. Holy snap.
Thank you, bro.
Y'all saw that. That was meant to be.
Thank you very much, bro.
Yes, sir. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Take care, take care. Anyways, guys, Jumbo phones are currently sold out until end of June, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't go order yours right now. JumboPhone.xyz. I'm gonna drop some alpha for you guys right here, right now. Use the code JumboSam, priority shipping. Get yours today. Take care, guys.
All right, all right. Thank you so much, Sam. Now we're going to move on to our next and final panel of the day, just before Casey Rodemar's exclusive keynote, so be sure to stick around. So for our next panel, we're going to be learning about how Ordinals are unlocking many functionalities for Bitcoin, including the development of new DeFi protocols and use cases. Many of these projects and Layer 2 solutions are offering both the most advanced and balancing a very user-friendly experience to onboard the world to Bitcoin. On this panel, we have Matt Mudano, co-founder and CEO of Arch Network. And you can all go ahead and make your way to the stage while we're wrapping up here, and we'll do a little translation as well. Also, Nick Shutteragard, I'm sorry, Steringard.
That's Nick.
All right, Nick, co-founder of Open Delta. Cora Chen, head of operations at BitSmiley. Robin Obamar, co-founder and CEO of Liquidium. I tried. And finally, our moderator, John Ennis from NeoSwap.
Hello， 大家好，这是我们今天应该最后一个大的 panel， 然后马上就会来到 Casey 的独家的主题的演讲啊，然后 Casey 本人应该也在某个地方，然后之后大家有机会可以见到他。然后这一场的 panel 呢，我们是由来自好几个这我们这个主题是比特币上的 DeFi 啊，然后就是很多跟这个Arch Network 的创始人 CEO、Open Delta 的这个联持创始人、BitSmiley 的那个运营负责人，还有Liquidium 这个联合联创和 CEO， 然后也是我们非常好的 Ordinals 生态的伙伴。OK， 那我们事不宜迟，邀请大家开始。Please go ahead and start. Thank panel. Thank you.
All right. Thanks everyone for coming. I'm John Ennis, CEO of NeoSwap, where we're doing intelligent matchmaking solutions for low liquidity environments. So we've got 4 excellent panelists here today, so we're going to start with some introductions. So Matt, could you please tell the crowd what you're up to?
Hello everyone. My name is Matt Madano, the CEO of Arch Network. We are the truly only Bitcoin native application platform where we bring Turing complete smart contract functionality directly to Bitcoin's layer 1, so you can tap directly into the current 1.3 trillion in liquidity sitting on Bitcoin to unlock DeFi on layer 1 Bitcoin.
Hi everyone, I'm Nick, co-founder of Open Delta. We are building the yield-bearing synthetic dollar backed by Bitcoin. It's an issue on Runes, our first version, and it's essentially a tokenized cash and carry trade so it's not a stable coin in a classical sense. On my background, I went out of the Lightning space. I did a bunch of investments in Lightning-related companies. I do not regret my Lightning, experience, but I'm kind of confused with that. But I still think that it was forced trying.
Hey everyone, I'm Cora from Bismiley. Previously, I was working as Polygon head of China, and then afterwards, I moved to Say Network as ecosystem at Say Network. Bismiley actually is my first time to do a DApp, and Bitcoin ecosystem is my fourth ecosystem I joined. The first ecosystem was the Polkadot ecosystem. I was building a project, a DeFi project in Polkadot ecosystem. For Bismiley, it's like we are building the over-collateralized stablecoin backed by BTC on Bitcoin layer 1 and layer 2. And recently, we launched our AlphaNet layer. And you guys will see we also will build the, integrate on other layer 2 soon. Later on, we're gonna do lots campaigns about our AlphaNet. So we'll let you guys know later soon. Thank you.
Hey, I'm Robin, the CEO and co-founder of Liquidium. We're the market leader for borrowing and lending on Bitcoin, where you can use your ordinals to get a loan, use it as collateral. Soon expanding into runes and BRC20s. So yeah, essentially the liquidity layer on layer 1 Bitcoin, where you can borrow against all your Bitcoin assets.
Okay, great. Now, before we came out here, Nick and I were talking a little bit about how DeFi and Bitcoin has had earlier attempts. And so I think we'd like to start by talking about what's different, what's happening now, what are the opportunities for DeFi and Bitcoin that are really made possible by Ordinals. So what do you see, let's start with you, Matt, as the kind of future of DeFi and Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think the main reason, why is this happening now, is a function of a couple of different upgrades that have happened over the past couple of years, right? Starting with the Taproot upgrade that allowed us to store arbitrary data on Bitcoin, and then, of course, Ordinals of last year really opened up the opportunity to use Bitcoin as the data availability layer in the modular stack. So in order to create a more expressive and programmable Bitcoin to support DeFi on layer 1, layer 2 for more scalable approaches and faster transactions, that was the major unlock. So for many, many years, Bitcoin has just kind of been a clunky digital gold store of value. And now for the very first time, it really offers this opportunity to applications such as Liquidium, OpenDelta, and BitSmiley to unlock DeFi programmability that is more familiar to other programmable chains like Ethereum and Solana, and we're bringing it back to the world's most trusted and liquid blockchain.
Okay, great. All right, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that the Bitcoin Fi, as we call it, is the current narrative, but I think that the argument that DeFi on Bitcoin will be big, or it will change how Bitcoin economy looks like, is a bit of assumption. Because first of all, DeFi was a next big thing 4 years ago on Ethereum, and Ethereum for now remains the most liquid network with DeFi application in it. Most of the DeFi users are on Ethereum still, and I don't see the good argument for now why they should migrate to Bitcoin full-time, let's say, right? So we can incentivize them short-term with some token airdrops or something like that, but maybe the next big thing with Bitcoin is not DeFi, right? So that can be. I mean, I'm betting on Bitcoin Fi, but I can be wrong. That's what I'm trying to say. The next thing is that building DeFi primitives on Bitcoin layer 1, it's now possible. I believe with Matt and what Robin is doing, but it's still non-intuitive and it's still not that straightforward as on Ethereum. And that's why we have these layer 2s coming, trying to solve that problem. But if we have 30 layer 2s, we will have the fragmented DeFi liquidity, so everyone will have their own Uniswap, and the user will be super confused. Yeah, I mean, I'm betting on that, but that's, it cannot happen. And one more argument. we had DeFi, we have Bitcoin layers before. So since like late 2017, US user could like use sidechains to be involved with some Bitcoin native DeFi, let's say, right? With not trusted two-way peg, but with some trust assumptions. But it was not going well, right? These layers are ghost layers, and maybe there is a reason for it. So that's what I'm trying to make this conversation more spicy. Maybe we can discuss that.
Very good. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Previously, it's like those Bitcoin holders, they probably just buy the Bitcoin, hold it until the price goes up, and then it's like they sell it, right? And then it's like many years ago, like lots of developers, they tried a lot, try to build the ecosystem based on Bitcoin chain, right? But like they all failed. Then 2 years ago, we found a chance, that's the reason, because of inscriptions, because of BRC20, right? We find Bitcoin is far enough. We are providing the functionality. Like Bitcoin is functionable, right? We can use Bitcoin to mint the asset, and also we can use the Bitcoin to trade the asset. And later on, so many assets coming from Bitcoin layer 1. And then it's people feel, oh, okay, it's many assets coming out. What are we gonna do? So many community members coming for Bitcoin ecosystem. So many people coming. It's today is when we're sitting here, I think lots of people previously they were on EVM ecosystem, right? They were on Solana ecosystem. And now it's most of them are now on Bitcoin ecosystem. You just let these people holding the asset. What are we gonna do then? We gonna provide the liquidity, right? If we want to provide them the liquidity, we need infrastructure. First of all, we think we need a smart contract, but there's it's hard, on Bitcoin layer 1. And then people's providing solution. Let's do Bitcoin layer 2. Copy paste from other Ethereum layer 2, right? And then at that moment, for us, our team, we were thinking it's a good chance because we've been building DeFi projects for many years. We don't want to build any Bitcoin layer 1 in Bitcoin ecosystem. We purpose we can be the ones to build as a stable coin. Why stable coin? Because there is no stable coin in Bitcoin ecosystem. We need but actually it's stable coin is a core asset in any ecosystem, right? And then if currently we say what's Bitcoin ecosystem narrative for this bull market, I would say definitely not mass adoption. I would say that should be provide the liquidity to Bitcoin's asset, to the assets on Bitcoin layer 1s, right? So what we do is our ambition is to enable BTC DeFi. We ask users to stake the BTC on our platform and then mint the stablecoin, which is BUSD. They can use this stablecoin, go to DEX to be the LP for that DEX pool, right? And then they can use the stablecoin maybe to go to the ideal platform, use their stablecoin to to get the ideal whitelist or allocation, etc., right? And also can go to lending protocol, perp DEX, right? So our ambition is for our stablecoin holders, I'm providing more scenarios to you and more user cases to you. You can use this stablecoin, and then later on, if more and more users they are using stablecoin, the liquidity coming out, the TVL, increasing. That's quite organic and healthy, inflow and trade flow in this ecosystem. That's how we bring the liquidity to the whole ecosystem. That's how we provide the potential profit, potential benefit to the BTC holders. That's what we are doing now.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you.
Okay, Robin?
Yeah, so ever since I got into crypto, there was sort of this, like these two sides, right? You had Bitcoin as a store of value, as like a currency almost, but also like much better than the US dollar or something like that. And then you had like chains that could provide programmability like Ethereum, smart contracts, and all of this. So there was a strong use case for both things. Like Ethereum, obviously it showed that there is demand for a financial ecosystem, and Bitcoin showed that there is a demand for a decentralized, secure cryptocurrency. And Bitcoin was always seen as that. It has been around for the longest time. So ever since I got into the space, I was interested how we can combine these things. Like, right, how can we build a financial ecosystem on Bitcoin? So back in 2022, we actually started building on Stacks, which is a side chain to Bitcoin. At that point in time, it was the closest thing where you could have like programmability on Bitcoin. Obviously, it's not like the ultimate thing, like it's not layer 1 Bitcoin. So when in January of 2023, we heard about Ordinals and we heard that alternative assets are coming to Bitcoin, we immediately decided to pivot and to build a DeFi protocol on layer 1 Bitcoin. That got us really excited. And yeah, so now I think what we are seeing is that the same kind of demand that was on other chains for programmability, for financial ecosystems, is on Bitcoin. And it's now is the first time that we can enable it to so much more people, that we can enable so much, or we can unlock so much capital that is locked in Bitcoin. And ever since we launched our protocol, we could see that the people really, really want it. And we need more programmability on Bitcoin in order to unlock this whole ecosystem, to unlock this whole financial suite of applications.
Okay, very good. All right, well, time is flying, so we're going to have one more question. We'll run it back this way. And so something that I think is important to think about is what does Bitcoin make possible that maybe isn't possible on other chains? And you mentioned a little bit of this matter with data availability. So Robin, as we go back this other way, can you talk about what are some lessons that have been learned from, people say Ethereum is a test net, on Ethereum, on Solana. What are some lessons we can bring back? And then what are some new things that Bitcoin opens up that maybe aren't possible on other chains? So, yeah, and keep track of the time here, guys. We got to be careful. Okay.
Yeah. So I think what is always the good thing, as you mentioned, is like we had these other chains as a test node almost. And if we want to bring it to Bitcoin, many people think that it's a curse that Bitcoin is much more limited, and that it has sort of like a very critical audience sometimes. But also this leads to more innovation. If we're looking at things that were brought from other chains to Bitcoin, it's actually done better on Bitcoin. Like NFTs are cool and all, but Ordinals were the first time that we actually had the data on chain, right? Like it's basically perfecting something that was built on our testnet on Ethereum, and building it on Bitcoin. And we can draw from all of these learnings on other chains, which I think is insanely good.
Right. Okay, great. Cora?
What we've learned is, like if we talk about ecosystem, like we've learned from Ethereum and Solana, is like definitely we need infra, wallet. Do you have wallet, Oracle, indexing, right? DEX, lending, stablecoin, etc. You definitely need those. That's like how we learned from Ethereum. That's a good thing. So like we are like doing the similar way, like what previously Ethereum projects have done, right? And but Bitcoin is different. Like for Bitcoin layer 1, there's no smart contract. And then like if we say, okay, don't worry, it's like later on we have layer 2s, like layer 2 can help us to build the ecosystem. But the problem is Bitcoin has the largest market cap in this industry. What kind of solution are you gonna use? Use bridge. Do we have, it's like a solid enough bridge we can use currently, right? Because if you want to expand the whole ecosystem on Bitcoin layer 2, then you're gonna bridge the asset from Bitcoin layer 1 to Bitcoin layer 2, right? Now it's so hard and it's dangerous. Even on Ethereum, so many things happen on different bridges, right? Many bridges, it's broken already. So that's the innovation part. We can either build the dApp on Bitcoin layer 2 or either try to build the dApp on Bitcoin layer 1, or we can do both. Because currently, when we talk about liquidity, maybe it's like Bitcoin layer 2 has providing better liquidity, and it's really hard to build a dApp on Bitcoin layer 1. It's all about, especially for lending, and it's like a stable coin project. We need liquidity. We need enough liquidity. Even currently, Bitcoin layer 2, we don't even have the enough liquidity. That's the biggest problem. If we don't have the enough liquidity, later on, if the Bitcoin assets price whenever they increase a lot or decrease a lot, user will easily meet the liquidation. That's the biggest problem. So actually, it's still the early stage for us, for the Bitcoin ecosystem. There's many things we need to do. First of all, bridge. We need a better solution, bridge. Secondly, how can we provide enough liquidity? Third is Oracle. Can we find the cheap Oracle, etc. Those kind of things.
Yeah, very good. Okay, Nick?
Yeah, so if the question was what you can build on Bitcoin that you can't build on other chains, right? I think the short answer, nothing, right? So, because Bitcoin is less programmable than other chains, but it's okay. Bitcoin is most pristine blue chip cryptocurrency. And I'm excited about a few use cases for Bitcoin because it's a blue chip cryptocurrency. So the first one is the stable coin, the decentralized stable coin that is collateralized only with Bitcoin, kind of a MakerDAO, or let's say liquidity, because if you look at Ethereum, there are a few designs on Ethereum for stable coins. MakerDAO is one that is governed. Liquidity is one that is autonomous, so you can't really stop what is going there. And if we have that kind of a stable coin, even over collateralized on Bitcoin, I think this will be a new step in the right direction, because even if you compare Ethereum to Bitcoin, Ethereum is less superior asset for to be collateral. And of course, I'm excited about delta neutral designs as well, because we are building open delta, but it's not exactly the stable coin. It's essentially a tokenized cash and carry trade, which historically speaking is a very good trade, very attractive trade, and we just democratize access to that trade that historically speaking is providing consistently higher rewards than, for example, treasury bills. And another use case for, let's say, Bitcoin DeFi that I'm excited about is Bitcoin staking and restaking. So I did an investment into a company that is building staking with Lightning. So essentially, it provides an ability for users to delegate Bitcoins to Lightning routing nodes to provide yield derived from the payment fees in Lightning. And it prints you a liquid derivative on Ethereum. For now, it's called Strum Network, but it can print on any layer 2 in the future if there is demand, right? And restaking. I'm closely watching Babylon. It's a very interesting project. I'm not sure what will be the consequences of this project, what would be the results, but the idea that you can validate other chains with Bitcoin as the most pristine asset is an interesting idea. So that's it.
Okay, very good. Okay, and Matt?
Yeah, I think we have the luxury of being able to hop in a time machine almost and go back to the days of 2016, 2017 when more programmable chains like Ethereum came to be, and we can see like what the main pillars of DeFi really are. You have borrow lend, you have stablecoin, you have DEX, right? So like until we max out the layer 1 chain's capabilities with those main pillars of DeFi, in my mind it doesn't really make sense to move down to a layer 2. And especially if there's programmable solutions for that, like Liquidium's using DLCs, which is a form of pseudo-programmable smart contracts on layer 1 Bitcoin. And this is already played out already on Ethereum, right? Like you have hundreds of layer 2s, and the majority of that liquidity, probably 90% of the total liquidity on Ethereum, is sitting on the layer 1. You can offer scalability, you can offer low fees and fast transactions as much as you'd like, but for the vast majority of that liquidity, it actually stays on the layer 1. And I think that this is going to play out even more so on Bitcoin, where we're also focused on safety and more principled opportunities to get yield, and they want to hold on to their sovereignty and their keys. So if they actually wanted to bridge their assets, they probably would have gone to Ethereum or Solana a long time ago, but that hasn't happened. So as these new protocols and applications are starting to develop in the Bitcoin ecosystem, I think you're going to see the layer 1 becoming the more issuance layer, and then the liquidity will start to delegate itself to various forms. But I'll casually show Liquidium here. Like you can see their growth. Like there's no other application in the DeFi ecosystem of Bitcoin, whether it's layer 1 or layer 2, that's growing as fast as Liquidium is. And I think that is ultimately like the consensus of user behavior, is they're voting with their money. They want to remain on the layer 1 where they have complete control over their assets. They want to get safe and principled yield and engage in programmable functions, and it's only going to continue to grow over time.
Okay, great. All right, well that's all the time we have, so I have to say a lot of interesting ideas. If you have questions, please come find the panelists. Now, Robin has an announcement, so I'm going to say that concludes the panel, so let's have a little hand for the panelists, so good job. And now stay tuned. We have a big announcement from Liquidium, so Rob, take it away.
Thanks, yeah. So a lot of you guys have been borrowing and lending on Liquidium, have been using the platform quite actively, and for months I have been telling you that points are the alpha. Today is the day that I can finally tell you that rune number 929 is legit. Yeah, that's it. Etched on 420. It's coming. Etched on 420. That's it. That's the tweet. Thanks for coming to this panel.
Yeah, all right, great. Well, big hand again for the panelists and also for Liquidium with their runes. So great job, guys.
Wow, that was some major alpha from Liquidium here. Heard first, only here in this room, exclusively at Ordinals Asia. And now we're nearing the end of our day. But before we wrap up, we have one final treat in store for you. Our last session is with the one and only Casey Rodomar, who's the creator of not only Ordinals now, but also Rune's fungible standard token on Bitcoin, the most anticipated Bitcoin protocol, potentially in Bitcoin's history, which just launched at the Halvening last month. He's prepared for us an exclusive, never-before-seen presentation. We told him, if you come all the way out here, Casey, we need something special for this audience, because we know everybody has also traveled a long way. So,
do I get like a clicker?
Over to Casey. I have a clicker. Sorry, can we have a quick translation for our Chinese and Cantonese speaking audience?
OK， 我们简单介绍一下这个 Casey 的，接下来是 Ordinal 的发起人 ，Rules Token 标准的发起人，以及整个 Ordinal 生态最明星的人物。从这周第一次来到香港啊，然后一直在香港有非常不错的体验，然后今天专门留了一个独家的这个 keynote 给我们今天的 Ordinals Asia 现场活动，留到了最后的压箱底的 keynote 带给大家，有请 Casey。
谢谢你。 Okay.
Yeah, my name is Casey. I have a short, disorganized talk that I would like to give to you today. The title of the talk is Hell Money. This is, of course, the name of the podcast that I started about 2 years ago with Aaron. The name Hell Money is a very strange name. I do not think that most people know what it means. Hell Money is actually a mistranslation of the phrase Ming Chao, which is a form of paper money. It looks like this. So you've probably had the experience, I mean, if you're Chinese, you know this, but if you're not Chinese, but you live in a place with a Chinese population, you probably remembered being a little kid, going to a Chinese restaurant for the first time, and seeing in a corner somewhere a little altar, usually like orange and red, at which there are offerings for one's ancestors. Maybe an orange and some incense. But another common form of offering to ancestors is called hell money. This is a mistranslation. It's very mysterious that it says hell, but it's actually money for the underworld. So I remember seeing this for the first time when I was a kid, probably when I was in San Francisco, Chinatown. And it's such a mysterious, strange artifact from another world. And the meaning is kind of a bit ambiguous. There's kind of two interpretations of the meaning of hell money, which is why we named the podcast that. So the first interpretation is that fiat is hell money. And it kind of is. Fiat currency is money that is printed by devils in such quantity that it is only fit to be burned. So that's, one interpretation of hell money. But of course, the word hell and hell money is a mistranslation. It's more like the underworld, or any sort of heaven, hell, and beyond. And so the other interpretation is that Bitcoin is hell money, which I like. The idea that there's a money which is so powerful that it is the currency of the living and the dead and the deities. And so I think this is the real, sort of meaning of hell money. And so why build on Bitcoin? It's really about resistance and the long game. When I got into Bitcoin in 2013, I expected that it would pretty much immediately be shut down. I thought that at any point the government would step in and try to destroy Bitcoin. And in fact, there are two examples of private monies that the government destroyed before Bitcoin that I was sort of basing my expectations on. One was Liberty Reserve, and the other one was e-gold. And these were both just privately issued electronic monies. And the government came down very, very, very hard on them and destroyed them. And in fact, they were very large. They did huge volumes of transactions. So in the last 11 years, since 2013, we've had a really surprising lack of action by the government. I mean, aside from China banning Bitcoin, 10, 20 times, I don't know how many times it's been, and unfavorable tax treatment in the United States, and some weird, little regulations here and there really hasn't been real attacks against Bitcoin or cryptocurrency by the government. However, I think we need to remember that that is a possibility. And even though things have been good, there is no guarantee that they will not, that they will stay good in the future. Imagine a world where the government isn't just sort of mildly unpleasant to Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. Imagine a world where it actively tries to attack it. And this is the reason that I build on Bitcoin, because in that world where the government actively attacks Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, I think that Bitcoin is the only technology, the only platform that can credibly resist government attack. So yeah, the competition, there's a lot of other chains out there. There's a lot of other protocols, and they have a lot of money, but that is their only advantage, right? They are wealthy, but they are weak. In particular, they're just mountains and mountains of crazy, weird complexity, crazy, weird assumptions, incredible centralization, and in some future, a much more hostile future, they will not survive. They will be absolutely destroyed or co-opted, which is even worse. They will become tools of the state to regulate and to censor. Yep, so I have some advice for anybody who wants to build on Bitcoin, or in fact, who wants to build anything. I think it is the absolute most important advice that there is, which is keep it simple. I was talking to a friend of mine a little while ago. We've known each other for maybe 20 years at this point, and we were talking about what the best developers that we knew had in common. And the common thread was always that they were very simple and they were very practical. Complexity absolutely kills, and ordinals, inscriptions, and runes are very simple, but even places where there's complexity there, we try to keep it simple, but things always wind up biting you in the ass, and complexity is something that will always bite you in the ass. So make sure that you keep things as simple as you possibly can. Let's see, so if you want to build on Bitcoin, one problem that makes building on Bitcoin hard is that when you build for other chains, you have a high-level idea of what you want to do, and usually you can just sort of make that idea work as you envision it on that chain. You have the idea, you implement it, and then you ship it. And the chain just sort of executes whatever logic, whatever idea that you have. Bitcoin is a little bit different. When you build for Bitcoin, you have to adapt your idea to Bitcoin. So instead of having a very specific design in mind, it's better to have a high-level goal and then think about how you can create a design and adapt it to Bitcoin instead of the other way around. So you have to adapt yourself to Bitcoin. Bitcoin will not adapt to you. So yeah, ordinals and inscriptions and runes, why are they successful? As far as I can tell, I think the real answer is that they're the simplest possible idea that could work, right? When I launched inscriptions, before I launched inscriptions, there were other projects that had a huge head start. The two that come to mind are Taproot Assets and the RGB protocol. And these are both projects that I have a lot of respect for. They're very smart, but they don't have this relentless commitment to simplicity. So they were launched, or announced at least, and working on it for a long time. And I came up with inscriptions, and I thought, well, they're probably going to beat me to it. They're going to come out, they're going to get super popular, I'm going to announce whatever, and nobody's going to want to use it. But because they kept everything that they did was incredibly complicated, they still haven't gotten a huge amount of adoption, and in the case of RGB, it still hasn't launched. And in fact, before I even came up with runes, Taproot Assets Lightning Labs had announced that they were going to do Taproot Assets, and then, not a lot of progress, and then months later came up with runes, the absolute dumbest thing that could possibly work, launched it, and now it has, early on, lots and lots of adoption, lots and lots of enthusiasm. So just my big, big encouragement is keep things as simple as possible. Simple things work, complicated things don't. And yeah, the other thing that I would encourage you is that don't think about ordinals, inscriptions, and runes ecosystem as being a technology ecosystem. I think it's very tempting to think about it as like some kind of future of finance, gonna change. It's gonna give people in Africa bank accounts or whatever. It's gonna revolutionize capital markets. If those things happen, to be clear, I would be very, very happy. But I think the reality is what the technology is good for is a kind of social gambling and entertainment industry. And I think that if you think about it that way, you'll be able to be more honest with yourself, more honest with the people you work with, and you won't have to compromise your ideals and your principles to be successful. You just say, yeah, this is a gambling and entertainment industry. what's more centralized than Las Vegas, right? It'd be great if there was a decentralized alternative to Las Vegas that was transparent and all the degens could be happy and the house edge could be as low as possible. I think that would be great. I don't know what it would be, but I think the real gambling capital of the world is Macau. So I think that there should be some kind of like runes, ordinals, inscriptions thing happening in Macau. I don't know what it is, right? So anyways, yeah, I just wanted to say that this is a very, an option for you, which is very honest and very realistic, and you don't need to hide what you're doing. Just remember, you're building a social gambling and entertainment product and trying to bring your users the best possible, fairest, most fun social gambling and entertainment products. So yeah, I think of it as kind of like an intergalactic casino. Something from like sci-fi, you go through the portal into the future and go on some sort of like fucking space station or something, except instead of the very dry, very boring, futuristic space station with people with like white, whatever, walking around and like everybody's all very serious or whatever. It's this absolutely bonkers, absolutely insane intergalactic casino, right? And a sort of decentralized intergalactic casino that exists everywhere and nowhere, but always within our hearts, Yeah, and so the final thing that I have to say, I just want to keep it very simple, is that really now it's all in your hands. So me as the protocol developer, all I can really do is put out ideas as a foundation for other people to build on. As far as future, upgrades to runes and inscriptions and ordinals, there are, small things that we have ideas about. And in fact, you can see all of the ideas that we have and that we talk about on GitHub. We work in the open. When I have an idea, I write it up in a GitHub issue, so it's all in the open. You can see everything. All the alpha is on GitHub, so it's all there. But ultimately, I think the big, development that's going to happen is not going to come from me. It's going to come from people in this room who are builders, who build things on top of ordinals, inscriptions, and runes. And I guess I'll add to this, ordinals, inscriptions, and runes, that's the intergalactic casino. And the money, what better money for an intergalactic casino than Bitcoin? And so for me, developing all this stuff, obviously I want to support and create the intergalactic casino, but it's all there to kind of bring people to Bitcoin, right? To get people using Bitcoin, thinking about Bitcoin, and that they come for the intergalactic casino and they stay for the ultra hard money that can actively resist the state. So yeah, I think that's all that I have to say to everybody here, and I look forward to seeing what you guys build. Thank you very much.
Why do I take it?
No, it's fine. Wow, that was incredible.
Fantastic job.
All right, everyone, we just have a few final remarks and some information about what's next for this evening. So be sure to stick around for a little alpha. Oh, it's not here. Okay. So right before we close this evening, I just want to give a final thank you to all of our sponsors who were so generous in making this event possible. Special shout out especially to BitLayer and Merlin Chain for coming in and really being that base layer. I'd I'd also love to get a special shout out. All of our teams, the co-hosts, we've all been, working hard behind the scenes here, but especially to Jan from Xverse team, who's just been grinding away. I've seen firsthand the way he works, and it just absolutely blows my mind. All the hours and work he's put in to make this possible for each and every one of us. So thank you very much, Jan. And finally, I'd just love to have a special reminder that the after party, the Taproot Wizards after party, starts tonight at 8:30 p.m. It goes until 1 a.m. It's in this building. It's going to be the top floor pool room, but make sure that you have a ticket to the after party. You'll need to present your QR code. Only those with QR code after party ticket access will be able to enter. It is fully sold out, so apologies if that is not possible for you this time, but definitely stay in touch. Who knows, maybe we'll have another Ordinals conference in the near future and make that possible. Go ahead, Zach.
OK， 今天的活动的最后已经到这里来了。然后我们接下来还有一个很小的环节，请大家先不要走开啊。然后我们有一个非常重大的 after party， 就是大巫师给我们准备的。今天晚上从8点半开始，一直到凌晨1点钟的。这个持续5个小时的 after party 啊，然后会在这个楼的顶上的一个有一个室内游泳池的酒吧里面，然后如果您有这个 after party 的票，它会是一个粉色的手环。然后如果你没有拿到粉色手环，但是你有 after party 的票的话，直接打开你的 Luma 二维码，就可以用那个二维码去加入到今晚的 after party。再一次提醒，如果你参加 after party 并且有时间的话，一定准备一套大巫师的着装，穿起来像一个巫师或者女巫一样参加 after party， 会有意外的惊喜。
And now we'll hear from co-hosts Jan from Xverse App and Ben Charbit from Darewise and Emoki Brands.
我们有请 Xverse 的 Jan 和 Darewise 的 Ben 来进行今天的结束演讲发言。
Let's go, Ben. What's up?
Brother.
Thank you so much, guys. I mean, there's nothing left to say, really.
No, maybe just a massive thank you. We're not event organizers. This is not our core business. We did it because we wanted to. Well, yeah. But I really want to say thank you because it's been an amazing event today. I heard so many great feedbacks, and I think maybe I had one concern. When I saw the space growing up this way, I was like, shit, it's gonna look like Ethereum, and it doesn't. I still see so much great vibes, so much great energy to build together, and of course it's different from what it used to be a year ago.
Yeah.
But still so great benevolence and I mean, this is what it represents for all of us, right?
No, I'm just super excited, guys. I didn't even imagine that we can get to this point, to be very frank, because when we first started talking about this event, we were just imagining maybe a couple hundred people coming, having a VIP dinner of 40 people, 50 people.
40.
And it turned into something much bigger and much crazier. So, again, I would love to thank you all for flying from around the world. I know some people flew in. They had to spend entire day on a plane to get here. So really, really appreciate it. And let's just keep the party going.
Absolutely. And of course, I heard the big shout out for my second wife, my gym bro, Jan, he's the reason why we're all here. So another big round of applause for Jan. Amazing job, bro.
No, thank you, everybody. Our co-hosts, amazing co-hosts and supporters. And again, you guys,
have fun.
You guys are the ones that matter.
Have fun and keep building. See you next year.
Thank you, guys. Good stuff. Thank you. All right, let's get to it now. Let's go, man. I need to take a rest, though. I need to take a nap before the party. The VIP drink.
There's a drink. Okay.
We get a picture with the floor, right?
cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my clothes back on, and that's when I knew I should. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. And I hold on to your He was cool. We broke all the rules. did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. He was cool. We broke all the rules. We did it, yeah. It was fun. And come 9 a.m., I was done. I looked at him and decided we were good. Put my clothes back on and that's when I knew